Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! Help! I'm being refreshed!
That's too much, man!
What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the which way.
Consequences.
I'm staying in the race.
Could you drum up?
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Don't even play.
Your name, please?
Fucking bitch.
Right on the Second Amendment.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
A what now?
Jesus, I say that.
So I just want to address something. I was wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, can't get fooled again.
Oh, advocate. Interest. It's just crazy enough to work. Yeah.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
It's science. Break now.
And now you'll see just how I won that championship.
I see that you know your judo.
Facebook, Zuckerbucks.
China. I have to have my China.
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch. How rude.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Awful. Weak.
This is ridiculous. Precision of language. Please.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Cal?
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Aren't I a good guy?
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
That's hot.
So hot right now.
Well, here we are once again.
floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. It is Sunday Fun Day, but that doesn't mean it's time to ease up on safety regulations. As always, Space Fams, do not forget, buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void in space. Alright, Sunday Fun Day, people. Good to see all of you in chat already. Do some shout-outs first. Jerry McLean, HBX, Hermit Horologist, 123 in the YouTube chat. Joe47771, a close fourth. Schmegley, also here. Morbius, Soul Life. Cheetah Man, Pitchfork's Dope Daughter. The Lucky Minute, Noah Noep, Carl Schmidt, or Brummer, Boku, which I think is JoJo. I still hate this handle thing, and I haven't complained. I should go full Mecha Karen on YouTube for this handle bullshit. It's killing me. And I said I was gonna do that, but I didn't. BCat, also here, and Leftist Bastard, and Shakespeare. Alright, I think that's everyone. Good to see all of you folks. It's Sunday Fun Day, so we are going to try and take the valuetainment to a level never seen before. I'm honestly concerned about this level of valuetainment. We have 140 videos to get through. I don't know how we're gonna do it. We might not. I might have to skip some stuff. We'll see how that goes. But I'm gonna try my best to get through all the sweet content for you here today. A lot of information as well as valuetainment. I'm not sure who put this list together today, but I blame them for the level of fun possible today. I'll remind everybody that we still gotta do the old deficit financing goal, which is ever approaching. Let's forget about the money and go to the United States, where, as always, we begin these streams.
CNN has learned that the DOJ has handed the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee.
And in addition, the Justice Department has publicly released a transcript and audio of the interview between Deputy AG Todd Blanche, who of course was formerly President Trump's personal attorney, and Ghislaine Maxwell. We have a team of reporters who are following this. We begin with Caitlin Polance. Caitlin, what more are we learning about the release of this audio and this transcript?
Well, this is quite an unusual moment for the Justice Department to release something like this. The transcript of the interview between Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein in this child sex trafficking situation, and to also release audio. But of course, this is a very unusual situation for a lot of different reasons. We're still going through this transcript, and I can see, just as a top line, that Ghislaine Maxwell speaks about the fact that she had met Donald Trump before and that she knew Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were in contact. There is nothing more that I'm seeing here as of now related to that. That is a question that we're going to have as we're going through this. If there is anything more said there in the transcript that is substantive. Trump, of course, has not been accused of any crimes, but a lot of questions about his relationship with Epstein have been out there. The other thing here that we are seeing is what happened with the Justice Department's handling of Ghislaine Maxwell. We see at the very top of this transcript that Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General, so that's pretty much as far up as you get in the Justice Department, General herself, he's the one that sits down with Maxwell and
I find it necessary to remind everybody that not only is Todd Blanche the Deputy Attorney General, who was, of course, appointed by Trump this year, until his appointment, he was Donald Trump's lawyer. So, I think it's an important detail to always remember when we talk about Todd.
There's an immunity agreement that what she says in this interview cannot be used against her in court unless, of course, she lies in some way. Very unusual to have a proffer such as this, that's what you would call it in legal terms, for someone like Ghislaine Maxwell, who is post-trial, never cooperated. Blanche even says he's not interviewing her as a cooperator at this time, that they were just, quote unquote, talking when he sat down with her a month ago, and that she continues to be appealing her case, could potentially, in the legal world, have another trial out there for her if the appeals were to work in her favor. But they did interview. She did have a limited immunity agreement. She did sit down with the Deputy Attorney General, and the Justice Department now has released both 4.
That's right. And then the Justice Department released the interview, both the audio and the transcripts, and we all looked at portions, listened to portions mostly, in complete and utter horror. I decided for us to, I mean, I looked at it. I still, of course, had the full recording in my list today, and I was like, do I want to listen to the whole thing? And I decided, I was like, no, I do not. So we'll probably talk more about that this week, but let's talk about the actual files. Oh, actually, wait, I'm sorry. I take it back. I have this in the wrong order. Let's stay on this. I have one more. I just want to remind you of one of the things that Ghislaine Maxwell had to say here. Whoa, what just happened? Don't do that. That's the opposite of what I wanted you to do. Forbes breaking news yesterday. This is what Ghislaine Maxwell said about Donald Trump and Clinton. Hold on. Need that music down. Maxwell transcript denies Epstein's friends took part in wrongdoing. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell told the Justice Department she never witnessed any inappropriate behavior by the president and wait, I'm sorry. No, wait, that's not what they said. Shit. I'm moving too slowly. By powerful men, excuse me, no inappropriate behavior by powerful men connected to Epstein, including President Trump and former President Bill Clinton, according to a full transcript of the interview. Although her truthfulness remains under scrutiny, the government released its full interview with Maxwell with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche in July after the DOJ said it would interview Maxwell and amid the I can't talk right now. My mouth is broken. After the DOJ said it would interview Maxwell amid the public outcry over the agency refusing to release its full files. Maxwell absolved President Donald Trump of any wrongdoing in connection with Epstein in her testimony, telling Blanche she, quote-unquote, never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way, though she acknowledged Trump and Epstein were friendly, like people are in social settings. She also said she did not believe President Bill Clinton had ever received a massage from any of Epstein's victims, and broadly said she had never seen any man doing anything appropriate with any woman ever. There you go, that's good enough. Yeah, very, very believable. No, not a single time did a man ever do anything inappropriate in Ghislaine's presence, around Jeffrey Epstein or otherwise. But a charmed life. I'm sure she has no reason to lie, you know. Aside from that's been her contention since the beginning. And that's what she's currently continuing to represent to the courts. And maintaining her innocence in all charges. So, you know, admitting to having seen anything untoward would sort of be completely contrary to her current story. Now, the files, which were slated to be delivered to Congress on Friday, were supposedly given to Congress. Now, we talked earlier about how the number of 300 gigabytes seems very low, and how it most likely should be, considering all of the data that Epstein seemed to like to collect, including having all of his properties wired with dozens of security cameras. It probably had terabytes worth of data somewhere. Now, 300 gigabytes is the amount that is claimed by the FBI that they have. But even if we take them at face value on that 300 gigabytes, Congress received, I believe it was a little over 1 gigabyte of data. Here's Forbes breaking news once again. Wait, do I have to read this one too? I think I do. Who did this? Democrats say 97% of Epstein files given to Congress are already public. Democrats in the House Oversight Committee said 97% of the Jeffrey Epstein files released by the Department of Justice were already public, with Representative Robert Garcia, a Democrat of California, insisting the overwhelming majority of the 33,295 pages of the documents. God damn. How am I supposed to read it that fast? They're killing me. They are killing me with the speed here. I might need to slow this bitch down. You know, screw it. Just gonna try it again. All right, 33,295 pages of documents produced contained no new information. Many of the files released to Congress so far were previously made public by the Department of Justice and the Florida Law of Enforcement of the Palm Beach. Dude, the way they do these are so fucked up. The way that they do these are like, there's super long sentences, and then they just move like the first part of the paragraph, and it's the worst. It is the worst. These include filings from the Department of Justice Office of Inspector General report on Epstein's death, a memo from Attorney General Mamdani to FBI Director Kash Patel on releasing the files, and the video of Jeffrey Epstein's jail cell on the night of his death. Previously released by the government in July, the new documents included in the release were records from Customs and Border Protection on the location of Epstein's private what? Jet from 2000 to 2014, Garcia's office said, which were less than 1,000 pages in total. Okay, now it won't let me. Well, what's your deal? Quote, much of the material is already in the public record, but it will take some time to review the entire batch, said Garcia, the top-ranking Democrat. Wow. So the Justice Department has pulled the same thing on Congress, which they pulled on those poor Republican influencers online like Jack Posobiec. It was Chaya Reichik? It was Chaya, right? Whomever it was. They basically got the Congress. They just gave Congress the same thing they gave a bunch of influencers. Think about that. That's how much they respect the legislative branch.
Awful. Weak.
Let's go to the streets. See how people feel about the Epstein files. This was actually a while ago. On the Good Liars, this was over 3 weeks ago.
So we are here with a naked cowboy. I have to ask, you've been a big supporter of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is refusing to release the Epstein files now. What's your response to that?
No matter what they say, I'm going to have to insist. Donald Trump ain't on the Epstein list, and he's not going to release it for your safety.
Not gonna do it.
And how is it for our safety?
It's a great question. Our safety.
How is it for our safety that he's not releasing the list? We are here in Times Square in New York City to see if people want the Epstein list released.
Please hold.
Should Donald Trump release?
Please hold. Please hold. Just realized that everybody's got no volume right now. It's very rude.
How rude.
That's my bad. Take two. Take two.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I can fix this. This is fixable. This is all fixable, people.
Naked Cowboy, I have to ask, you've been a big supporter of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is refusing to release the Epstein files now. What's your response to that?
Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
No matter what they say, I'm going to have to insist. Donald Trump ain't on the Epstein list, and he's not going to release it for your safety.
Not going to do it.
And how is it for our safety?
Our safety.
Yeah. How is it for our safety that he's not releasing the list? We are here in Times Square in New York City to see if people want the Epstein list released.
We were asking people, should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Absolutely.
Well, why do you think he should release the Epstein
Because
files?
I think he's on it. I think there's people on it that we're going to be very surprised about.
Should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Oh, yes.
And why do you think he's not doing that?
I have no idea.
You no idea?
No.
He's on them, or?
Probably, I don't know.
Did Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Yeah, like 20 months ago.
And why do you think he's not doing that?
20 months. He's on there.
But he says it doesn't even exist.
Okay, if we took him at his word, would we believe anything?
Donald Trump said that Obama wrote them, though.
Yeah, and Donald Trump's a liar, so, I mean, that's irrelevant. Who cares?
Do you think Donald Trump should release the Epstein list?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Why do you think he hasn't?
Oh, I don't know if he has it, he has to release it. But I don't have any kind of evidence to sustain any of the positions.
Do you think it's weird that he won't release it?
I mean, that's what he promised, right?
Yeah.
Seeing it from the outside, I just,
Seems a little weird.
Yeah, of course. Maybe if he found out something that he didn't know before.
Maybe he saw his own name?
Yeah, and if it affects national security, that's how they have
I
to
did
frame it,
everything
but,
right and they indicted me.
Donald Trump released Epstein files?
According to them, there is no Epstein files.
There's none.
According to them.
Okay. So if there is, though? Yeah. Okay.
Hey, can I ask you one question? Oh, okay.
Do you think Obama wrote the list? He also said that. Obama wrote the Epstein files.
Yeah, that's just a silver penny, so that everybody looks the other way. I mean, clearly, they had nothing to do with it. And Obama wasn't on the plane. He was. He was friends with him.
Some people point out that Trump was president when Epstein was arrested and then ultimately died in custody. And then they say, so how would you blame, Biden or other Democrats? Because Donald Trump has been in a position of power then and now.
I don't think Democrats should even be involved in this conversation. I mean, he's been involved in it since the beginning. I mean, there are pictures of them together. Like, you can't take that away. And as much as he says that he had nothing to do with it, they were friends. There's photos.
All right, so we are here in Times Square to find out what Trump supporters feel about Donald Trump refusing to release the Epstein list. Right now we're going to talk to one of the biggest Trump supporters we know, somebody who has gone out of his way to dance naked in the lobby of Trump Tower after he was elected.
I'm a diehard Trump guy. Trump's taking those regulations off the backs of those corporations. Sound like a good idea to me. Donald Trump, from what I understand, he has pointed out that it's just nonsense. There's nothing there to look at, and I take his word for it. I'm a big supporter because I trust his judgment on all things. He's the president. He's the leader. I give him complete confidence. So,
should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Yes. Release
That
him.
dude is
All
such
right.
a cult
There you have
member.
it. So we've
I
been
trust
getting-
everything that the dear leader says.
Yes.
He
Release
is
him.
beautiful. He is my favorite person. Father Trump, please bring bounty upon America.
He's the president. He's the leader. I give him complete confidence. So,
should Donald Trump release the Epstein files?
Yes. Release him.
All right. There you
Release
have
the
it. So we've been getting.
The question was, why is him not releasing the list for our safety?
why is it for your safety?
Yes.
Once again, Donald Trump's the president of the United States. I find that his judgment is correct on almost everything. Everything he says he's going to do, he does. I trust his opinion.
First, Donald Trump basically told everyone, if I get back in the White House, we'll release the Epstein files. And they said the Epstein files are on the desk.
The
Then they said they don't
of
exist.
Republican
Then they,
rhetoric is thus. It used to be Democrats, libs are sheeple who are following the herd, who let the big government decide for them, to where they are now standing naked in the streets. Now, of course, Naked Cowboy has been doing this for a long time. That part is not new. But, you know, standing in the streets talking about, dear leader, I trust everything he says. There's no reason for me to think about it at all. I would follow him into the fires of Mordor.
Obama wrote them, and then Donald Trump said people who keep asking about them are weaklings. What comes next after all this?
I don't know, maybe another war? Maybe he'll bomb another country? He's got to do something to deflect. And the thing is he's not deflecting from the rest of us. He's deflecting from his base. And that's where he needs to be careful.
So war, what's another possibility?
I mean, with him, anything is possible. Like the guardrails are off.
He got elected and he thought, do you think he got elected for the second time and he thought I can literally get away with anything?
He has. He has gotten away with anything.
You think he'll get away with this?
That's up to his base. I mean, the rest of us know, but I mean, it's up to his base. If they turn, then it'll be a mob mentality.
You think they're weaklings if they give up on it? He's saying they're weaklings if they keep asking about it. But are they weaklings if they give up on it?
I like how this guy is in Manhattan right now, dressed like he is on vacation in Hawaii. It's kind of hilarious to me.
In your mind?
That's his word, not mine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think people are questioning.
He's also got a tan. He's got quite a. Now that I'm looking at him, I'm realizing he's got quite a tan going.
Oh yeah, they exist.
Well, you said they don't exist though.
No, I mean, I think he's got friends on there he wants to protect. Not him, probably, but friends, I would say.
Okay, so you think he's protecting his friends? That's why he says it doesn't exist.
I think so.
Do you think Obama and Comey and Hillary wrote the files, like he said?
No, I don't think so.
What's the truth here? What actually happened?
I mean, Epstein had the list, and they figured out all the clients, but, you know, they just don't want to release them because there's too many. It would smear too many people.
Like right now, I'm supporting Curtis Lewa. Curtis Lewa for mayor of NYC.
He would be a
Mamdani's just a left-wing lunatic like AOC.
That is hilarious.
But the point is, if it gets close enough and we see,
And this is what I'm
he's not
talking
gonna have a
about.
chance,
I just want to point this out. Like when we talk about the NYC mayor race, this is. I mean, he's not representative of all of them, but these are the Republican voters of New York City. Okay. Like, you want him to vote for Cuomo? Like, if Sliwa, like, hypothetically drops out along with Eric Adams, this guy's going to vote for Andrew Cuomo? Come on.
Support whoever that's not Mamdani.
Are you in pictures with anybody that many times that you just, like, don't know and aren't friends with?
No. Are you?
Can't think of
No.
anybody that.
If there's a picture of you and it's not photoshopped, it's you. My dad used to say if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
You think the Epstein files quack like a duck?
I think there's a lot more there than there isn't. And I think Pam Bondi is totally to blame.
Well, it seems like everybody believes those Epstein files do exist and should be released. That guy blaming Pam Bondi at the end I find sort of fascinating. I'm fairly certain that that is, I'm not sure who's telling him that, but that's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
You think Pam is doing anything Donald Trump doesn't want her to do? Anybody? I doubt it. Okay. Now, you know what's in the files aside from photos and videos and lists? Words. A bunch of words. And apparently, as of very recently, due to an update to the Cambridge Dictionary, a number of new words will now be official. The latest edition of the Cambridge Dictionary. Words like skibbity and
If I said the
tradwife.
words tradwife, delulu, or mouse jiggler, would you know what the skibbity I'm talking about? Well, if not, you can now find definitions for all these terms in the Cambridge Online Dictionary.
If you're an influencer, you want to essentially capitalize on somebody's interest. And so you might use, quite distinctive ways of speaking or new words, supposedly, to capture somebody's attention.
Skibbity is a gibberish term coined by the creator of a viral animated video series on YouTube, and it can mean quite literally whatever you like. Tradwife and delulu are a little easier to define. Tradwife is short for traditional wife and means a mother who cooks, cleans, and posts on social media. Delulu is short for delusional, so means believing in something that isn't real or true, usually because you choose to. More remote working has seen the term mouse jiggler gain a place in the dictionary. A mouse jiggler is a device or a piece of software that helps it seem like you're working when in fact you're not. These terms were added among more than 6,000 to the world's largest online dictionary.
Wow, there we go. Society a-changing. The world continues to turn new words being added to our vocabularies. It's all very exciting. Much of it, I feel, is thanks to technology and social media. All right, now let's talk about our next story. I need your attention for a horrible news story. Journalism is under threat. So many reasons, whether it's funding being taken away from things like PBS and NPR, journalists being gone after, legal attacks by the president, or a lack of classiness.
Good evening, I'm Amber Schatz.
And I'm Ron Burgundy. Thanks for joining us tonight. And now Jared joins us with a first look at the forecast. Jared, how are you?
Very well, Ron. How about yourself?
I'm doing great.
Yes.
Last time I saw you, you were a lot heavier. I feel like you lost like 50 pounds.
Yes, I've lost just a little bit of weight.
Well, good for you.
Thanks for noticing.
Good for you.
In other news around the state tonight, authorities say a Black Friday shoplifter in Grand Forks abandoned a cart full of stolen items and hit a store employee with her car as she sped away from the parking lot. Police say the incident happened around 9 a.m.
It appears it was a busy day for responders. Firefighters also were called to a Sam's Club in Bismarck to help extinguish a trash fire in the parking lot. The fire department used approximately 500 gallons. I repeat, 500 gallons of water and foam to extinguish the fire. There were no injuries at this incident. Along with Santa's visit, families can enjoy wagon rides, caroling, and s'mores in downtown Mandan. And maybe they'll get a Jack Togo, who knows?
Okay, all right. Look, it's Sunday FUNDAY, and I said I wanted to bring an extra dose of valuetainment to you today. And I'm trying at every stop, every turn possible. All right? It's been a tough week. It's been a tough month. It's been a tough year. Okay? And we got, we gotta be able to enjoy ourselves once in a while. Let's go to DC, where things are still under military rule. A couple of comedians walking the streets.
We are here in Washington, D.C., where just over 4.5 years ago, on January 6th, Donald Trump said he definitely did not have the authority to call in the National Guard. Now, I guess things have changed because there's just so much National Guard here. So I'm wondering if he might have been lying about that. Oh, well.
Trump's federal policing efforts in the district are growing. Hundreds of National Guard troops from West Virginia, Ohio, and South Carolina will be deployed here to D.C.
It is hot as hell here in Washington, D.C. I have sweat dripping down my body, gathering around one of my nipples, I think.
I've been living in this since 1988. Riding my bike since I was a kid, literally. Nothing happens around here. How are you going to have these soldiers? They're tourists around here. Who's around? Who are they protecting?
On January 6th, Donald Trump said he couldn't call the National Guard in. Now they're here. Why do you think that is?
Well, if the sentence begins with Trump said, you lost me.
It's so weird in such a short period
in the
of
National
time,
Guard.
you know? And when you think about it, I don't remember. Maybe it's because I'm not focused enough on the news cycle. You know, me, the guys whose job it is to be focused on. Maybe I just didn't notice. Okay, and maybe there was an invasion of the Capitol, but Jan 6th, Donald Trump thought he didn't have the ability to call in the National Guard when a mob of his own supporters were storming the Capitol building. And yet, right now we have National Guard in D.C., and the only people I see are a sparse number of tourists looking confused. And these guys, of course.
In D.C. right now?
100%. It's all a scam. It's a made-up crisis. There's no crime here. The crime is you might pair a Chardonnay with a red piece of meat. That's the crime. They're in Georgetown. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah. Ugh. Sorry, I got.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
You know, DC crime is not that bad. When I used to live back in the day, it was so bad. I always tell everyone, we took 20 steps forward. During COVID, we took a few steps back. We took 5 steps back, but at the end of the day, we're still 15 steps ahead.
We are here in Washington, D.C. You guys look like locals. Are you all locals? Everyone looks like locals here. All right. Okay.
They're invading. The yellow helmets are invading. It looks like that is terrifying.
Maybe that's why the National Guard are here.
I've heard of the dreaded Yellow Helmet Brigade.
What do you think about the National Guard, the ICE checkpoints, the police across the city right now?
Unnecessary.
Why do you think it's unnecessary?
When's the last time you heard about a crime here at Lincoln Memorial?
And as those heavily armed troops patrol a variety of locations across D.C., the White House saying the move is not meant to scare away tourists.
DC feels dead as shit to me today. It's a Sunday. I mean, I know it's hot, it's super hot, but you know, usually around here, so many people are not going to come here anymore. You know, when there's ICE checkpoints and there's military walking, people are just like freaked out. Like, you know what? Forget it. They're not going to come here.
I hope so.
Yep. That guy makes a good point. DC's economy is incredibly dependent on tourism, and who wants to spend money to go tour a place that is under military rule? You're going to have to go through checkpoints and all sorts of other stuff. Maybe, especially if you're from out of the country, maybe you'll get confused for an undocumented migrant, and you get to spend a couple of free weeks in a ICE detention center or something. Okay, now Donald Trump announced that he has a plan after this national, after this DC home rule emergency time lapse.
Vote for that one.
He's got a plan.
Plan to get it before the September 30 spending deadline on the Hill.
Well, I don't know if there is a deadline, because if I declare a national emergency, which this was, that ends the deadline. So, I mean, I keep seeing about a 30-day deadline, of which we have 22 days left or something. But if I think we're in great shape here, that's one thing. But if I don't, I'm going to just say it's a national emergency. And if I have a national emergency, I can keep the troops there as long as I want. If people are not going to want to have the troops, and 30 days, you know, it's one thing to get them out. It's another thing to keep them out for a long period of time.
What does that mean? This man's brain is melting. It's one thing to keep them out. It's another thing to keep them out for a long time. Okay, it's different. It's longer. What the fuck is the president saying right now? Jesus Christ. This guy's brain is melting. While also, apparently he's going to institute national martial law. I mean, that's effectively what a national emergency would be. You know, I think if you declare a national emergency, I mean, this is what he wants to do. You know, it's all creating more and more precedent for there being a military checkpoint on every corner in every city in the country. Is that true, Bob? There's zero crime now? Thank God. I take it all back. This is a great plan. Zero crime. It's impressive. Okay, I have just started the chat goal. The goal, which of course, when we complete it, will ensure that we get all of the sweet, sweet galactic content. All right, let's go here. I don't know, I somehow I got this recommended to me recently.
Buckeyes, get the hell out of town, I say. Buckeyes, get the hell away from the ground, I say. Buckeyes, there's no need to have ice here. Donald Trump went on the Epstein play. Trump was chasing around young girls, putting ketchup on their ear.
Illegal.
I buy my son a Christmas present. What super soaker is that? Is that a 2-gallon pump hard pumper?
Like I said, I don't know. Somehow this got recommended to me, and it felt like a Sunday Funday video. So here you are. Hope you enjoyed that.
Something is painted black.
Now, of course, the woman who is in charge of ICE is one puppy killer, Christie Puppy Killer Gnome, Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, R.I.P. Cricket. This week, she was having some fun, doing some art, some crafts.
When something is painted black, it gets even warmer, and it will make it even harder.
Great, they're doing evil arts and crafts now. Perfect.
Yes, indeed, evil arts and crafts. Now, thankfully, this came in earlier this week.
A federal judge in Florida has ruled that no more detainees can be sent to an immigration detention center in the middle of the Florida Everglades that has been dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. The judge also said that detainees need to be transferred out of this facility within the next 60 days and sent to other detention centers. And she said that the facility can no longer be expanded, and that after the last detainee leaves in 60 days, that state officials need to start taking down fences and removing other equipment that was used to build Alligator Alcatraz. The judge's ruling was in response to a lawsuit that was filed by environmental groups and the Miccosukee tribe of Florida. They claimed that environmental laws were not followed and that a proper environmental review wasn't conducted that is required by federal environmental laws. But this case is far from...
That's right. This case is far from over. It's still going to go. It's going to go to the appeals court, and depending on what happens there, almost definitely to the Supreme Court. Considering how much they've been messaging around this, and they're selling merch, alligator Alcatraz merch. This is like a fetish. This alligator Alcatraz bullshit. They have some weird fascination, some obsession with this. It's very creepy.
Don't be creepy.
All right. Let's see. Let's go here. Now this guy is in charge in charge of the Oklahoma City, not the Oklahoma City, the Oklahoma State School Board of Directors, or whatever you call it. And he has a plan for teachers in this state. This came out a few days ago.
Oklahoma's top education official is instituting a requirement that prospective teachers coming to the state from California and New York pass an exam that tests their ideology. Ryan Walters is the public school superintendent in Republican-dominated Oklahoma. He says the test is designed to safeguard against what he calls radical leftist ideology coming from those in the Democratic-led states. The test was put together by a nonprofit group that produces short videos with a conservative perspective on politics. The test is expected to begin being administered soon in Oklahoma.
There we go. Purity tests in Oklahoma schools. Thanks to Ryan Walters. Now, Ryan, earlier this year, I think it was about a month ago, was wrapped up in quite a fascinating scandal in the midst of him, you know, and it's very interesting. He wants purity tests on teachers, but, well, this story.
The investigation process is now getting underway following bombshell allegations against State Superintendent Ryan Walters. 2 state school board members insist they saw images of naked women on a TV in Walters' office.
The same man who for years has claimed school libraries are full of books containing porn and vowed to remove them. These shocking claims first came to light this afternoon in a report by the Oklahoman and then the online publication Non-Doc.
Now, Walters has not directly addressed the allegations, but already Oklahoma's top Republican lawmakers say it's time to find out the facts about this.
Yeah, and I've seen people, I think Brandon covered this on the Discourse a few weeks ago around the time this happened. And it's even worse than they made it sound there. I think that was one of the first stories that, that announced this. I just clicked it because it was at the top of the recommends. But yeah, so this guy, he wants to purity test teachers to make sure they're not too woke. Meanwhile, is viewing porn in the middle of meetings for the school board. That guy is in charge of our kids. That's good. Couldn't even wait till he got home. Speaking of the kids, let's talk about how they learn with a literal 10-year-old who went on to CNN to talk with Sanjay Gupta. This was posted a couple of days ago.
Sean, you've ever done the clapper thing for TV?
Oh my God!
just have to go like this. I didn't know these were real.
They're real.
I thought these were just
What is your
Sean the Science Kid?
That was so good.
Oh my God, I feel so accomplished.
I'll take this from you.
Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you.
How are you doing today?
Amazing.
We just saw this video of you explaining the hippocampus and explaining the pituitary gland and your favorite neurotransmitters. Tell me about this. How did this YouTube channel start for you?
So basically, I've had a lifelong love for learning, and around the age of 4 to 5, I wanted to start a YouTube channel because I had learned a lot from all of the educational channels, and I decided that it would be best if I shared the knowledge I had gathered with the world.
Amazing. Sean, I have so many questions for you. When did this start for you? How old were you when you started watching and learning on your own?
About 0 months old.
What do you mean? Like
In the
right when
womb.
you were what
In
now?
the womb, I was doing science. Like, if my mom's belly
the womb,
was
I was
emitting kinematic equations.
This kid is wild. He's 10 years
What do you mean?
old.
Yeah, well, so that was really just a way to transition into the fact that from babyhood to now, I have been learning and educating and soaking up information from any type of media or source that I can find, because I've always wanted to learn. How kids enjoy playing video games, I enjoyed learning. Like, learning was my video game. And I really just had a passion for it. Because, like, basically everything I've done so far is a passion project. I have a sort of gravitational attraction towards learning.
When you're thinking about this sort of stuff, are you...
I listened to parts of this. I found it pretty fascinating, honestly. Like, I didn't get through the whole thing. It's literally over a half an hour long. I just didn't have the time for it. But I just thought that this was a Sunday FUNDAY video. This kid is a genius, I swear to God. Especially for 10 years old, it's truly incredible. Like, his grasp of concepts and, like, the vocabulary that he uses, like, it was truly astounding. When I was listening to it, I was like, holy shit. Okay, speaking of being intelligent and doing, doing things that make your mind work, let's go here to a competition in St. Paul, Minnesota. A competition of the mind and of the fingers.
We're coming up on 6:15 on this Wednesday, and look, we know the 80s toy, the Rubik's Cube. It is the star of a new competition that is happening. I shouldn't say new competition, but a competition that is happening in St. Paul.
It's called the 2025 Cubing USA Heartland Championship, happening at the River Center this weekend. Shayla Reeves joins us with a Rubik's Cube expert.
Yeah.
Shayla, I've been fiddling with this all morning under my desk. Need some tips.
Oh my goodness, Susan Elizabeth, this is incredible to see. We are here right now with Carter Kukala. He's actually a world record holder with the not Rubik's Cube, but Scube, right?
Yes.
So tell me what we're seeing here. I know, what is the one that you're working on first?
Yeah, so this one right here, it's a Megaminx that has a bunch of different sides. It's a little bit, takes a little bit longer than the normal 3x3 you're used to. Like, this is your normal Rubik's Cube that you see all the time at competitions.
Yeah, I hate to admit it, because I feel like it's a pretty dorky thing, but I have a Rubik's Cube collection. In fact, I have both of the cubes. I did have the regular 3x3, like that one. I also have a Megaminx as well. I have like a bunch of Rubik's Cubes, actually.
You know, even, you know, in stores.
And you hold the world record in this one, right? That's the Scube.
Yeah, so this one is the Scube. So it turns a little bit differently. than all the other ones.
How fast can you complete this?
My world record is 0.75 seconds.
So you can complete this while we're talking. Oh, there we go. It's already done. What do we have here?
This one is called appearance. So it only has 4 sides instead of the normal 6. The people that are the best at this one solve it really fast as well in about 1.
Nerd alert. It's true. It's true. It is nerdy. It is a nerdy thing to use your time on.
1.5 seconds.
And this one's already put together, but it takes a little more time to complete. What's that one called?
This one is called the 7x7.
Yeah.
So in our competitions at the World Cube Association, there's a bunch of different events. And so we have all of them from 2x2 all the way up to 7x7.
So in this...
By the way, the 7x7s, like all the odd numbered sides are basically just as easy, slightly different. There's a little bit more to them than the 3x3, but they're not that much harder. They're just more time consuming. It's just much more difficult once you've, you know, messed with it. Once you've mixed it all up, it just takes a lot longer to get the sides to one color, and then it's really all the same.
Competitive landscape. You've been cubing for about 11 years. It's an experience that's been able to take you around the world competing. What advice would you have? I know you could probably finish another one of these very quickly. Would you have for folks that are at home and they're seeing this? I don't know where to start. What do you tell them for how to start?
My experience, you know,
the reason for that is, if you're interested, if anybody's even at all interested, is that the centers are what all the rest of the pieces rotate around and are fixed in an odd numbered cube. If you just imagine it, right? If you imagine a 3x3, which is easiest to visualize, the center, right? That never actually shifts in relation to any of the other centers, right? Those are static. And that's what makes the odd numbered easier. When you switch over to the even number ones, then things get weird. Anyway, cube competition happening. They just sit here for like 10 minutes talking about cubes. It's too much. It's too much.
That's too much.
Let's keep it moving. Enough nerdiness. All right. Well, we were talking about kids and learning and things that require your brain. Now let's talk about a couple of relationship milestones for 2 different couples. First, in Canada. This one's pretty incredible. One Calgary couple is celebrating 75 years of marriage. That's right, 75 years. Think about that. Some people don't even live to 75. They've been married for 75.
One Calgary couple's marriage has really gone the distance. They are celebrating 75 years of wedded bliss.
I never gave it a thought.
Jack and Beryl Delore married on August 19th, 1950. They are celebrating with loved ones at Cactus Club Barlow Trail today. The couple have 3 children. They spent a lot of time playing games with the Thorncliffe Seniors group. Jack and Beryl say their reason that their relationship is so long-lasting is quite simple.
My wife is easy to get along with. I really don't have any problems with her. That's why we've 75 years have lasted.
He's very good to me.
Oh, that's what it is.
Just hang in there.
That's also
There you go. Some advice from a couple that's made it 75 years. Hope everybody was taking notes there. Okay. Now let's go to a much younger couple who are welcoming a new member of their family, Millie Bobby Brown, the girl from Stranger Things, who is now married to Jake Bon Jovi of, I can't remember the name of the show that guy's in. Anyways, they are adopting a child, according to the Associated Press from 2 days ago. I don't know why I'm doing entertainment news. It's happening.
Millie Bobby Brown and her husband, Jake Bon Jovi, have adopted a baby. The couple, who married in May 2024, announced Thursday that they welcomed the child in the summer, becoming first-time parents. 21-year-old Brown, best known for playing Eleven in Stranger Things, and 23-year-old Bon Jovi, son of singer John Bon Jovi, live in Georgia.
How old do you figure that couple's got to be? Not Millie Bobby Brown, but those two who've been married for 75 years. They got to be well over, like, over 90, right? You got to figure if you're like 18 when you get married, that's like 93 at like the minimum. Ancient. Still going strong. Incredible. Hopefully Millie Bobby Brown and her husband can have a similarly long-lasting and beautiful marriage. Adopting an interesting decision from this couple. All right, let's go to this random video. This is CTV News Canada.
Video shows a young man testing out the speed of a moving train in downtown London. Moments later, he returns and jumps on the side, riding it for a few meters.
They were taunting the train, basically, you know.
Illegal.
Tons and tons of heavy metal, and they were touching it and playing with it.
Christopher Bogle is often the eyes and ears in the city's core. He took out his camera and started recording.
They saw me filming. I even yelled out to the one guy, "You want to lose your leg or what? Or your life?" And he thought it was a joke.
The incident is the third notable one involving rail in the past week. A person was charged with surfing on a Via train in eastern Ontario. Then in White Rock, BC, video showed a woman and multiple children crawling under a stopped train rather than waiting.
Our mission in Operation Lifesaver is to try to get to zero. So zero crossing incidents, zero trespassing, zero deaths, and zero injuries. And unfortunately,
there you go. People getting a little too comfortable around trains in Canada. Fun turning to potentially dangerous. Now, if you are in Canada, one fun thing you could do would be going to the fair at the PNE in Vancouver. Let's go here to CTV News once again from 3 days ago.
From the sweet to the savory to the downright strange, there is something for everyone at the PNE this year. We were invited to go check it out for ourselves today. If you're craving something spicy, try out the Cowboy Candy Ice Cream, which is mango soft serve with candied jalapenos. To satisfy your sweet tooth, check out the Apple Crumble Pierogies or BC Blueberry Mascarpone Crumble Pizza. There are a few twists on the classic corn dog and an Asian-style poutine with Japa curry beef.
What we've seen this year in the food trends is really a Canadian theme. So we're seeing a lot of traditional foods, corn dogs, mini donuts, and many other things that are taking their traditional fair foods and interpreting them with a salute to Canada.
Inside at the Safeway cook.
Good Lord. When we watch food videos, it's rough. It's rough. Because I can't eat and talk at the same time. Oh, God. All right. I can get through this. All right, let's go south of the border to Minnesota. As the Minnesota State Fair is ongoing at this time. Let's see how people are enjoying themselves over there in the Midwest.
So what is
the state fair without food, right? Well, today we have one of the official new foods with us. Mario Mohammed is the co-founder of Hoyo, and she is here with Amina Deblay, the owner of Oasis. They're teaming up for some items that you won't want to miss, a new booth, a new food right here at the fair. Thank you for joining us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us.
So I could smell this before
It smells so good.
we even started talking about it. What do you call this dish?
This is Somali street fries. It's fries, and as you can see, beef, garlic sauce, and cheese, and some spicy, like my own spicy. I have restaurant for the last 20 years, but this is what I feel like. This is for 2025.
And you all are cousins, right, Mario?
Yes.
How is it teaming up to create something for such an important event for people here in Minnesota, the State Fair?
Yes, absolutely. So Hoyo is
Oh God, those look delicious. Somali street fries. Good God. That's making me hungry. It's like Somali poutine or something. And it basically was what it looked like to me. And poutine's not bad. I've had some poutine before. Okay, now one woman was trying to have a good time earlier this week herself. Maybe have some, have some snacks, have a few drinks, and things got things got a little weird, I guess you might say. And boy, oh boy.
Buddy, you're gonna regret this. Yeah. You're gonna regret it.
You will regret this.
Newport police released body cam footage of Special Assistant Attorney General Devin Hogan Flanagan being arrested in Rhode Island. The officers responded to a call from a Newport restaurant to investigate a, quote, unwanted party. Flanagan and her friend Veronica Hannon were met by the police in front of the restaurant.
You guys just want to know, do you want them trespassed?
Anything we can do.
Trespass,
yeah. I just need
trespass, get them out.
Please.
CNN reached out to the restaurant, but did not reach anyone who would comment.
I know that your protocol is...
So you're trespassed, so we got to leave now. Unless you want to be in
We're not trespassing. You haven't notified us that we're trespassing. Number one. Number two. Number one.
I don't
Number
want to
two.
arrest you guys.
You're not going to arrest us. Number two
So let's
is
leave.
that...
We got to go. We got to go.
Protocol is to come down.
Now, I'm pretty sure that she had been drinking for a while already. Because I feel her legal, what do you call it? Her legal logic skills were kind of going out the window almost immediately. Because unfortunately, like, the cop immediately says, you were trespassing. And she's like, you haven't notified me that we're trespassing. And I'm like, what?
A what now?
He just said it to you.
So you're trespassed, so we got to leave now. Unless you want to be in
We're not trespassing. You haven't notified us that we're trespassing. Number one.
What did
Number
I
two.
just say to you? You're
trespassing.
Number one.
I don't
Number
want to
two.
arrest you guys.
You're not going to arrest us. Number two
So let's
is
leave.
that...
We got to go. We got to go.
Protocol
Let's
is...
go. Let's
Can we
go.
come down for 1 second? Is if we ask you to turn the body
I don't
cam
want to
off...
deal with this. Let's
Okay.
go.
No, I understand you don't want to deal with it, but the protocol is, and your protocol is if I ask you to turn off the body cam, you have to turn it off, and that's your protocol.
She's a lawyer, so she knows.
Well, that's lawyer stuff, so that's not true. So we got to go.
No, it is. That's law.
According to the Newport Police Department, officers are only required to turn off cameras if requested by a victim or witness, not suspects.
You're just being detained. You're just being detained.
I'm an AG. I'm an AG. I'm an AG. What do you,
What's wrong with you?
What
What's
do
wrong
you
with you?
probable cause to detain me for?
You're being detained because you're not leaving.
Because I'm what? You have
Can you relax? Sir.
Although, I gotta say, it seems to me that they were overserved. Not sure how many bars they went to, but they both seemed to be a bit too drunk, if you ask me. But yeah, apparently she was the assistant attorney general of the district that Newport, Rhode Island is in. I don't know what that district is, but good God. She got a little too belligerent out at the bar, trying to have fun when keeping it real goes wrong. Sometimes fun has consequences, folks, you know, and sometimes, you know, you're trying to enjoy yourself while simultaneously getting a few calories in, you know, feed yourself and share it with a friend. Maybe with social media, you know, everything these days we share with social media. You know, imagine yourself, you're sitting there at a booth, got the camera going, you got the food going, you're about to start eating. Can you see it? And then this happens. Boom.
As soon as we take a bite, we both closed our eyes because naturally we're just enjoying our food, and the car just came out of nowhere. I mean, it was glass, metal. I thought we were gonna die.
Very grateful. I could say it's one of the wildest things that can actually really happen. Like 1 in a million, seeing a car just hitting a restaurant, and just being there with that impact was just mind blowing.
Okay, I've got one more on this because of how insane this was. So it would be easy for me to just watch this footage again, because this shit is wild.
All right, well, two food influencers say they are lucky to be alive. And when you see this next video, you'll understand why. Because an SUV crashed right into them at a restaurant.
The impact was caught on video in Houston over the weekend. The influencers, Patrick Blackwood and Nina Santiago, were biting into their food. The SUV crashed.
Imagine, look at this man's face right here. Oh, wow. What a way to be interrupted in the middle of a meal. That is... What are you thinking in that moment? Right? Like, what do you think in that moment? Oh, God. Just want to remind everybody that we still got a goal going in chat to ensure that we get all the sweet, sweet content on this Sunday Fun Day, as well as still need to fund the bills for September as they come closer and closer. The ability for us to keep the lights on here becomes more and more in danger. You can contribute to both the Galactic Deficit and the YouTube goal by going on Cash App or PayPal, or Patreon, and starting a new Patreon membership for yourself. All good ways to show your love of GNN and support the show simultaneously. All right, let's go to a man who's known for walking the city streets and doing his thing out there with the people, Mr. Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
He had something to announce yesterday. This was rather shocking. We watched this on the stream. Saturday's stream, to be specific.
Hello, my friends. I have to come clean. I have something to hide. Many things, in fact.
Illegal.
We're doing a scavenger hunt. No. Actually, we are doing a scavenger hunt across New York City tomorrow, Sunday, August 24th, starting at 2 p.m. Here's how it'll work. You'll solve a series of clues all related to a very particular theme in New York City history, each of which will take you to the next location, all accessible by public transit. When you arrive at the location, look for a campaign volunteer who will mark off your card and give you a clue to the next location. At the first stop, you'll get this card. At the final stop, you'll find a special surprise, not a wad of cash. So make sure you go all the way to the end. But don't take too long. You need to get to the final location between 5:30 and 7 p.m. Stay tuned for the first clue in a video tomorrow morning. Figure out the location and meet us there at 2 p.m. on Sunday to get your card and start the hunt.
I love this plan from Zohran. He's like, look, he embraces Sunday Funday just as much as we do around here. And he is solving all sorts of problems simultaneously. He's getting people together. He's organizing them, right? While simultaneously reminding them of the importance of public transportation by making all of the routes involved in the scavenger hunt accessible by public transportation, and then looping in talking about labor. Come on. Come on.
Come on!
That's too much, man!
That's how it's done. Now, I haven't even gotten to watch these yet. I added them in hastily. Supposedly, these next two videos are people on the Zohran scavenger hunt. This first one was posted 6 hours ago. Zohran scavenger hunt NYC. Wow, look at the... I can't read. What is that? Beat 'em? Out. Bye-bye, Cuomo. Look at all these people out here. Holy. There's like thousands of people that have come out for the Zohran. Oh my god, look at it. Oh my god, get the fuck out. Wow. Wow.
That's too much, man!
Holy shit. This is wild. This is insane.
This is ridiculous!
That's a lot of people. All right, last one. This is the Dynamite Twins IRL live streamed 4 hours ago. NYC speed running through the East Village. Started with Zohran scavenger hunt #NYC.
Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani.
Ready?
Well, they're actually twins.
Hi. Hello. The mic is I changed it. Incredible. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in. Welcome to a blustery afternoon. Really windy. Like Piglet and all of his little friends. The house blown down. All that is to say, we have a scavenger hunt. We are running a bit late for it. I had some travel things I had to change around. So that I was late. We had some issues like posting something I edited. So check out our other.
Okay, hold on. It's a 2.5 hour live stream that these two did. They must have, yeah, they got the bikes.
What's that? Got it. I said I did everything to make sure that Yes, I'm fixing something, guys.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
it was just My phone getting reset up is, we've come across a little bit of a hiccup in terms of.
All right, there we go. People doing the Zohran scavenger hunt. I'm not sure where it ends, and there's no way for me to know for sure. 'Cause it's all just a video of them on the streets. Do you see them eating food at the end? Okay. Well, there we go. Zohran, bringing people together, getting them out there in the world, doing real life things. Scavenger hunting on a Sunday fun day in New York. In a way that integrated both discussion of the history of labor unions and the public transit system. How are we doing on time? Okay, we're an hour and a half in. You're not in danger of needing to take a break quite yet. While we're in New York, let's do this. Let's go here. In Rochester, New York, WROC News 8 from 3 days ago. Annual 5K race was done to support local veterans, something that's certainly most needed at this time, with funding being cut to things like the VA and other sorts of assistance programs in the country. Wait, what is this? This is not the... This is... Hold on. Please hold. How did this happen? Who is in charge of this?
Welcome back. These folks over at Minden Ponds Park hit the ground running at the Veteran Outreach Center's annual Pound the Ground 5K. Active duty military, reservists, and veterans competed for the coveted Golden Boot along with friends and family. VOC leaders say since the loss of their HVRP grant from the result of federal funding cuts, the organization is relying on community support now more than ever.
Yeah, events like today are critical. I mean, these are the kinds of opportunities that we have not only to connect with our community about our mission, but then also to raise the money that it takes to deliver those programs and services.
Awesome. There we go. There's something to do with your Sunday fun day. Help contribute back to the community and get a little exercise in. All right, now here is a... Here's a preview of something we're going to watch much later in the stream. I'm thinking it's going to be like third or fourth half type material. But let's get a quick preview of the Hasan live stream that we're going to watch later. That's right, Hasan Piker and Hasan Minhaj spoke to one another earlier this week. Here's a quick clip from their discussion. That's right, a teaser. I'm doing a goddamn teaser in the middle of this goddamn show.
We should talk about Eric Adams.
Oh, my favorite.
You've seen the Get Ready video, right?
Yeah, of course.
And I'm not going to see myself as success.
Oh, we pause it. Can we pause it?
Yeah, let's take a quick pause.
Sorry, I'm a professional reactor. I have to point something out.
Yeah,
here.
go ahead. You talking about the time? The time.
Well, the time is the classic.
We've talked about the time.
Yeah, we talked about the time. The real crime is what the he's doing to that orange, bro.
Oh,
he's peeling the orange.
Yeah.
Come on. He's peeling the orange with a peeler, and like the white crust is just still on the orange. How are you eating that orange? Why are you peeling it if you're gonna?
He wants a little bit of rind in there. He wants a little bit of the skin.
No, it's like that's so bitter.
The white
part is like the worst part.
Right.
Like you only peel the orange like that if you want to use it as zest.
By the way, don't say that. The New York Post is going to now quote you. The white part is the worst part.
Don't
Do
true.
that.
New York Post. Nothing crimes with orange. Piker's zest for hate. The white part is the worst part.
What?
Juicy hot mics, juicy hot mic deeds from the secret meeting between two Muslim Hassans. Incredible. Whoever put that one together, great job. There you go. There's a tiny snippet from what we are going to watch later, so stick around so you can catch all of that. The juicy deets, as they say. All right, now let's go on. Let's go on talking about some athletic things. Of course, Hasan is an athletic thing, or man, I guess, and running a 5K, also athletic. Now, if you want to step up your athleticism and maybe get a little competitive, the National Pickleball Championship earlier this week took over Manitoba pickleball courts. Let's go to Canada. CTV News from Wednesday.
Kitchen, chicken wing, and ace. Would you be able to guess what sport these moves belong to? Well, as CTV's Harrison Shin finds out, the National Pickleball Championship is underway, and for the first time, it's happening right here in Manitoba.
Here at Taylor Tennis Center in River Heights, hundreds of picklers are playing their game on 32 indoor courts.
We have 710 participants this year in many age categories and skill categories.
Canada has hosted 5 national championships, but this is a first for Manitoba, and more players are coming out every year.
Pickleball Manitoba 3 years ago had 400 members. We now have over 2,500. Pickleball Canada has exceeded over 80,000 members at this point in time. So every year we're growing by, I would say, 25% easily.
Wow. Pickleball taking over Canada. People competing for top pickleballer of the nation. Now, there is a story in Major League Sports, that specifically being the NFL. Not relating to the sport, but to those dancing on the sidelines. Here's 6 ABC Philadelphia from 4 days ago.
Shortly after, the Minnesota Vikings posted this video to social media featuring cheerleaders Blaze Sheik and Louis Kahn. Online backlash and hateful comments swiftly followed. One user commenting, "How embarrassing." Wow. Another writing, "I just lost all of my respect for the Vikings."
I mean,
the Vikings organization
one question I'd like to
defending
know.
their cheerleading.
When somebody says something like that,
How rude.
like how embarrassing. Who is he? Who are they? I assume it's a man, but it could be a woman. How embarrassing. What do they like? Who is it embarrassing for? For the people who have a job to do, like who are enjoying themselves doing that job, or I'm just confused. Who is it embarrassing? Is it embarrassing for the person that's watching it? They're embarrassed to even see a man cheerleading for their team.
All of my respect for the Vikings. The Vikings organization quickly defending their cheerleaders, saying in a statement, male cheerleaders have been a part of previous Vikings teams and have long been associated with collegiate.
This is more of that thou doth protest too much type of straight outrage stuff here. I just find fascinating.
Professional cheerleading, adding, "We support all our cheerleaders and are proud of the role they play as ambassadors of the organization." Sheik and Khan appearing to take subtle jabs at haters, sharing this photo in their uniforms, writing, "Wait, did someone say our name?"
All of us have had experiences like this since the time we started dancing growing up.
far before we became NFL cheerleaders.
Speaking with GMA overnight, Philadelphia Eagles cheerleaders Alex, Dalton, and James sharing a message for their colleagues.
We know what it feels like to feel that somebody doesn't support you for simply doing something that you enjoy. And so it's been really a pleasure to be on a team that has multiple boys where we can fall back on each other.
I would say to keep on dancing, you're already doing what you love and you were selected through this rigorous process and you deserve to continue to tune the noise out because at the end, it's really only you and yourself and you have to make yourself happy.
The first male cheerleaders in the league were introduced in 2018 via the Rams, but their presence has grown ever since. And today, roughly 1/3 of all NFL teams have
No. What? 1/3. Oh God, your choices of bigotry are going away. Oh no. I wonder how many people are gonna give up their teams because they find out they have male cheerleaders. I'm just wondering, just how many sort of shameful, pathetic people,
weak,
are gonna do such a thing. I can't be a Minnesota Vikings fan anymore. Did you see on the TV there was a man dancing on the sidelines? I can't have that. My heteronormativeness is under threat. I'm gonna blow up. Now, there's one quasi-sport out there that certainly appeals to the heteronormative type, I guess you might say. The manliest of manly shows in existence. Of course, I'm talking about WWE. And this summer, WWE held its annual SummerSlam, where the Good Liars decided to make an appearance.
They should release the Epstein files. No matter who's on it right now, I think he should just release it. If he's on it, and he was told that his name is mentioned in the files a bunch of times by his own FBI director, should he still be in the WWE Hall of Fame?
If he's on the list, I don't think so, no.
We are here outside MetLife Stadium in New Jersey for WWE SummerSlam. And last night, at night one of SummerSlam, Donald Trump was shown on the big screen here at MetLife, and the entire stadium erupted into boos.
So we are here tonight to find out how wrestling fans feel about Donald Trump.
You guys excited for SummerSlam?
Yeah!
Woo! I know exactly who everyone here is dressed as. You haven't said it, but I think it's Dude Love, right? Okay. Who are you dressed up today?
The Hitman, Bret Hart, baby. Liv Morgan. Donald Trump came on the big screen. A lot of people booed him. Were you booing or cheering?
Phrasing. No, I would have been cheering.
You would have been cheering? What happened?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, why weren't you cheering?
Oh, he was on the big.
Pitchfork Dragon breaking the ice on the goal in chat with a sweet super chat. Probably embarrassing for the guy who was objectifying the cheerleaders and then realized that he was focused on perhaps not the women. Instead, those male cheerleaders. Oh, God.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I was in the bathroom. I didn't even
Oh, you went to the bathroom at the wrong moment there.
Yeah, I did.
What were your thoughts when Trump came on the screen last night?
I personally, not a Trump voter.
Last night when Donald Trump was on the big screen, a lot of people booed. Would you have booed or cheered?
I would have cheered.
No,
Got to root for the president.
You support Donald Trump?
got to root for the president, whoever the president is.
Legal as a headlock.
Tell us about the first time that you saw Donald Trump at WrestleMania.
Oh, that was 2007. I think it was in Detroit. And the first time I've seen him with Mr. McMahon, they were doing a hair versus hair match.
I was there last night. They showed Trump on the big screen.
And everybody booed.
It was a lot of boos.
There's a lot of boos, especially in our area. There were a ton of boos.
Yeah, so I grew to like Trump. I hope he stays with the wrestling program from here on out.
So what happened in the Battle of the Billionaires? If I recall correctly, Vince McMahon had to shave his head. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, it was Umaga versus Bobby Lashley, and so Bobby Lashley gave Umaga a run for his money, and yeah, Mr. McMahon had to shave his head.
Was it MAGA related to MAGA in any way, or that was before all
MAGA,
that?
No, this is before MAGA even president.
MAGA, not MAGA. There's a difference.
Last night, they showed Trump on the big screen. He got booed. What were your thoughts on that?
Good.
Good?
Good. Yeah.
This is wrestling, brother! This is real! Come on!
Donald Trump, kind of.
Am I to believe that this young man back here is a wrestling champion? I mean, he has a belt. This guy, too. Huh.
What were your thoughts on that?
Good.
Good?
Good. Yeah.
This is wrestling, brother! This is real! Come on!
Donald Trump, kind of covering up the Epstein files. What do you think about that?
That I'm not too sure about. That still needs to be handed out to the public.
Donald Trump came up on the main screen and was booed.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll be on the screen again tonight? Do you think people would cheer or boo?
I don't think they'll show him on the screen again, and will they boo? Most likely. I mean,
would you boo or cheer?
I wouldn't do neither.
Yeah.
Because I could care less about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But
why do you think he's been kind of like stopping it from coming out? What would explain that?
Either he's trying to, gather all the information, get everybody, or, he could be hiding something,
You think it's one of the two? Either he's trying to gather, he just wants to make sure he's dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's before he releases it, or he's on it.
Yeah, hopefully it's first option where he's,
Which one do you think is more likely, that he's stopping the information from coming out because he's on it, or because he just wants to make sure that it's just fully complete? Which one do you think is more likely?
In reality, I kind of think like he may be on it. I really hope he's not. But if he is, I'm gonna have to look at him differently, and it's just gonna be bad.
Donald Trump is a member of the WWE.
Well, there you go, people. Little wrestling action for the space fams. All right, how are we doing on time? We're doing all right. Maybe wrestling's not your preferred medium of entertainment, which I can understand. But perhaps film interests you. Let's go to Hawaii to the first ever Waikiki Film Awards. Here's Kayhan 2 News from 3 days ago.
Native Hawaiian storytellers, are you ready to be celebrated at the Waikiki Film Awards? Joining us with the details on how you can attend and support is Jonathan Rotmensch, CEO and founder of Hawaiian Aroma Cafe, and Jeff Lau of The Outburger, both co-creators of the Waikiki Film Awards. Aloha, guys. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having us.
All right, so for both of you, what made you want to create this wonderful event?
Well, actually, Jeff is originally from the film industry, and now he works for Outrigger. And he came to me and he said, look, there's nothing going on right now. Chief of War was kind of the last one, or High Surf Rescue. There's nothing right now, even in the pipeline. We need to bring more awareness. We need to actually celebrate the people that do have amazing movies and put Hawaii on the big screen. And you know me, I'm always up for a big production. And one thing led to another, and here we are.
Sounds good. Now, how are these candidates and winners chosen by you guys?
So actually, we got together with HFA, which is the Hawaii Film Alliance, and then with Richmond Family Films. And we had a lot of submissions. We went over tons of movies, and there's plenty good ones. But those really stood out. One, which is by Kiara Lacey, which...
Oh, there we go. Couple of dudes coming together to create a film festival on Waikiki. Pretty cool. Now let's go here. To the mainland in LA, where earlier this week Gary Oldman was honored with the Hollywood Hands and Footprint ceremony.
Native Hawaiian storytellers, are you ready to be celebrated at the Waikiki Film Awards? Joining us with the details on how...
My bad.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
I'm humbled and overwhelmed. I am all too aware of the hundreds of talented artists that have preceded me and their contribution to the world of cinema. Roughly 200 celebrities have had their hands and their feet and their signatures imprinted in the concrete forecourt of this beautiful picture palace.
Well, there we go. Gary Oldman, honored with a space on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, getting his handprints done. I've always liked Gary Oldman's movies, generally speaking. I think he's a good actor. Now let's go across the country to New York and get a look inside the $85 million theater renovation, which is bringing free Shakespeare in the Park back to New York City.
This program for artists specifically has real resonance because the idea that folks are coming here and are sacrificing their time waiting in line in order to attend these outdoor performances for free is really meaningful. The artists, when they're on stage, they can feel the energy from those crowds. It's very different than when someone's paid $200, $300, $800 to go and see Othello on Broadway, for instance. That transaction, your audience is just waiting for you to prove to them that they deserve the money. That doesn't happen here at Shakespeare in the Park. There's just this energy that everybody's in it together.
He hath bore me on his back 1,000 times. And now, how abhorred in my imagination it is, my gorge rises at it. Here hung those lips that I have kissed I know not how oft. Where be your jibes now?
The Public Theater was founded in the mid-50s by Joe Papp. He began his theater career by taking touring productions of Shakespeare all throughout the 5 boroughs of New York City. And it was his supposition that exposing people to Shakespeare in their own neighborhoods would actually be a very powerful way to help them understand that the culture was theirs. So this venue was constructed between 1961 and we opened it in 1962 with George C. Scott in The Merchant of Venice playing Shylock. Often people wonder whether or not Shakespeare in the Park is for them, generally because they think Shakespeare is, some vaunted writer who they're not going to be able to understand. They won't be able to understand the poetry. They won't be able to understand the story. The reality is Shakespeare was writing for a broad constituency. He was writing for the plebeians on the ground and the lords and ladies in the balconies over the stage. So his writing already took that under consideration. And the beauty of Shakespeare, one of our directors recently said Shakespeare is like tofu, that you can mix things with it and it sort of absorbs the flavor. And so the vernacular of the Shakespeare that we create is a very American Shakespeare. And it speaks in its own very American vernacular. No one's on stage trying to speak with an English accent and to sound.
Well, there you go, people. Little culture Shakespeare in the park. In Grand Central Park. For free.
A what now?
That's right, free. You just have to be there. And the building where it's being held, like was mentioned, undergoing a massive renovation. It's been there for decades. It's like an amphitheater, essentially. All right, now this was big news earlier this week. A couple of days ago, a shocking thing happened in the world of music. Lil Nas X was arrested, found on the streets of Los Angeles. All sorts of rumors swirling around what happened with this one.
Rapper Lil Nas X was arrested and taken to a hospital for a suspected overdose Thursday after police say he charged at officers responding to a report of a naked man walking on a busy boulevard. Police found him walking on Ventura Boulevard in Los Angeles shortly before 6 a.m. Video, obtained by TMZ, appeared to show him wearing only underwear and boots. The Old Town Road star was released from the hospital and taken to jail, where he was booked on suspicion of obstructing an officer.
There we go. Lil Nas X arrested, supposedly, according to TMZ, running the streets of Los Angeles in nothing but underwear and a pair of boots. What it was that led to this situation, nobody knows exactly. Some are claiming it was a drug-fueled incident. All right, now let's go here to Philadelphia, where a therapeutic arts program is spreading a powerful message, according to CBS Philadelphia. I just said their name twice, didn't I?
Well, as summer camps are coming to a close, a group is about to take center stage at the Kimmel Center with a powerful and explosive dance production.
Well, the Legends House, a therapeutic arts program for young black girls, proves that movement can be a form of healing. CBS News reporter Waukesha Bailey takes you behind the scenes as they prepare to perform their newest work titled The Ghetto, This Joy I Have.
Unapologetically moving with all their strength. This isn't just a performance, it's art intertwined with activism.
And what are we fighting for? Let's go!
Creator and founder Shani Yvonne Rudd, a trained dancer and psychotherapist, knows firsthand the struggles black ballerinas face, carrying the weight of society while performing in spaces that don't always embrace them.
I will hope to believe that I'm the promise that matters.
We had to pick a struggle, so I always vowed to myself that if I ever had a program, that they would be able to access both.
That promise turned into purpose.
And I heard clear as day, for the rest of your life, little girl's gonna be following you around.
Now in its 14th.
Well, there we go. Awesome program here in Philadelphia, bringing people together. Appreciate dance and music. engage with dance and music in ways perhaps they wouldn't without that class. All right, now let's go to this one. One woman is who is a viral sensation. Has what's the word? She has announced her decision to leave the music industry. Woman in her 70s, known as a metal singer by the name of Grind Mother. That's what she goes by, at least on social media. Here's CTV News from 4 days ago.
A 77-year-old heavy metal grandmother who now calls Northern Ontario home is preparing for her final bow. After a powerful decade-long run, Grind Mother, who went viral at age 65, is set to perform 2 final shows this winter following a dementia diagnosis. Grind Mother recorded these vocals from her home on Manitoulin Island. Her final sets will be December 5th in Montreal and December 6th in Toronto. In a release, her son says while she is stepping away from performing live, there are still plans.
Well, there we go. That's it for the Grind Mother. No more live shows after this. Next one. Honestly, was not familiar with her work, but she seems pretty passionate. Now, one man who I actually meant to talk about last week. This is an unfortunate happening. This got recommended to me, I think, last Saturday, but this actually happened more than this was like 4 weeks ago now. Ah, boy. A man known for his beautiful trumpet music. When Chuck Mangione passed away. This was actually at the end of July. Let's go here to Good Morning America.
Tonight here, remembering American jazz musician Chuck Mangione. Chuck Mangione's Feel So Good was inescapable. It played everywhere. One of the biggest pop jazz tracks of all time. The mellow sound of his flugelhorn and his distinctive fedora helped define the music of the 70s and 80s. Chuck Mangione proving he did not need lyrics to make a hit. Feel So Good was nominated for Record of the Year at the Grammys. That album, second only to the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack on the Billboard 200 back in 1978. His crossover sound fusing elements of disco, pop, and mainstream jazz, helping to create what would be termed as smooth jazz. He would win 2 Grammys, one of them for his hit, The Children of Sanchez. His song Chase the Clouds Away at the 1976 Olympic Games in Montreal. Four years later, he would write the music for the 1980 Winter Games in Lake Placid. Performing Give It All You Got. Chuck Mangione was born and raised in Rochester, New York, and would often say he picked up the trumpet at age 10 after seeing the Kirk Douglas film Young Man with a Horn, and later would discover the flugelhorn and become perhaps its most famous player. Tonight, Chuck Mangione has died at the age of 84. Chuck Mangione, in his own words.
I think our music, instrumental music especially, allows people to escape. It's a place to use your imagination and get into it, and really allows you in a day when everybody's talking at everybody all the time to really use your imagination and get lost in the feeling of it all.
There we go. One legend gone. Chuck Mangione, R.I.P. All right, I don't know if I'm going to get dinged for this, but this is definitely my #1 Chuck Mangione song. All right, chat. That's 2 hours, which means it's time for a galactic intermission. As of course, we still have 2 goals going right now. YouTube goal, which we're at 1 of 10 on right now. Galactic deficit still exists. We are short by $200 still. But you can contribute in all sorts of ways. It's time for a short intermission. We'll be right back after these brief messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications from GNN. While you're at it, do also consider contributing, as we are funded by viewers like you. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to producing the stream rather than funding the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just 10 cents a day. $3 a month gets you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. And don't forget, we do have only 2 hours left on the goal to complete it. Otherwise, we may be under threat of not getting all the sweet, sweet fun Sunday FUNDAY content that we deserve. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. You know what that sound means? Of course, it means it's time for us to get back to the stream, so you better get back in your seats, otherwise you're going to miss the beginning of the second half. Now we ended off the first half talking about unfortunate story in the world of music. Now another story in the world of music unfolded in the city of Las Vegas earlier this week, where Justin Bieber crashed a Vegas nightclub, racked up a $10,000 bill. But was it Justin Bieber?
What you talking about?
CBC News from Tuesday on the story.
And now to another Canadian artist subject to impersonation. This one is just unbelievable. A fake Justin Bieber fooled a Las Vegas nightclub and performed live. To talk more about this, I'm joined by the real Sarah Galashan. So Sarah, what happened here? Because this story is really making the rounds.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's all over social media, and it has subsequently also been today picked up by a number of newspapers around the world, because we are talking about Justin Bieber, you know, a major international pop star. Or rather, we're talking about Justin Bieber, because in fact it actually wasn't. But what happened was Justin Bieber went to the Wynn Hotel in Las Vegas. It's a 5-star hotel, huge nightclub. He also made the rounds, you know, with his entourage, his security guards in shopping malls, and he's sort of being seen by fans. So there's a lot of buzz. He makes his way, he's let into this nightclub, sort of treated pretty well from what I've seen on social media, and then gets into the DJ booth. And in a nightclub like at the Wynn, the DJ is kind of like, he's the star that everybody's come to see and dance to. And so Justin ends up in the DJ booth, and the DJ is apparently pretty convinced, and so throws his weight behind this performer and says, "Hey, yeah, go ahead, take the stage," and introduces him to the crowd. And so the crowd really has not any reason to maybe disbelieve that this is Justin Bieber, and so he starts to perform Justin Bieber songs.
Oh,
and
my
there's a
God.
performance of "Sorry." So let's just play a little bit of that. You can be the judge. Can I just say that the control room is giving me a count and they're laughing as they're doing it?
Wow. So a Justin Bieber lookalike got the star treatment at the Wynn Resort and Hotel and Casino, if I'm not mistaken, in Las Vegas. Took the stage, performed Justin Bieber's songs. My God. Eventually people realized that, wait a second, you're not Justin Bieber. And then, well, he wound up actually paying his $10,000 bill. Somehow. I don't know how, but somehow. This guy just had $10,000 sitting around. Fascinating prank. All right. While we're in Vegas, let's go to CNN and talk about the highs and lows of sports betting.
Gambling is embedded in our DNA. We love it. There's a feeling when you place a bet before the bet settles where there's that level of uncertainty that makes your heart flutter.
How much? I think it's close to $2 million.
Make money betting on sports. That's how I'd be paying rent. It's the dream.
You bet like 20 million. How much did you have at the end of all this?
Nothing.
We are witnessing the wild, wild west of sports gambling.
Thousands of dollars, to bet on whether or not a college freshman is going to make a free throw. That's kind of insane. I mean, I know it's insane.
One of the most popular bet on sports was Taiwanese table tennis. This is an addictive behavior, like tobacco, alcohol, sex.
A little is great at first, but then you've got to have more to satisfy that craving.
This is an addictive product.
I don't know that it is. I think.
You don't think it is?
No, I don't think it is.
A what now? If there are more people gambling, and it's more accessible to them because they can do it on their phone, there's going to be more problems.
There's no what? There's no stop. The model isn't designed to stop.
Everybody loses.
They go after the people who are trying to quit.
When you want to give up, what if you can't?
It's not the result of the bet, the win or the loss. It's the action of being engaged with gambling.
It just tore me apart from the inside out.
The excitement?
It's the dopamine.
Yeah, the fact is this has been rolled out basically nationally on everyone's phones and legalized in a litany of states at like physical locations in casinos and whatnot. Pitchfork Dragon with a sweet, sweet super chat. He deserves to get away with it for bothering to memorize Justin Bieber's songs. That's a good point. That is a lot of effort to go into all that.
Dope.
Where are you speaking to me from right now?
Federal prison camp.
Illegal.
For this massive gamble that the country is making, have we really processed the stakes?
There is deep anxiety, also ecstasy.
These guys made it.
These guys are a bunch of mates from Montreal. Disbelief, bare chests, and bro hugs. The NFL regular season is drawing to a close.
Congratulations, man.
And so is Circa's Survivor Pool.
The way it works is you pick a team on week 1. And if you win, you get to pick a team in week 2. You can only pick a team once per season. So this progressively gets more difficult.
I'm gonna have a heart attack. I'm gonna have a heart attack. You won how much? Add them to the numbers. I think it's close to $2 million.
Some are now winning big, some are now losing big. Not on the tables, but online on sports.
I'm overwhelmed by your suit. I'm overwhelmed by the screens. Is that the idea here?
And we're in the world's largest sports book here at Circa Las Vegas.
America the casino. That's right.
America, fuck yeah!
That's right, Bob.
And it's no longer just who's going to win or lose. There are point spreads, of course. Also, so-called prop bets, like how many rebounds will Nikola Jokic get in the second quarter, and micro bets like how fast will this pitch be? I found a typical sports bettor, a young male, to explain something else. The all-important parlay.
We're looking for entertaining. We're not going to bet on the Jets. That's number one.
But we are going to bet on football with Isaac Rose Berman, a pro gambler.
We're going to combine all of these bets. So what that does is it makes a parlay, and it only pays out if all of them win. The Broncos, the Chargers, the Seahawks, and the Cardinals. We'll do it for $200.
How much money do you think you might take today?
We'll be in the tens of millions.
Tens of millions today will be wagered here.
Yes.
Okay.
Or on our app.
Gambling is embedded in our DNA. We love it from the moment we're born.
Ancient Egyptians bet on chariot racing, ancient Greeks on the OG Olympics, and Americans have been betting on which horse can run fastest for over 350 years. But
online gambling is a fundamentally different product. The human brain's not built to absorb an addictive product at light speed like that. But that's the new business model.
explain to me why it's so addictive. I have, quote, an addictive personality. You know, I've been addicted to alcohol, but gambling has never interested me at all.
As you well know, I'm a gambling addict in recovery. I made my last bet on April 27, 2014, but I'm not an alcoholic. We don't know why certain things trigger responses in people. Just like a drug and alcohol addiction.
He's now gambling. Well, there we go. LA is, of course, yeah, all tied up in this sports gambling thing. And at one time, LA was one of the only places you could sports gamble. They and after it went legal, many of the already existing sports books at these major casinos created their own apps for people to gamble on. So they didn't even have to go to Vegas to do that activity anymore. But that's not the only reason people aren't going to Vegas. Here's CBS Evening News from yesterday on the tourism slump that has hit Vegas this summer.
Tourism in Las Vegas is in a big slump this summer, costing the city billions of dollars. Some are saying that could signal trouble ahead for the U.S. economy. CBS's Andres Gutierrez is there with all the details. Andres.
Good evening, Jerica. Crowds out here are smaller, so are the tips, despite some very big tabs. The fix, according to some, is simple. Stop nickel and diming folks.
Is Las Vegas dying, or is it all hype?
It is dying, not only with the tourism, but with the pricing.
Alfredo De La Torre runs 2 restaurants in Las Vegas. He says customers are experiencing sticker shock.
The consumer looks at it and says, man, I'm paying this much for this. I just don't see the value.
On the Strip,
the prices are high. They're ridiculous.
Even a drink can drain your wallet.
How much did you pay for this?
$33.
The city is also feeling the squeeze. June saw an 11% drop in total visitors. Mayor Shelley.
I'm sorry, we got to go back to that. What?
Drink can drain your wallet.
How much did you pay?
Look at this. $33 for this. A drink.
Come on! $33.
The city is also feeling the squeeze. June saw an 11% drop in total visitors. Mayor Shelley Berkeley says the city has become less attractive to tourists, especially Canadians. 40% fewer Canadians have flown into Vegas so far this year.
We have a rather large market with the Canadians. It's gone from, a faucet to a drip.
Officials blame President Trump's trade wars and stricter immigration enforcement. Fewer visitors mean fewer tips for workers like Josefina Hurtado.
A year ago, I was making anywhere from $150 to $200 a day. Now I'm making anywhere from $50 to $60 a day.
This week, Tom Letizia wrote an op-ed in the Las Vegas Review-Journal urging the city to get back to its roots as
That's like a 50 to 75% loss in earnings for this woman. Going from $150 to $200 a day to $50 or $60 a day? Jesus Christ. That is insane.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Value destination.
The hotel properties need to pivot
They need to make an adjustment.
Letitia says Sin City can't gouge its way to long-term success.
We used to bring people to Las Vegas based on the value. Now it's how much can you charge for this? And
yeah, but we know that that's not the thing. That's not the main thing that's keeping people away from Vegas right now. You know, they admitted it in theirs at one point. It's things like Canadians not coming, having 40% less Canadians coming to the country. And one would assume similar numbers from every country on the planet. You know, there's other places to gamble and have fun that aren't Las Vegas. And people are probably going there instead. And then for Americans who might, you know, be going there, then it's about the prices. But it's not just about the prices, right? It's like when you're in a state of uncertainty, is that when you start gambling more? I mean, I think for most people, probably not. And, you know, these Trump tariffs are certainly causing a great deal of uncertainty and concerns.
When you piece everything together, it really is. Just not necessarily in the way Pulte is spinning things. Let's go now to our Business Leader series, where we talk to small business owners from coast to coast about the real impact of tariffs. Vinaigrette is a small olive oil and vinegar shop in Minneapolis that began as a passion project during the 2008 recession. Now, it's a local staple built on high-quality imports from around the world. Co-owner Sarah Piepenberg joins me now. Sarah, you started your business during a rough economic period. What has the impact of tariffs been in comparison to 15 years ago?
Well, first of all, Phil, I want to thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my story. The impact of these tariffs have hit me in every single aspect of my business. Not only in the oils and the vinegars that I import from all over the world, but down to my containers, down to the bottles that I use, down to the lids for my bottles, down to the shrink wrap from my bottles. All aspects of my business have been impacted by these tariffs, and it's been pretty substantial.
How do you, I guess, what has your response been as a business owner? Do you raise prices? Are you cutting other expenses? It's an incredibly difficult position to be put in.
It has been, and we've done a little bit of both. We just recently took a price increase based on the finalization of the EU tariffs at 15%. But the thing I also have is I import products from Morocco, Egypt, Lebanon, Tunisia, all over, and the fluctuating tariff has been extremely difficult to navigate around. We have decided as of the 1st of August to put the tariff charge, the 15% for the EU tariffs, onto our customers. And it's listed as a line item now on their receipts.
These stores like yours are so, I think, important to a community, the kind of connective tissue, not just the products themselves. How are people responding when they see that? What are they telling you about this moment?
It's really hard. When they see it, there's a little bit of a, sticker shock. And we know that we're a luxury item. And my fear is that we will lose some of our customers as a result. And we have seen a little bit of a decline in our sales. And again, with the expenses of every aspect of things that we're doing going up, it has, made us late on our rent. It has made us late paying our employee. As a result, I've also gotten a second job. So as much as I can do to cut expenses, I too am an American consumer and am feeling the pinch in my everyday life, just as well as in my business.
Just quickly before I let you go, because I really appreciate your time here, if you could say one to policymakers
This woman here, struggling. So much, I mean, it's shocking to see, but this business owner taking a second job on top of running a business just to be able to keep the lights on. And I think everyone should be putting the tariff charges like on as a line item, like she said, on every single receipt. I think it's only fair. People should know what they're paying for. Transparency, right? Maximum transparency, I was told. That's what I was supposed to expect with the Donald Trump administration. We should all want to know what this tariff is costing us.
After Apple CEO Tim Cook gifted
Oh,
President...
shit. Wait, don't do that. Go back. There we go.
After Apple CEO Tim Cook gifted President Donald Trump a golden statue earlier this month, other companies have been trying to find ways to top him, which is how we got this. A solid gold bust of Global Manufacturing Incorporated CEO Tom Baker's head, which he presented to the president for him to do, quote, whatever he wants with it.
Well, look, I mean, we heard that they're going to be raising tariffs on our imports, so we just wanted to give President Trump a statue that said, look, we are ready to get down and dirty with you. Well, I just walked into the Oval Office and I said, President Trump, my company has a plan for the future.
Oh, God.
Want in? Instantly, I could tell that he wanted in.
The 189-pound solid gold bust, titled Bust, was designed by Jeff Koons and costs $55 million. GMI says that unlike other business gifts to the White House, this is not meant to be put on the president's desk.
Okay, now this is clearly a parody. This is good work. Dan Toomey being a funny guy. Nobody actually gave the president a statue with their mouth open to do, quote-unquote, whatever he wants with it. Who knows what a golden statue of that size would even cost? Millions, you would think. The rising costs and tariffs are hitting people even at the state fair in Minnesota. Is this our second Minnesota State Fair story of the day? Weird. Must be Sunday Funday.
Day one of the Great Minnesota Get-Together is almost in the books. It's 10 p.m. and as you can see, still big crowds out on the fairgrounds.
And everyone we spoke with today had a list of foods to eat or attractions to see. Another thing we heard a lot about was sticker shock. Uba Ali joins us from the fairgrounds with a look at the rising cost of the Great Minnesota Get-Together. Hi there, Uba.
Hi, Amelia. It's no secret you can end up spending a pretty penny when you're out here, whether that's trying the new foods or going back for old staples. And vendors say that's what they're here for. But people say the prices are pushing them away. The lines were long, the energy electric.
I love the state fair.
And the food options endless.
We always come and bring about $200 in cash, and that's what we go through every year as a family.
While day one of the state fair brought in big bucks for vendors,
honestly, they should charge less.
Families like Valerie Nelson say the price of participation.
We've spent a lot of money here today, and we've saved up for like months to be able to come here.
Is expensive.
I think, this whole experience is nostalgic for so many reasons, because I've been here since I was a little kid, and pricing people out of like a simple hot dog, literally a hot dog, is really hard.
Sherry Ridge and her 2 kids spent a pretty penny just to partake.
Probably like a third of what I make in a week, what I'm spending today.
For 12 days every summer, the Minnesota State Fair is one of the largest business enterprises in the state, taking in millions of dollars, with much of that in food sales. Last year, coming in at number 1, Sweet Martha's Cookies. Across 3 sites, they cashed in nearly $5 million. Pronto Pups made just under $2.3 million. Rounding out at number 10 is the Blue Barn, bringing in more than $860,000.
If it was a little bit more attainable, they would probably actually make more money.
Though the fun is there, for some, the fair is simply not fair.
Everyone deserves to be able to have the opportunity to do something like this.
There we go. People at the Minnesota State Fair being oppressed by the prices, inflation continuing to go up. Even on the most fun things for families around America. I thought he was going to solve he was going to solve inflation day one. His pro families solve inflation. Now inflation is hitting the families all over the goddamn place. By the way, don't forget that inflation is continuing to hit us galactically, and we need your help. Contribute on YouTube, Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. All great ways to help us keep the lights on around here. All right. Now let's go to something that's certainly a financial concern for many. Healthcare. CNN from 2 days ago. One woman who spoke out about health insurance, whom we actually heard from earlier. I think it was like beginning of this year. Is now facing repercussions for having spoken out.
You know, if you're a lawyer, you can own your practice. If you're a baker, you can own the bake store. I'm a surgeon, I own the surgery center.
This is the surgical center that Dr. Elizabeth Potter started a year and a half ago in Austin, Texas, where she does reconstructive surgery for women with breast cancer.
The fact that we have this is so powerful. I have these skills, and when I have an operating room, I can really offer them to people.
You see $390?
Because if I have the skills and I have the place, why can't I? What's in the way? And lately, it's insurance.
In January, Dr. Potter went viral with a video detailing her frustration over an experience with United Healthcare.
It's 2025 and insurance just keeps getting worse.
Now she says she's being punished for speaking out, and it's pushing her practice to the brink.
I'm scared. I spoke out against health insurance, and the insurance company decided that my facility can't be in network. And I built an entire business plan and invested almost $5 million in being able to be in network with insurance. I feel like crying sometimes.
Potter herself has long been in network with the major insurance companies as a physician and believed it would be easy to get her center in network too.
I am gonna pop in and see room 3. I heard insurance companies saying, hey, we want to move these really expensive cases out of the hospital and into ambulatory surgery centers. It saved the healthcare system money. And they said, we want to do more of that. And I'm like, I'm over here, I can do that too. I assumed that they would let me do this. Hi, how are you?
But nearly 8 months after her video got millions of views, she says several big insurers have not yet contracted with her, including United Healthcare.
After I posted that, they just went radio silent.
When you found out that they were not going to let you into the network, what impression did that leave you with?
It makes me feel like the only way to succeed or the only way to have safety as a doctor is to play nice, to be polite, not to upset, the powers that be.
Is there a culture of not speaking out about insurance?
Oh gosh, yes. There's a huge problem where you're not allowed to say negative things about insurance companies or you'll get penalized.
A spokesperson for United says the company told Dr. Potter in October of 2024, quote, well before she posted any videos, that it was not accepting new surgery centers like hers into its network.
Okay, we'll be in contact soon. Thank you.
But industry experts we spoke with said that isn't usually the end of the conversation.
So when you enter these negotiations with an insurance company, is it fairly common to hear, no, this network is closed?
Absolutely. The insurance company will say no often. That's just the start of the negotiation.
As the CEO of Payer Health, Armando Cardoso's job is helping doctors like Potter negotiate these contracts. Though he declined to speak to the specifics of her case, his company has been handling her conversations with insurers, including United.
Insurance companies have a lot of strength and a lot of scale that give them disproportionate leverage.
How much of an impact does it have, if someone is able to get in or out of a network?
It's a huge impact. So if you're not allowed into one of these networks, it's a big chunk of your business that you're not going to be able to access.
Because there's a huge percentage of patients who are going to say, like, this person's not in network, I can't go there.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Sorry, I'm eating a cracker. Exactly. I mean, come on. Nobody can just fork up money for every doctor's visit they're going to have or whatever else. They're going to stay in network. It's, yeah, that's the American healthcare system for you.
Expensive.
Exactly.
United told CNN that after its initial decision, there were no ongoing negotiations with Dr. Potter and said, we aren't penalizing her for anything. The insurance company added it has 33 in-network ambulatory surgical centers in her county, noting clearly in the Austin area there are sufficient options for our members. In July, Dr. Potter began to face the financial reality of what it would mean for her facility to not be allowed in-network.
This is all happening because of a doctor speaking up.
That week was really hard because I felt things crashing down around me. We were running out of money really bad. We'd emptied our savings. My husband cashed in his 401k so we could make payroll. I sold some things that were important to me.
She took to social media.
I am checking in today, asking for help.
Her fans rallied around her, raising over $700,000.
People are sending me $20 bills.
Just people
Just
from
random from Oregon.
It's truly horrifying that we have a system where a woman like this can be penalized, harassed in this way by insurance companies. And it's disgusting to me that we live in a system where this can happen. All she did was say the truth about what happened.
Just say, I believe in you. Like, no, it's crazy.
What does that say to you?
It says that I work for the American people now. That's how it feels. The other night I woke up and I had an email. And it was better. But his insurance company has decided he can't have it anymore. So keep fighting, please.
Dr. Potter continues to post about her interactions with insurance.
Do you know what her...
This is fucking disgusting. How these corporations can justify making people's treatment worse when it is literally their jobs to ensure that those people get treatment. And how our government can allow this to continue on is just disgusting to me. I'm just, ugh. Okay, now here's a piece of health-related news. Good news, actually, supposedly. Scientists have found an incredible new substance. Well, the substance isn't new, but the application certainly is. Here's France 24 English from 4 days ago. talking about keratin and whether or not it can be used to help heal tooth problems.
Strength, shine, and elasticity. Keratin already protects and enhances our skin and hair. But could this protein also protect our teeth? Scientists in London say yes.
Currently, enamel, once it's gone, it cannot regenerate itself. It's gone forever. So we need to find solutions to rebuild the enamel, not just to strengthen the superficial layer, as the current fluoride toothpaste and whatever material in the market is doing. So we need to rebuild what you've lost. And with keratin, we've managed to infiltrate early decay and protect the enamel from its loss and rebuilding what you lose on a daily basis.
When keratin mixes with minerals in saliva, it forms a protective coating that mimics natural enamel. The protein found in hair, skin, and wool is a more eco-friendly alternative to traditional dental restoration.
What we found was fascinating. What we found that is the enamel has gone stronger 5 to 6 times more than traditional plastic resins that has been used, as well as 200 times better than fluoride as a preventative measure.
The treatment could come in the form of an everyday toothpaste, which the scientists hope could be available to the public within 2 to 3 years.
Wow, this is quite a development. Supposedly, in the next couple of years, toothpastes with keratin in it could start to hit the market. Could be game-changing for tooth decay problems across the world. Now, one thing that we need, aside from keeping our teeth healthy, is sleep. Sleep is incredibly important for our health. And one hotel in the middle of the Poconos has been named the best hotel in the nation for a good night's sleep.
Well, time now for Big Talkers, and some of you may still be thinking about squeezing in one last summer vacation. If you're looking to get some good rest, a Poconos hotel was just rated top in the nation for sleep.
Yes.
The website Sleep Junkie took a look at TripAdvisor data from June 2024 to June 2025 to identify the 200 best hotels across America where vacationers felt the most rested. The rankings took in several factors, including mattress comfort, room humidity, and nighttime noise levels. The top resort for sleep in the entire nation, this place, just up the road in the Poconos, 2 hours from Philadelphia, Skytop Lodge. I spoke this afternoon with Skytop's Director of Sales and Marketing, Christy Rinaldo, about this honor that's nothing to snooze at.
So that's a pretty big honor.
Well, there you go. A massive honor. The best place to sleep in the entire nation. I don't know how they've come to this conclusion. I wonder what metrics are being used to declare this particular place is the best place. I feel like best place to sleep is somewhat subjective, honestly. Like, for some, perhaps, that's why we have different mattress firmnesses and temperatures. Sleep number bed, for instance, right? It's all subjective, I think. But hey, a great honor for this hotel. All right, now I've been holding everybody off on this for quite a while. I can tell that you've all been raring to watch this, and we've got a couple of Hasan vids to watch today, but this is the first of 3. That's right, and it's actually not a Hasan vid. It's an I've Had It podcast vid with Hasan on it. Full vid. By the way, I'm watching this. I don't think I've ever watched a whole one of these things. These ladies got a ton of sponsorship deals. They are raking it in. Hold on. Hasan doesn't come in until like minute 20. After like 15 sponsored ads. Okay, there we go. There we go.
Call 1-888-240-0340.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, Mr. GQ. Pumps, go ahead and get it out of your system.
Oh my God, I loved it. Loved the bubble bath.
They are so excited to have Hasan on. The vibes are wild at this podcast.
Deal, Hasan. You're the only person. Like, I hate everybody that posts their workouts on the internet. I hate everybody that posts their outfits of the day. I fucking like yours every single day because you're so cute and so smart and so everything.
I do it for you specifically. So that's why I do it. But thank you so much for the kind words. I'm honored to be on the most radical progressive podcast in North America.
That's right.
This is the headquarters. This is the headquarters of the actual resistance, and not like the 2016 era resistance liberalism, like the real resistance.
This is it. You are in the epicenter of it. We are not fucking around. We have had it from top to bottom, and we're calling every motherfucker out. No one is safe. No one. We have had it. Fox News is on our trail. They're wound up like cheap clocks, which is always just a bonus.
Of course.
When they get wound up. But Hasan, what have you been up to, and what have you had it with?
Oh, I have so many things that I've had it with, but first and foremost, I wanted to say I've had it with Democrats who are not fighting. If you're a Democrat, you have to fight. If you can't take the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen. That's the number one thing I've had it with, because we know that Republicans are bad. We know that they're going to ruin the country. They're doing it already. They're doing all the fascist stuff. They got the military takeover of the Capitol. But we need Democrats to be out there putting their bodies on the line. It can't just be the American public. I'm out there at the protests. We're getting shot at. I don't see any Democrats with us. I need to start seeing Democrats at those protests. I need to start seeing like actual, visible, prominent politicians that are making a big fuss about the kidnappings that are going on all around the country, and also even the unlimited funding that's seemingly going to Israel.
Well, that was a real aha moment for us, because it's such an easy layup right now to take down MAGA, to say MAGA isn't America first. They are clearly Israel first. Moses Mike Johnson packed up his toys because he didn't want his base to find out that Trump is in the middle of a pedophile ring. And he went immediately to his home district of Israel. They are Israel first. Yeah. And so I was waiting for the Democrats to say this. And they can't say it because they're beholden to the same people that Moses Mike Johnson is. So when the only bipartisanship that you see in Congress right now is
She just
support
called Mike Johnson
for
Moses.
killing marginalized Palestinians and starving them out, that's a huge problem for the Democratic Party. And here's the thing. And the Democrats are being really stupid about this. I played a clip yesterday, Hasan, of Marjorie Taylor Greene bashing Israel and talking about an economic populist message, like Americans are sick of funding wars, they're sick of not having health care. And I just said, she's a nut. She's clearly anti-Semitic, all this stuff. But I said, when you consume news, you're a middle information viewer and you just see those clips, the Democrats are leaving us vulnerable to more fascism, to more conservatism, to more Christian nationalism by not taking the lead on this, and it enrages me.
Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene should not be the leading voice on this. She should not be outflanking any Democrat on this issue whatsoever. The Democrats are leaving a massive they're leaving this space and discourse completely void, and it's allowed Republicans to basically capture this issue because they recognize, at least some of these Republicans recognize, that this is a way to communicate earnesty, because it's a 92 to 8% issue at this point in the Democratic Party's base of support. The majority of Republicans don't even support Israel as they once did. You got basically just a base of evangelical Christians who are evangelical Zionists, who are some of the most rabid supporters of Israel. American Jews don't even fuck with Israel like that anymore. And, the Democrats are still seemingly leaving this conversation out there for the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene to take advantage of, to make themselves seem like they're earnest and not grifters.
Totally. And she's a total grifter. But, you know, we've been keeping an eye on her, and she has been hanging out with Steve Bannon a lot. And they're nuts. But Steve Bannon has good political instincts, and he always returns to an economic populist message. Now, does he want to deliver that populism once he gets power? Fuck no. Absolutely not. But he knows that he can use it to lure them in. And Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's figured out how to game the stock system. You know, she's made her money. And I think she is starting to realize that Trump's 95. He's got cankles, you know, clearly has dementia. She's starting to see beyond Trumpism, and she is evolving in a Darwinian style to say, how am I going to survive after this cult? And once the damage and the debris field of all of this shit that he's done, there is going to be a rise of economic populism, and the Democrats are leaving us so fucking vulnerable.
No, absolutely. They are, I think the real scary person in this league of villains is Tucker Carlson.
So fascinating, you know, to see the liberal wine moms of YouTube being so economically populist and to the left, getting along with Hasan Piker.
Really?
I'm truly terrified of that guy. And the reason why I say this is because he was early.
I'm not gonna lie, I think it goes beyond getting along with Hasan Piker. I think these two ladies have, like, you know, crushes on Hasan, if I'm not, you know,
early adopter of the fake populist messaging. When he was on Fox News, he was one of the only guys in mainstream news that was actively talking about, like, workers' rights and how important it is that, like, the right wing actually care about American labor, right? And Donald Trump, in many ways, actually adopted that framing when he was talking about why he was going to do when he was going to do this tariff strategy, when he was like, oh, we got to revitalize American manufacturing. These kinds of, like, anti-NAFTA positioning, all of this is actually trade protectionism. It's technically supposed to be like a left wing economic message. Now, of course, the way that Trump has implemented it is ridiculous and has been disastrous. But I think a lot of that actually stems from not only Steve Bannon, like you correctly identified, but also even someone like Tucker Carlson. And I truly am worried about what kind of damage he would do if he was actually in charge, if he actually ran for president.
Well,
TV guys won before.
Because they also have the support of what you called them Christian Zionists. I call them rapture preppers, because I live in the Bible Belt, and these people are genuinely prepping for the rapture. And this percentage of the population are what leave us most vulnerable. These religious rapture preppers. This is the way Putin entered, is through the prayer breakfast. This is the way everybody gets radicalized to Trumpism. This part of the electorate is the worst part of America. I think you may remember during this last election, a guy in France that worked in the French government, as a politician, said, we have to have more independence than waiting every 4 years to find out how the voters of Wisconsin vote, because other countries are recognizing that we have a dipshit problem in America with part of the electorate. And the thing that pisses me off, Hasan, about the Democrats is there's still this, like, that they want to lure some of them their way. Instead of just saying, look, we need to get new voters. Those people are always going to vote right. Yeah. But there's still this kind of, like, you probably saw when I got into it with Rahm Emanuel. I got in a fight with him, and he was trying to bend to, like, say, hey, I don't like trans people either. And I'm like, that's not the way. Randy Brashear proved that we don't have to throw any group under the bus. And he got elected in Bible thumping Kentucky, like Mitch McConnell land. And so I don't know why the base, beyond the Israel thing, I don't know why they want to, if it's just still upholding patriarchal structures or protecting capitalism. But at this stage,
I mean, this woman is dangerous.
I'm so mad as a Democrat. And listen, I was in the tank. I was Hillary. I didn't vote for Bernie. My oldest son, browbeat me for that, called me a conservative, and I was that Democrat. Okay, I was that Democrat. And people use the word radicalized, and I don't think that's the right language to what happened to me and what's happening to a lot of white women that look like me. I would say it's being deprogrammed, and this is what pissed me off. The Democrats won. Joe Biden won. And we all saw what happened on January 6th, and that motherfucker got elected again. They should have charged him. He should be in prison.
Illegal.
And I just saw the breathtaking pussy at the core of that party, that y'all are playing two different games here. And that's what pissed me off about the Democrats. And I still see that going on right now with the Democratic Party. They're not standing up to him. It's like, come on.
Yeah, no, that's you have to at some points punish a child that's misbehaving. Otherwise, they're never going to learn the right lesson. They're never going to grow up to be a healthy adult. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, is so cowardly, so feckless that they are utterly devoid of any sort of counter messaging campaign. They're just incapable of combating anything that the Trump administration is doing. I have begged consistently Democrat Party consultants, the Podjohns, when I go on their podcast, to be like, the Democrats should behave more like Donald Trump, but with good policy rather than the evil policies that are damaging to the working class.
Okay, we can't watch this whole thing. Unfortunately, it's over an hour long. And we've got, like I mentioned earlier, we got over 140 videos to get our way through here today. So long as we complete the goal, of course, because if we don't complete the goal, we are in danger of not getting all of the sweet, sweet Sunday Fun Day content. I won't end it yet. I'm gonna scoot our way towards the end here.
He has no
Very unlike. He was intensely disliked in the campaign. He was actually seen as a burden to Donald Trump, and we forget that. Why was he seen as a burden? Because he's the guy who is supposed to be Trump's attack dog for liberal media. He can speak the language of liberals, but I think a lot of Republicans, especially in the MAGA base, don't want that. It just comes across as like fake. It comes across as phony. I always say, like, Pete Buttigieg and JD Vance are the type of people that middle America knows very well. When those guys come into your town, you know layoffs are about to happen. The McKinsey consultant types. They come in with a smile on their face, and then you lose your job because they had to eliminate redundancy. So people are very aware of who JD Vance is, I think, and therefore I don't believe that he'll be able to whip up the same base of support, because it's not just about being able to put on a show, you know, putting on the vest and maybe the snakeskin boots and just being like, I'm a real American, or look at how racist I can get. Like, Donald Trump has been able to hit that frequency so perfectly without compromising, and he was able to communicate earnesty to some of the worst people on the planet.
Yeah, that's true. He was. All right, Hasan, we love you. You know, you were our first famous podcast fan ever.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
well, you guys have been killing it. I see the clips all the time, and I love when people that don't know who you guys are will be like, "Wow, look at these like liberal wine moms saying crazy stuff." I'm like, "No, they've been there. They know. They've been at this fight for a minute now, you know." But I don't let them know, because I feel like that's a part of the marketing, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like
we learn
when they first encounter you.
At first,
like,
they
wow.
Google, where were gin and pumps on January 6th?
Right.
You know, before they spend any time.
Did they work at Fox
They
News?
look kind of Fox, you know, I'm kind of getting Fox News vibes. It's a whole part of the, you know, of our spell that we're casting on white women across the country.
But we're doing it together, right?
Yes.
Like, I got the bro types who would normally be captivated by the manosphere. So when people look at me, they go like, oh, this guy, like he likes to lift weights and I don't know, he seems kind of bro-y to me. Like, is he a misogynist? And then, you know, and then people maybe tune into that frequency a little bit better, like people that otherwise could easily be duped by the likes of Andrew Tate, then come in and watch me. And you got the liberal wine moms who are like, well, yeah, these gals, I identify with them. Like, they're just shooting the shit and you know, they're saying the right things. So it's this unique coalition that we're building in bases of support that the Democrats have lost.
And
white women,
I'll tell you what I've had.
and young men.
Really has. We have the Gaytriots. We have a huge LGBTQIA plus community audience, and we call them the Gaytriots. But I'll tell you what, white women love gay men, and gay men love white women. So it's a great alliance. So I think we keep tag teaming this. Hasan, I hope we make it to 2026. I hope everything's not militarized by then. I'm sincerely worried about it. That's not hyperbole.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure.
But we love you. And it's so good to have you on. I want to, the next time you come, I want you to come to the Bible Belt, and I want Marsh to come and I want to take you to a cowboy steak restaurant, because I know that for you, it's like being in the middle of
I've been to Oklahoma. I told you guys this. I've been to Oklahoma a bunch. My brother used to live in Oklahoma when he worked at Boeing, so I'm very familiar. Remember with your former governor.
Wow. That was whatever her name's way of trying to get a date with Hasan, I think. She's like, Hasan, I gotta take you to get a steak. And Hasan's like, actually, I've had steak before, and I've been to Oklahoma, actually.
How rude.
Oh, there we go. I want to say thank you to I Am Crone for the sweet super chat. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascist did. Why haven't you? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Crone. That gets us to 3 of 10 on the goal. We're still behind, unfortunately, on the goal right now. Only 40 minutes left, and we need 7 more super chats. Will we make it? Oh, God, I do not know.
Donald Trump's refusing to release this Epstein list, and it's getting kind of weird.
Yeah, it is. He's making up new theories every day, it seems like.
So we got some new products, and we're going to put them in the gift shop at Trump Tower. Let's take a look at these. We got a Get Well card. Says, I hear you're feeling sick. On the cover, and then you open it up. It says, wishing you well.
Which is what he did for Ghislaine Maxwell. He said, I wish her well.
Yeah.
It's
a nice thing to do
for anyone in your life that you care about.
Ghislaine Maxwell is in prison, and a lot of people want to know if she's going to turn in powerful people. And I know you've talked in the past about Prince Andrew, and you've criticized Bill Clinton's behavior. I'm wondering, do you feel that she's going to turn in powerful men? How do you see that working out?
I don't know. I haven't really been following it too much. I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach.
Now?
And I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well.
It's nice.
Very nice. Thoughtful.
Thoughtful. That's a good way to put it. Everyone's asking about the list. They want to see this list of these Epstein files.
Right. Does it exist? Did Obama write it? Nobody knows.
Here we have the actual Trump-ran Epstein list. Let's open it up, see what's inside. Oh, can you see if there's anything in there? Is there anything in there? Am I missing something?
Looks like there's nothing at all in it.
Oh, it's empty.
There's no list.
It's empty.
Yeah. So Trump ran Epstein list.
Every gift shop has postcards. You know, you gotta commemorate where you've been, a little keepsake for a trip.
Exactly. So anybody who comes to New York, goes to Trump Tower, they can send a postcard to their loved one.
Yes.
And there's some some relevant ones, I would say.
So we've got this one. It's a postcard of Donald Trump with Jeffrey Epstein, just to commemorate the day. It seems like he doesn't want people seeing this. I don't know why.
I don't know why, but it's got the presidential seal, because he's the president right now.
So you know it's official.
Of course. There he is with Jeffrey Epstein.
They're actually doing it. It's amazing. It's amazing. That is incredible.
Illegal.
Well played, gentlemen. Well played. The old Jeffrey Epstein photo in the postcard rack trick. All right. Let's keep this puppy moving. Moving on to the old environmental portion of this stream. Let's talk about what's this? Let's talk about a situation of an environmental nature which could collapse the world economy. Yes. You guessed it. I'm talking about the dreaded rubber fungus, which could collapse rubber supplies across the planet and bring economic activity to a halt. Soul Life with a sweet, sweet super chat. I have to spend surgery money on a new car. Or I'd donate more. I just wanted to help since nobody else will. Aw. That's very thoughtful of you, Soul Life. That gets us to 4 of 10. Almost halfway there, people. If there's any combination of super chat, super stickers, memberships, started donations on Cash App or PayPal, all contribute to the goal.
What happens if I heat up this rubber band? When you heat materials like glass or plastic, the atoms vibrate faster. They get slightly farther apart, and this reduces intermolecular forces. So the material gets weaker. Under tension, it stretches. But when I heat up this rubber band, the opposite happens. It actually pulls more strongly. The rubber band contracts, and the weight goes up. So why does this happen? Well, rubber is unlike any other material. It's waterproof. As it's breaking, it actually becomes tougher, and it can stretch up to 10 times its length and bounce back, no worse for wear. These properties have made it essential for modern life. It forms the tubes and seals that carry our gas and water, the belts that drive our motors, and the tires on our cars, trucks, and planes. Even trains use rubber in their suspension systems. It's a perfectly engineered material, but we didn't invent it. All of our most durable rubber still comes from a single natural source: this tree.
Okay. We're not gonna watch this whole video. It's like 45 freaking minutes long. But let's talk about the thing that could threaten rubber. Where is it? Ah, yes, here it is.
To skill and science. But in the early 1930s, things started to go wrong. Every morning, the workers would wake up, walk to the line of rubber trees, and they'd notice black spots. Just a few at first, little specks on the undersides of the leaves, like flecks of soot. But by the afternoon, they'd spread to cover the leaves entirely. And the next morning, the leaves were falling off. Shortly after that, the tree died. Every day, another row of trees was infected and dying.
People who've seen it say it looks like a fire front. You have the infected trees, and it's green on one side and black on the other. And you see that black line move day by day. You could virtually watch it move, leaving dead trees behind it.
The trees were infected by the South American leaf blight, a fungus native to South America. This blight ruined the 3.6 million rubber trees from Ford's plantations by the early 1940s, turning it into a disaster. When planting his rubber trees, instead of separating them by hundreds of meters like they were in the wild, he planted them several meters apart, 200,000 of them.
They're all touching. Their roots are touching, their leaves are touching, their branches are touching. And so it's just like a plague runs straight through the plantation.
Ford tried relocating the project to a town downstream, Belterra, planting another 16,000 acres with rubber trees. But these too all died. Ford's son eventually abandoned the project in 1945. The Fordlandia buildings still stand in Brazil, abandoned. And to this day, there is no cure for the leaf blight. The blight is so fatal to rubber trees, they can't grow in plantations in their native country. That's why South America makes up less than 2% of the rubber supply. Over 90% comes from Asia, which is why it is so essential to prevent the spread of the leaf blight to Southeast Asia. Virtually all of the rubber trees in Southeast Asia came from those seeds Henry Wickham stole, and newer trees are just clones of the old ones. So the farms are essentially just one big monoculture.
As a consequence of that, we are particularly prone to potential outbreaks of funguses and things like that. If you get a fungal infection in Malaysia, then you would end up dramatically reducing global production of rubber.
So what's the outcome if we were cut off from rubber?
If SAL gets established in Southeast Asia and you lose natural rubber, then you're talking about a complete global societal meltdown. You're left now with making synthetic rubber tires at the most. Worst case, they can't make them. You can't make a truck tire. You won't have any airplanes. But the real potential is urban famine.
Well, that's a rosy picture. My God. Horrifying. Maybe this is why we should be protecting the environment, since it gives us so much important stuff. And it's also very intrinsic to our survival. Can we not make rubber synthetically? We can. That's actually true. There are synthetic rubber compounds, but none of them quite do the same thing that natural rubbers do. But the science on that is getting better and better. All right, let's move on from rubber, potential rubber apocalypse, to another explosive situation in Hawaii, where the Kilauea volcano is erupting once again. Look at that. My God. Look how far the volcanic, the magma is being shot. That is wild. All right, now let's stay in Hawaii and talk about a different environmental issue. Apparently, a number of golf courses are suing the Maui Land and Pine Trust over water shortage. What is happening?
New at 6, the owners of a famous golf course in West Maui say the company that controls its water is doing a terrible job.
Those owners, along with farmers and homeowners, are suing the Maui Land and Pineapple Company. But the company says the golf courses have mismanaged the water. Our Daryl Huff has both sides.
This is what you expect to see when you pay big bucks to play or watch golf at the Kapalua Plantation course. But right now, it's dry as a bone. It's put the Century Golf Tournament in January in jeopardy. And the course owner says the problem is not just drought.
We have the experts on the grounds, but we can't manage water. We can't manage golf course without any water.
The dramatic Kapalua Plantation and Bay courses depend on water from an old plantation diversion ditch system in Honokohau Valley.
I'm not gonna lie, I find it pretty hilarious that golf courses are claiming that other people are misusing water.
The system was built for pineapple and still owned by Maui Land and Pineapple Company, and it's now not diverting enough water from the streams.
Every minute it's going brown, and under the drought condition,
the water from the ditch is distributed by Hawaii Water Service, which has issued alerts like this one, essentially banning use of non-potable water for irrigation, blaming drought conditions and the need to save water for firefighting.
It really is just in like the last 6 months or so that there's been restrictions, off and on restrictions to full out, please don't use anymore.
Yeah, I feel like watering crops, giving people drinking water and making sure there's water for fighting fires probably takes precedent over watering golf courses. Here was the scene on a golf course. Shocking scene. Sometimes, you're preparing yourself for a big putt. Got everything lined up.
Ow! Fucking swamp. I want that video.
Fucking swan. It looks like nature fighting back at the golf course.
Dive in at Bishop Museum.
Swans taking a revenge on golfers for ruining their habitat. Now, let's go here. Keihan 2 News, Hawaii, from 19 hours ago. Bishop Museum dives deep. That's a pun. Dives deep with new ocean exhibit.
As they unveil a new underwater exploration exhibition this weekend. Tomorrow, the public is invited to check out Explore XCore, the art of underwater science. The exhibit transforms the museum's gallery into a theater of crystal clear underwater videos originally captured in 8K.
Our goal is to document coral reef biodiversity while we still can. Coral reefs are imperiled by all kinds of things, climate change, pollution, microplastics, and our job is to try to go out there and discover and document the unknown biodiversity before it's gone and lost forever.
The exhibit showcases some of the world's most unexplored oceanic regions and unencountered creatures. 8K, I mean, that's clear, like, you could probably almost feel it.
You know
feel
what
the
That's
textures.
a lot of Ks.
Yeah, give it here and then 8K.
8 whole Ks. But I think the important part of it is the documenting. There we go. New museum exhibit in Hawaii. Pitchforks Dragon with another sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 5 of 10. Solidarity with Soul. There's a goal here. This community is dope AF. Here's a super chat. Thank you, Pitchforks. Greatly appreciated. All right, now let's go to the mainland in California, where a fire is still raging in Napa County. The Picket Fire. Here's NBC Bay Area from 19 hours ago.
The priority is to cut that fire off, limit its spread right there before it gets into some areas where more people are at.
CAL FIRE battles the picket fire as crews face challenging conditions in Napa County. Good Saturday afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Frances Wang. The picket fire continues to burn through Napa County as evacuation orders are now expanded. Since it started on Thursday, more than 4,600 acres have burned, and the fire is just 7% contained. ABC 7 News reporter Cornell Bernard is back on the fire line today. He's got the latest live from Calistoga. Cornell?
Hey, Francis. Yeah, another challenging day for firefighters. Hot, dry conditions here. We here at CAL FIRE Base Camp, where more than 1,000 firefighters are getting their marching orders. The good news, picket fire is burning away from the town of Calistoga, but it is burning in the direction of several homes and ranches.
Fire's coming down right on top of us. And the other side of this ridge right here, it's close here. It's coming down.
A scary day for Jeff Parody as the picket fire creeps closer to his ranch at the top of Etna Springs Road in Pope Valley. CAL FIRE staging.
Okay, now I've got an update on this fire. That one was from yesterday. This next one is from 19 hours ago. Not enough raking. That's right. That's the problem. Always the problem is raking.
We begin with the firefight in wine country. The picket fire has grown to more than 5,800
Maybe we could
acres
nuke
outside
the fire?
Calistoga.
I don't know.
And it's now 11% contained. The flames threatening homes and vineyards, sparking evacuations. More than 1,200 firefighters are battling the fire from the ground
If you nuke
and
a
from the
fire,
air,
it
trying to
cancels
get it
out.
under control. NBC Bay Area's Tom Jensen has been tracking the firefight. He is live near Air Command, the heli base on the fire, with the latest. Tom.
Garvin, this helibase is so important to this firefight. We talked to a CAL FIRE spokesman today who said that the fire was making its way east out of the higher elevations into the flats near vineyards on the west side of the valley near Etna Springs Road and Pope Valley Road. Winds have continued to be an issue through the day and helping the fire grow to almost more than 5,800 acres, as you said, and about 11% contained now at last report tonight. The crews are being helped by the glass fire of 2020, which burned through some of the heavy timber in the steeper elevations. That's reduced the amount of fuels feeding the flames on the head of the picket fire as it moves east, but the trees that do remain are dead and like kindling. They were really taking off with towering flames as the fire came over the top of those ridges this afternoon. Luckily, some of the old fire lines built 5 years ago are also providing some brakes on this fire as they try to protect homes, vineyards, and the historic Etna Springs Resort.
Okay. There you go. Firefighters fighting the picket fire still. It's been continuing to grow day in, day out. First time we started talking about it was like 1,000 acres or less. And the last update that we have on this is from 12 hours ago. Is that it's well over 6,500 acres. This is CBS Bay Area.
Are working hard as we speak to get that picket fire under control. As we've mentioned this morning, it is 11% contained as of the latest update. CAL FIRE spokesperson says Saturday's weather did present some challenges, with wind causing the fire to move, quote, aggressively east. The fire has now burned more than 6,500 acres in steep forested terrain since it broke out on Thursday. For some perspective, that's more than 6 times the size of Golden Gate Park. More than 1,200 firefighters are working this fire, and as you can see, the air attack on this one has been incredibly critical, as it's very difficult terrain to battle those flames in. So, at the same time, evacuation orders have been expanded. The fire continues to spread this morning. For many people...
All right, that's enough of the picket fire. It was probably going to continue burning for a little while here. The containment's not very high, 11%. It'll most likely continue burning for at least another week or longer. I mean, something of this size is just going to take a lot of time, especially in the very off, what's the word? Sort of isolated area that it's in. All right, here's some news for you. Let's go to Denver 7 from 2 days ago. Talk about something that was on the loose. 2 somethings, actually.
Well, for the second time this week, an emu got loose on the Front Range, this time in Weld County near Camfield. Animal control officers were able to capture the giant bird this morning with a horse rope. It does not look too happy. And they took it to a safe spot while they wait to hear from the owner. Is this your bird? So this comes 4 days after another emu escaped in Lakewood. What is going on? RTD shared this body camera video of officers chasing the bird near Colfax and Quail Street on Monday. They eventually got the emu home safe and sound.
I guess you could grab it by the neck like that.
I know.
So. Okay,
why is he grabbing
so
the neck?
in like 30.
Well, there we go. 2 emus getting loose in the city of Denver, all in 1 week. Local authorities struggling to track them down. Now, let's go north to Canada, where an animal stunt show came to Cambridge. Well, those are some talented animals there. Truly impressive. I just saw somebody donate on Cash App. Very much appreciated. That gives us 2 more on the goal right now, as well as, since it's on Cash App, it's going to contribute to the galactic deficit. So we are now at 180 of 375. We've broken the $200 mark on what is needed left to shore up the September galactic deficit. 7 of 10, doing pretty good over there. We're now just 3 left needed with, oh boy, 15 minutes to go. Although technically, I mean, it's always a full 4 hours, technically. So, 25 minutes, really. Pitchfork Dragon coming in with another sweet, sweet super chat, getting us to 8. There's only 2 left to go. It's starting to feel very attainable. Speaking of the emu, have you guys heard the rumor about the ginger and boots? No, I don't know anything about the ginger boots. Ginger boots?
What you talking about?
I don't know anything. Okay. While we're in Canada, let's go here. Also CTV news from 2 days ago. To enjoy the sunshine and the end of summer as it comes. I know it's insane, but they are. I mean, summer is drawing to a close here. Could go and appreciate fields filled with sunflowers. What just happened? Why has this suddenly done this? This is very rude.
How rude.
This is very rude and I do not appreciate it. Thank you.
The sunflower fields at Laura's farm stand are now in full bloom, offering a picture-perfect attraction for visitors this season. The farm in Innisfil invites everyone to come and take a walk through the sunflower trail, taking in the beauty of an abundance of vibrant flowers, the perfect opportunity to snap some one-of-a-kind photos.
So at the farm we grow 5 different sunflower fields, so we try and get a continuous bloom. So we plant our fields 2 weeks apart. We're currently standing in field 3, which will be open until Saturday, and then we go to a new field where we'll have fresh blooms. And the fields bloom for about 10 days. This year with the extreme heat, it's going a little quicker, so we're only going to last till Labor Day with sunflowers when we would have hoped to go into the mid of September.
The farm has extended hours, Fridays and Saturdays, to allow guests to enjoy the sunset among the blooms, at least while they last. You can find more info on how to get tickets online or on our website.
You need tickets to go see the sunflowers? Come on.
Come on!
Even appreciating nature is now paywalled.
This is ridiculous!
Oh, goddamn, I almost missed it. Pitchforks Dragon with another sweet super chat. So many super chats coming out of Pitchforks Dragon right now, getting us to 9 of 10. There is a Canadian show called Letterkenny. They'll explain the rumor about the ginger and his friend Boots. Okay, okay, I'll write that down. I'll write that down. I'm vaguely familiar. Like, I think I've heard of the show. I'm fairly certain that there's some amount of hockey involved, which I probably could be said about just about any Canadian show. But I'll look into it. Speaking of Canada, one man in Canada from Norway is missing in northern Manitoba after going on a great Canadian journey. Supposed to be going through all the wilderness in Canada. He is now missing, according to CBC News.
A Norwegian trekker is missing in northern Manitoba, and an all-out search for him is currently underway. The 29-year-old was on a journey from Ontario to Alaska. The RCMP in Manitoba were alerted when only one of his 2 dogs made it to his next stop, but all alone. CBC's Alexander Silberman is on the story for us and joins us now. So, Alexander, what's happening with the search?
Well, Natasha, crews are using drones, helicopters, and boats as part of this effort still underway tonight to try and find Stefan Schotelvik, the 29-year-old who's originally from Norway, set out into this vast area of wilderness with his 2 dogs as part of what was supposed to be a larger journey, heading from James Bay and trying to get all the way up to Alaska. We know he left the community of Fort Severn in northern Ontario in late July, and he was expecting to reach York Factory, Manitoba by Friday. Now, he last made contact on Thursday when he reported that he lost one of his dogs due to a wolf attack. And when he didn't reach York Factory on Friday, that's when this all-out search effort began. So,
damn, that is a horrifying mystery. That wolf attack part makes it even more of a mystery, more images running through my head right now. But where this man could be, hopefully he's fine. That was from a few days ago, and I don't have an update on it. So he could be fine by now. Who knows? He may have shown up. Terrible, losing a dog to a wolf attack. That's not what you want. All right, let's go all the way down to Texas and talk about the return of the American buffalo. PBS Terra.
Our relatives, the buffalo, suffered great extermination, almost to the point of becoming extinct. When the buffalo were removed off of the landscape, that caused a direct loss of balance on the earth, the grass, the soil, the trees, the water, that directly affected indigenous people. The buffalo are everything to me, just as they were to my ancestors. At one time, the buffalo were our food, our shelter, our religion, our examples of governance. And today, we get to live in that way of life once again. Hey, girls! Hey, girls! That's what good girls!
Okay, that's wild.
We have 28 buffalo, and we have about 8 or 9 more going to be born any day now. I think this.
Like a bunch of dogs. That was wild. That was truly wild. I did not think that you could call a buffalo to you. That was insane. The Buffalo Whisperer.
One that's coming up at the end, she is probably in labor right now. The way that she's walking, she's last. She can't run. Here you go, my girl. My name is Lucille R. Contreras, and I am the CEO and founder of Texas Tribal Buffalo Project. Them are real buffalo, y'all. We are currently in Welder, Texas, which is in the heart of Lipan-Apache territory, south central Texas. Since the early 1800s, buffalo have been removed from this landscape. We know that buffalo numbered in the millions, up to 80 million is the estimate right now. And if you consider even 1 million on this landscape, you realize it would have looked completely different. Buffalo are one of the keystone species that keeps our world, our beautiful earth, in balance. The buffalo's removal off of the landscape from the northern plains to the southern plains, that resulted in the Dust Bowl. That resulted in the overgrazing of beef cattle onto the plains, changing the biodiversity. In the short amount of time that I have been living here with the buffalo, I've seen the interconnectedness of the buffalo and all life connected to the buffalo grow and expand and thrive. We live on this.
I'll keep. I was gonna pause it. I was gonna end it there, but I'm gonna let it go a little bit longer.
Small piece of land, and the only way that we are successfully able to continue managing the buffalo in the way that we are doing is because we do use rotational grazing and regenerative agriculture.
There's grasses on this side that were not on this side, and on this side that weren't on this side, but now that we have the buffalo doing their, rotation, they're actually taking the grasses that were here over there and vice versa. Sorry, look at her big old thing of hay on her head. And if you just look around, especially right now where they were and rubbing themselves, and there's trees over here, they start to leave their fur in those spaces, so their fur will pass on those seeds.
Imagine there being 60 to 80 million buffalo here on Turtle Island, otherwise known as North America. And as these buffalo walked, they would walk and rub against trees and leave long locks of fur. And within these locks of fur are seeds like this. And I just love how the buffalo continue.
There you go. These two ladies bringing back the buffalo nearly single-handedly in Texas. Truly an incredible effort that they're putting in. And those buffalo are helping to rewild and this habitat, spreading local species to places that they are not, but probably should be. And a return to things as they should be in nature, at least in a microcosmic level for now. It'd be interesting to see these buffalo populations make it all the way from the southern to the northern plains, like she was talking about wanting. Now let's talk about another Native American species, which is also incredibly important to the biodiversity of North America, among other things. They also provide all sorts of other things like more water in the water table,
throughout North America.
Defense from storms, and a bunch of other stuff. That's right, I'm talking about beavers.
Beaver populations have dwindled throughout North America over the last 100 years. And now a new study says strategically returning them to our ecosystems could benefit humans and Mother Nature. Researchers say ponds created by beaver dams can help increase the amount of fresh water, boost biodiversity, contain wildfires, and improve water quality. This comes as the Earth continues to suffer from what the United Nations has called a climate emergency. Kate Maher joins us now. She is a professor of Earth System Sciences and a senior fellow at the Woods Institute for the Environment. That's at Stanford University. She's also the senior author for this study. So, Kate, thanks so much for being with us. Let's talk a little bit about what a strategic return of beavers could look like and why exactly have beaver populations declined just this dramatically over the years.
Yeah, so a strategic introduction of beavers means understanding both what they need from a habitat perspective as well as how they interact with human infrastructure. And so what we saw in our study is that beavers are, as we know, incredibly efficient ecosystem engineers. They build their ponds, and that increases groundwater storage. And also it enables ecosystems to flourish. So we see more plants, more vegetation, more space for wildlife. But that can also create nuisance flooding. And when those ponds and flooded areas interact with infrastructure, such as a canal that might be used for irrigation, they can create challenges. And so we really wanted to be able to understand what's controlling their ability to make large ponds and small ponds and to thrive in different ecosystems and different types of habitats.
Yeah, I mean, those ponds can, as you say, be a real nuisance for many of the humans that are around them, but they can also, do a lot to benefit the environment. And it's fascinating to see them come together. They're almost like nature's engineers in the way that they construct these ponds. Can you talk a little bit about the benefits of them?
Sure. Yeah, I tend to think of beavers as almost being like speed bumps for a river system. So as they start to build their dams and take on their ecosystem engineering, we see that water flows slow down and other things that we tend to call ecosystem services also tend to improve. And so one thing we see is greener vegetation and more groundwater that also enables plants to survive periods of drought. And increasingly, studies are showing that these green zones created by beavers can also act as fire suppression corridors. So they might actually even be able to help reduce the spread of wildfires by creating these lush.
Yeah, so many benefits to the beavers. It's a wonder why we ever got rid of them in the first place. How they were hunted for their pelts for many, many, many years. And also, I think there was another reason why people I can't remember what we've just been unfair to the beaver. Let's leave it there. All right, well, that's going to be it for the second half, people, but don't worry, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Just want to remind everybody that we're still one shy of completing the goal, but I'm going to I'm going to remain optimistic, push forward on this stream, assume that we're going to get one more super chat, super sticker, new memberships of things like that. Some sort of donation. We're so darn close. Giving up now feels terrible. So, quick break. Okay, hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too, so you get the latest notifications from GNN. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Google. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Only 10 cents a day. That's right, the low price of $3 a month will get you access to a myriad of space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So what are you waiting for, space fams? Make a choice. You certainly have a lot of them, but just a couple of dollars from each of our YouTube subs would solve all of our financial problems. That's right, just a couple of bucks a month from space fams like you. Keep this spacecast going into the future. Anyway, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Space fams, I am back. You know what that means? It means it's time for us to get back to the stream immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, we got done talking about how rewilding the United States with native species can be very beneficial to the land. Oh, before we get to that, I just wanted to point out that I noticed somebody donated on Cash App, which completes our goal. Congratulations, everybody. Bask in the glory of yet another confetti party, which was achieved by space fans like you. The epicness, the glory. Also, I've noticed that Pitchforks Dragon has done a proxy super chat for Donald James X. I didn't know that was the thing, but you did it, so good job for that. Much appreciated, Pitchforks, and I guess also Donald James, as this super chat is a proxy for him. Also, thank you to Sammy for a sweet super sticker over here. Good job. Good job to you, Sammy. Good job for catching the stream. We're still going. We're still in the early days. Third half is just about to start. Still got plenty of stuff to cover. Okay, let's move on from talking wildlife. Talking about wild activities. That's right. Talking about White River rafting. An activity which has brought new life to West Virginia after the decline of coal. All right. Confetti party over. Content.
America's national parks are crucial for preserving natural and cultural resources. They can also bring major economic benefits through tourism. In tonight's Eye on America, Nikki Batiste takes us to a national park that has risen from the ashes of coal country.
Whitewater rafting along the rapids of West Virginia's New River is fueling the revival of a region that once roared to the rhythm of coal cars.
Listen to that. That's voices from the past. Jobs, men, blood. That's my heritage.
Larry Nybert, a rafting guide and descendant of coal miners, sees reminders of his family's history everywhere.
I feel an overwhelming sense of pride.
When guys like that start talking in one-word sentences, it's hilarious to me.
3 generations of us have been in the mines, and I was the first one to ever step out otherwise. I was this close to going to the coal mines.
Coal once powered the economy here, but those jobs have dwindled to a fraction of what they were as cheaper natural gas undercut demand for coal. But hope is now streaming through this part of West Virginia, centered around this park at the New River Gorge.
When the last coal mine in the gorge closed, which was in the early 1960s, that was about the same time that we actually had the first whitewater industry come in.
Eve West, who's worked here since 2013, says the turnaround started in 2020 and the official designation of this as a national park.
How did that impact the economy?
It was a game changer for us. I mean, our visitation has gone up about 40% historically over a 5-year period.
No Wi-Fi, but endless wonder. There's also rock climbing, mountain biking, and zip lining. And it's the only national park in the country that allows bridge base jumping once a year. Since New River Gorge was designated a national park, local employment and visitor spending have nearly doubled, leading to an $86 million infusion to the local economy in 2023.
How is the story here, this revival, important to America?
I just think it shows that there is always hope. We may have to pivot, just kind of have to look at where the opportunities are.
There you go. West Virginia turning from coal to extreme activities like bungee jumping and White River rafting. Seems more fun than coal, if you ask me. All right, let's go down to Mexico, where people are continuing the fight to save Mexico City's ancient gardens. This is a particular soft spot of mine for whatever reason, it seems, as we've talked about these on multiple occasions in the past. Al Jazeera did a story about them last week. You know what they are, Space Fams. Chinampas. That's right. Mexico's like semi-floating gardens.
Ricardo Garcia has been farming his ancestral lands for 50 years. Using the same traditional techniques as his father and grandfather before him, he grows lettuce on these floating islands called chinampas, part of an ancient network of canals called Xochimilco, which were once the main source of food in the Mexican capital. But insufficient and contaminated water are threatening Don Ricardo's crops and those of thousands of farmers like him. Some canals have dried up, while others are so contaminated that agronomists have found dangerous levels of lead, E. coli, and salmonella in the water.
Awful.
The problem affects some 40 tons of food, vegetables, and flowers which are produced here every day.
Authorities think that by supporting tourism, they're solving the problem. The area has enough water, but they don't want to share it with us. Why? Because for them, it's more important to give this image of Mexico, nationally and internationally. For us, it's a privilege to get to plant, grow, and pick the food that feeds the city.
Ricardo is referring to this area of Xochimilco, one of the most popular tourist destinations in Mexico City. Farmers say the government diverts available water here to ensure the tourists can enjoy a day out on the canals. It's a profitable business, too. But it isn't just tourism that's threatening this unique ecosystem. The urban footprint has grown exponentially in recent years, with thousands of homes being built along the canal. Most of the new residents aren't farmers, and with little legal enforcement by local government, many flush their sewage straight into the canals. The importance of this area goes well beyond these fields and what they produce. With them come thousands of years of history, culture, and identity, which could be lost if these lands are abandoned. It's already happening, arable land sitting idle, the owners absent. The lungs of the city, as some have described it, at risk.
The government proudly says this is a UNESCO-protected site, but the lives of these farmers, their culture, the area that is actually productive, is abandoned. The government is just selling an image.
In a written statement, the local government told Al Jazeera the threats to this area are mostly the result of climate change and a wider, prolonged drought in the capital.
Yep, it's absolutely, climate change definitely plays into all of this, undoubtedly. But human activity is also a part of it, right? The more that people have moved onto the Chinampas, as we've talked about this so many times, I just know some of these issues, but like since there's been an increase in activity on the Chinampas that is outside of agricultural means, such as people building, you know, houses, soccer fields, all sorts of other things on them, it winds up introducing, like they were talking earlier about like toxins and other things into the water. And did you know that this is basically one of the only existing habitats where the mysterious, mystical creature called the axolotl happens to live? It's true. All right, here's another trend in Mexico. Apparently, the use of drones to fight deforestation has become a trend. Here's France 24 English from 4 days ago. Talk about how people are attempting to reforest parts of Mexico with drone technology.
This drone is carrying pre-germinated seeds. They will be scattered over isolated parts of the forests in this western state of Mexico.
We use a drone which has the capacity to carry 20 kilograms of weight in addition to the weight it already has. Then we combine these 3 seeds to spread across 2 polygons that we have here, which together total 10 hectares.
Michoacán is one of the states hit hardest by forest fires in Mexico, with nearly 100,000 hectares of forest burned last year, and nearly 40,000 hectares since the beginning of this one. Experts and locals alike hope to reforest these lands that have been ravaged by the flames.
The great opportunity that arises after a fire is that the herbaceous vegetation is eliminated, which allows the seed to reach directly to the soil, and we expect the germination percentage to be around 30%.
It is a strategy that still needs to prove its effectiveness regarding the success of species germination, but we know it is used in Australia, in Brazil, in other places.
Well, there we go. Mexico using a strategy seen in other places. Hopefully it has results here as well. Gotta mitigate the effects of climate change one way or another. Speaking of things being ravaged by forest fires, the Everglades are still ablaze. This has been going on now for like 3 or 4 days.
Major brush fire in the Everglades. At last check, the fire has scorched at least 42,000 acres and is about just 10% contained. That means the fire has doubled in size in just the last 24 hours. Storms across South Florida might be helping in that firefight.
And our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, here with that. Hey, Betty.
Hey, we'll take the rain without the lightning, and we're good. We could use some more. I think we're done with today's round on the Doppler radar. Mostly dry in Broward, but earlier around the lunch hour, we had some storms that moved through, dropped some rain, and then around 2 o'clock, a storm came just to the south of where that burn area is. But either way, even some of your neighborhoods got some rainfall. The rain showers are petering out for Miami-Dade as well. Could get a straggler that rolls in from the west, but I think the more widespread coverage, that's pretty much done for the afternoon. We'll get more showers.
One thing that I've been asking myself with this fire going on in the Everglades, do you think that DHS and ICE have a strategy for getting people safely out of Alligator Alcatraz if, say, this wildfire were to make its way over there, or a hurricane comes through? Just been wondering to myself, and now out loud. Okay. Let's stay in Florida. Some people were trying to have some fun this week, and it did not go according to plan. That's right. 4 days ago, Florida man attempted viral video and got more than he asked for.
This morning, the unexpected. This man getting bitten by a shark as he was posing for a photo during a fishing trip off the Florida coast.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
Sean Muse was holding the 6-foot lemon shark Saturday night on the island of Cayo Costa, Florida. Muse says he was about to put it back into the Gulf, but the lemon shark was not having it and took a bite of Muse's leg.
We were out shark fishing on the beach here, and one of the guys I'm with got bit in the leg.
Muse was flown to a hospital in Fort Myers where he is now recovering.
You don't know what a wild animal is going to do.
Okay, pal. Terrible life decision.
I'm gonna look at me. Hey, get a picture of this, man. Check this out.
Let's go to another dangerous animal. All the way up the coast in Connecticut.
Seagulls are a staple on Maine's beaches this time of year, and if you're not careful, you might lose your lunch.
In Connecticut, a pesky seagull has become famous for taking food right out of people's hands. Melissa Cooney reports.
Illegal.
Does not give up.
As long as he puts his mind to it, he can eat anything on the beach at this point.
There's a thief flying around Waterford Beach Park.
The seagull came, flew that way, took the cookie.
He has a yellow beak, beady eyes, and the determination of someone who hasn't eaten in years.
That I'm eating my cookie under my cover-up because it will steal my cookie.
But really, it's obvious he hasn't missed a meal in a while.
And you can tell because he's the fattest around.
This is Cecil, the seagull by the seashore. He takes food and no prisoners.
I could feel his wings too. It was like so close. We've had incidents of him like landing on people's head and taking food out of their mouths.
His favorite foods?
Oh, he's a big fan of carbs, yeah.
He also likes the finer things, like a king crab leg.
The seagull completely devoured it in one go, and it stuck out on both sides of the neck.
And beggars can't be choosers, but Cecil does have his preferences.
No pickles, no cucumbers.
He's making a name for himself on the beach.
You gotta watch out. Cecil steals food.
The town putting up these signs warning people to keep an eye out for Cecil and his cronies.
He swoops right in, takes food right out of people's hands, takes your fingers with him.
And no kidding, some Cecil survivors let us share these photos. The lifeguards tell us they've been busy with Band-Aids this summer.
We did speak with animal control, and the reality is it's a wild animal. It's causing no true harm, so there's not much we can do but laugh along with him.
Unfortunately, Cecil ignored our requests for comment. Sir, please. Cecil.
Look at him dodging the cameras.
There you go. There's a Sunday fun day for you.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained, chat? Cecil the seagull. Causing havoc on beaches with his illegal behavior, stealing from unsuspecting beach visitors. Won't even answer questions from the local media. All right, now let's go up from Connecticut to Vermont. To Vermont, yes. That's right. As a Vermont-based ice cream company you might be familiar with is doing something with their food waste. It's very beneficial for the environment. Here's PBS NewsHour from 3 weeks ago.
It may sound like the stuff of sci-fi movies, but diverting food waste from the landfill and converting it into electricity has become a real thing. And that conversion can help reduce climate change. William Brangham recently visited a Vermont ice cream factory and the operations next door to find out how it works.
At the Ben & Jerry's ice cream plant in St. Albans, Vermont, they can churn out over 100 million pints of ice cream a year. And to assemble each of their dozens of different flavors, there are precise amounts of additives.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Joe makes a great point here. The avian population is a menace. Where's Donald Duck to answer for these crimes?
Illegal.
Do you condemn these blatant avian crimes?
Cream, some chocolate perhaps, or maybe chocolate chips. But key to the whole operation is keeping those distinct flavors separate.
Say you are making Chunky Monkey in the factory, and then the next flavor comes up and it's Cherry Garcia. You don't want to mix Chunky Monkey with Cherry Garcia.
Jenna Evans is Ben & Jerry's global sustainability manager.
When you push one flavor out with a little bit of rinse water, that extra flavor that was left over in the pipes gets pushed into a barrel that gets stored as a waste ice cream product.
Once that waste is collected, Ben & Jerry's has to figure out what to do with it.
Historically, many organic wastes have been sent to landfills, especially food waste.
Eric Roy is an ecological engineer at the University of Vermont.
Once that food waste ends up in a landfill, it can produce methane that can escape to the atmosphere. And when that happens, that contributes to climate change. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas.
It turns out there's an alternative process that works a lot like our own bodies do when we eat. It's called anaerobic digestion.
We eat food and it is processed in our gut. In this case, we're feeding the food waste to a large constructed gut that's full of microbial life, and that microbial life is digesting the material and turning it into methane gas, which we can then capture and use as an energy source.
Right next door to the Ben & Jerry's plant, in those shining steel towers, is a new anaerobic digester, one of over 2,000 nationwide.
This facility receives up to 50,000 gallons a day of waste.
Purpose Energy CEO Eric Fitch says most of that waste is pumped directly from the Ben & Jerry's facility.
The wastewater goes into these big tanks.
Now, like that guy said, methane is a potent greenhouse gas. I prefer we collect it rather than just allow it to float up into the atmosphere willy-nilly. This seems like a good strategy coming out of Ben & Jerry's. Speaking of Ben & Jerry's, I decided to stick this in here while we were talking about Ben & Jerry's. Ben & Jerry's co-founder, Ben Cohen, went on to talk to Hasan Piker earlier this week. Here's the Hasanabi YouTube channel from 5 days ago.
Okay, Ben Cohen, ladies and gentlemen, of the Ben of Ben & Jerry's.
Jeez.
Live and alive in the building. Very excited. People are saying ice cream, you scream, we all scream for ice cream.
Yeah.
That wasn't a joke. No.
Yeah. I should have brought you ice cream. Shit.
Damn. Well, I thought you would.
Sorry,
I'm not going to lie.
You know,
Hassan can afford ice cream.
I
Come
I
on.
would too. I mean, I didn't know. I was, look, I got some kind of magic. I got magic pieces of paper.
What is that? Oh, my God. No.
Turns into ice cream.
No.
Yeah. That
We got free. This coupon's good for anyone. Ben & Jerry's pint. Bag of cookie dough chunks. Let's go.
This is for your listeners.
Okay. Do you want me to just show it and whoever gets it first?
Yes.
Is that how this goes?
Yes.
Like I just put it on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Whoever gets the coupon first and takes it to a store wins. Okay. Are you ready? There it is. Hold on. Boom. I hope that works. And if not, I'll just post it. I'll post it on my Twitter. How about that?
What? You post it on your Twitter and it works?
I'll take a photo of it on my Twitter.
Another one.
Another one. You're giving me so much free ice cream.
Well, because I forgot to bring you the pints, man. I gotta bring you the pieces of paper here.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Look at him. He's just got a pocket full of these
for you.
things.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I mean, you're
like Santa Claus.
Look, he's got Zin. He's got it.
He's the Santa Claus of ice cream. He's like, oh God, sorry, I didn't bring you physical ice cream. He just starts like just showering Hasan with coupons. Ben Cohen making it rain coupons on the Hasan cast.
In everywhere.
He's got essential mint. What the guy runs on
The
zero
Dr. Pepper.
sugar Dr. Pepper and cream.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so Ben, I have so much to talk to you about. You were detained briefly, right?
I
Where
was.
You were protesting at the RFK Jr. hearing.
It's true. Yeah.
You're very progressive. You're an OG. You're one of the OGs.
I'm definitely
original
old.
gangster. No. That doesn't mean old. That means you're the original gangster.
All right. I'm an original gangster.
And I want to hear more about the story of how Ben & Jerry's came about. Where you're from, for the people that might not know. Let's just start it at the beginning.
Sure. I was born in 1951 in Brooklyn. I stayed there for a year and a half. My parents moved to Long Island. I stayed there till I was 18. I met my friend Jerry running around the track in gym class. We were the two slowest, fattest kids in the class. We learned to like each other. We stuck together. I dropped out of a whole bunch of colleges. Jerry went to 4 years straight, tried to get into med school and couldn't get in. I tried to become a potter. Nobody would buy my pottery. We felt like we were both failures, and we decided to start our own business. Our idea was that we wanted to live in a rural college town, and we thought we would take a food trend that was just starting off in the big cities. And
But you were there when ice cream was popping off for the first time ever. That's crazy.
Well, when homemade ice cream was
Yeah.
popping off, I think it was Dolly Madison, the president's wife, who really started ice cream in the U.S. But that was before my time.
Have you ever seen in the USSR, they have like they place a lot of importance on ice cream. There's this thing, I forget what it is. Hold on, I'm going to pull this up real quick. And we do things a little bit non-traditional here for the record. It's just like, it's a normal organic conversation. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, so if I have a pain in my neck and I just bought some off-brand Icy Hot, I can rub it on. While
I have like pads and stuff too if you want one.
You got pads?
Yeah, I could get you like a heating pad. You can slap it on if you want.
Yeah, man, I want to be like Hasan.
For sure. Palombier is a type of ice cream made with vanilla, cream, eggs, and sugar, originally created in the Soviet Union in 1937. And I think it was like a big, what do you call it? It was like a big deal where they wanted to make sure that all kids were able to get it. Ice cream, it says, has had a history in politics as well, it seems, where, you know, even in the USSR, they were like, we gotta make sure that the kids and everybody else gets to have their treats, specifically ice cream.
Absolutely true. You know, I was actually in the Soviet Union. At the end of the Soviet Union, Gorbachev was setting up, he allowed you to have joint ventures.
Yeah.
And we set up a Ben and Jerry's joint venture.
No way.
Yeah.
That's sick. That's like
in Karelia, the Russian state of Karelia.
Wow, that's amazing.
Petrozavodsk. It's right on the border with Finland.
Let's see. Okay, that's never mind. That's
okay. We can't watch this whole discussion between Ben and Hasan, but we'll hit a few spots in here.
About this. And he said, no, that's bullshit. A good deal is when you get everything you want and the other guy feels f***ed over. And he's running the country the same way.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't care about cooperation. He doesn't care about respecting the other guy. He wants, I mean, when he talks about America first, he's talking about everybody else last.
Yeah.
And it's
not even good for America broadly either. It's just good for him and his buddies. Him and his like most loyal servants, basically. Picking apart what remains of this country's carcass for scraps, basically. Dismantling the regulatory agencies and the like. Going back to Ben and Jerry's, one of the positions that I think, or at least was very impactful for someone like myself, was the implementation of BDS to a certain degree at Ben and Jerry's, when I believe you guys pulled sales from the occupied West Bank. Do you mind talking about that a little bit?
I'd love to talk about that, but I really would like to get some of that smart water.
Oh, absolutely. Do you want smart water? I have that as well.
Oh, yeah. Any kind of liquid.
There you go.
I'm not.
Well, I have sodas back there too. If you want Mountain Dew.
No. I'm much better at
just drinking water.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry.
No.
Everyone always gets on me in the chat when they're like, why don't you offer your guests anything? Now they're going to cook me. They're going to say, you didn't offer your guests anything.
Well, it's because I didn't bring you any ice cream.
Yeah,
you know,
it's tit for
I
tat.
Understand.
Art of the deal.
So, oh God.
You just got done showering Hasan.
Yeah.
So I want to be clear that what we were doing
coupons.
was not BDS.
And Hasan
What
couldn't
is that?
Couldn't even offer Ben a simple water.
How rude. How rude. That what we were doing was not BDS. What is that?
Boycott, divestments, and sanctions.
Boycott,
Yes.
divestments, and sanctions. What we were doing was our ice cream was being sold in Israel. It was being sold through a licensee that was also manufacturing the product there. And we told them that we don't want our ice cream being sold in the West Bank because we disagree with how Israel is treating people in the West Bank. And somehow or other, the ice cream showed up in the West Bank.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we went back and forth on that for a while. And eventually we said, hey, we really mean it. You need to pull the ice cream, not sell the ice cream in the West Bank. And so then we refused to renew that licensee's contract on that basis. And so the ice cream was not sold in the West Bank. And Unilever, who is the parent of Ben & Jerry's, owns Ben & Jerry's at the moment, was doing a lot of other business in Israel, many other brands, many other products. And Israel kind of came to, talk to the Unilever guys, the top Unilever guys.
They call the managers.
Right. And they said, if you don't take care of this situation, we're going to kick you out of Israel, for all your products, all your businesses. And so what Unilever did was they sold the rights to Ben & Jerry's to an Israeli, and now Ben & Jerry's in Hebrew. They didn't sell, you can't write it in English, but is now available anywhere in Israel or the occupied territories, I guess.
But it's not called Ben and Jerry's. It's in Hebrew.
It's in Hebrew. It's Hebrew letters that I
Interesting.
guess are pronounced Ben and Jerry's, but that was illegal according to the terms of the contract, the acquisition agreement made with Ben and Jerry's when they.
I guess it's Ben and Jeremiah's now.
Bought Ben. Jerry's. You know, Ben & Jerry's has an independent board of directors who is responsible for the social mission and the essential integrity of the brand, marketing, and the product quality. And so that move by Unilever usurped the power of the board. And so the board sued Unilever. There was an out-of-court settlement, and now the board is saying that Unilever did not live up to the out-of-court settlement, and so they're suing Unilever again.
Oh wow!
So
okay,
that's the.
I didn't know this is still ongoing.
That's the current.
They're like, no, the West Bank has to get Ben and Jerry's. They were like, they're adamant. I mean, this is a part of, I think, a much broader, much more complex influence peddling operation that has taken place in America to basically get as many people on board or to completely diminish like some of the most violent aspects of Israel's occupation over the course of the past 80 years. Do you want to talk a little bit more about that specifically, considering that you were also protesting against the Trump administration as well on this issue?
Sorry.
Because I don't know, were you there with the Code Pink people or were you there separately?
When I was in D.C.?
Yeah, when you're in D.C.
We were there separately, but Code Pink was being very supportive.
Yeah.
And they were very...
You know Medea Benjamin?
I know her very well.
She's the GOAT. I love her.
She's great. So she was very helpful in terms of getting me into that committee hearing.
Oh, she's the best at that.
Yes,
I don't know how
is.
she does it.
I don't know how she does it either because...
For decades now.
They ought to know who she is by now.
No, she just finds a way to sneak into everything.
Well, I guess it helps to be kind of small.
Yeah. Yeah.
So... but Code Pink was also very helpful in terms of creating the video. You know, when I was being walked in zip ties down the hall, it was Code Pink that was prompting me with the right questions and doing the videotaping.
Yeah.
I guess it's not taping anymore.
Video filming, video clipping. They're good with clipping. That's what the Zoomers say now. They say clips.
Clips? All right.
Yeah.
Video
they were clipping.
They were clipping.
Another thing that a Zoomer was saying, I'm 34, but like a younger generation would say, you had aura. That's the new term.
What, if you're old?
No. When you're doing something cool, you have aura.
Aura.
You had a lot of aura.
All right.
That's what they say.
All right. That sounds good.
Yeah, you got the clip.
Well, you got aura too, man.
Oh,
I think we got aura together. We're blending our auras. You got the OG aura. You got the young G aura.
I'm not. My audience says I'm unk. So they say I'm old.
You're like really old?
Yeah, they say
well,
I'm
what
old.
the hell am I?
You're at that point. You're
ancient.
That's why you're OG. You're OG. There's Unk and then there's OG, and you're OG status. Do you want to talk about your experience in general? You're Jewish, and you grew up in Brooklyn, and then in Vermont as well. And I was wondering like how your opinion on Israel evolved throughout time, if you don't mind me asking.
No, be my pleasure. I went to when I was in like elementary school. I went a couple of afternoons a week to a thing called Center Island Jewish School. And it was mostly teaching you about Jewish culture and teaching about how Jews had been discriminated against and teaching you the Jewish songs and the dances and the holidays. And they also taught us about Israel. And what we were taught was that, after World War II, the Jews needed a homeland, a place they could feel safe, and it was Israel. Israel was created for that purpose. And it was this really shitty land in the desert that nobody wanted and nobody lived on. And that's what they got. And
a land without people for a people without land.
And then the Jews, with the help, the Jews who moved to Israel, with the help of, the international Jewish community, ended up creating this very vibrant, highly developed society and culture. And what we were told was that the Arab countries, the Arabs who lived around them, were kind of jealous of, that culture.
Give me a joke.
That development, that quality of life. And so they made war on them.
Yeah.
And so that's the way I thought it was for a long time. And, I understand that, on both sides, there's people that have screwed the other side. And, I don't know, one guy starts making a war and then the other guy starts making a war. I mean, I'm sure sometimes Arabs were responsible for some of the horrible things. Sometimes Jews were responsible. But that's as I understand it.
So what was a formative part of your development that made you feel like the way that this was presented to you initially might not have been entirely correct?
I think it was only maybe 20 years ago that I started understanding that, there were people who lived there.
Mm-hmm.
And there were people that were pushed out. And then it didn't sound so good.
Yeah.
And I think that both the Jews and the Arabs have claims to that land. Some biblically and some legally and whatever, but it seems that they need to find a way to get along. And what I believe strongly is that the mothers of people, of kids on one side don't want their kids to die, and they don't want their kids killing the other guy's kids. And I'm aware of, all these efforts at peace, and that almost created peace. And then, some extremist on one side or the other screws it up. I don't know what to do, but the one thing that I know is that you can't mistreat people. That forcing people in Gaza and the West Bank to live in what the UN has called essentially an open-air prison is not going to work. That people don't take that lying down. What would happen if people in the U.S. were forced by some occupying power to live in that?
Yeah. I use the analog of aliens because there is no equivalence with the asymmetry of power, because America is the most powerful nation on the planet and has been so, especially in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR.
Okay, I hate to do it, but the editing on this is killing me. I don't know, I didn't watch the stream live, and I actually haven't watched this whole thing, but it's just, the editing on this is terrible. He was probably just talking slow and they were trying to like cut down on the time of this thing or something like that, but god damn. It's too many cuts. Let's go back to talking environmental issues. What do you say, chat? Let's go here in Canada, where a new solar farm project could really help people in their bills. The cost of energy, of course, in Canada has been going up.
A project to bring over 1,000 acres of solar farming to the Sioux is in the works, and residents can soon learn more about it. PUC Services is holding an open house tomorrow evening to inform the community about 2 solar generation projects in the West End. CTV's Corey Nordstrom has more.
This field just west of Sault Ste. Marie could have a very different look by the end of the decade. It may resemble this, as PUC Services is looking to create its first large-scale solar generation project. The province forecasts that 75% more electricity will be needed in the next 25 years, and officials believe this aids both Ontario and the city's needs.
In total for the 2 projects that are proposed, we're looking at
around 230 megawatts. So to put that into perspective, the city peaks at about 120 megawatts. So these projects are quite significant.
The two projects west of the city are located in the Lees Bay and Carpin Bay area, as well as north of the airport, representing 190 and 970 gross acres respectively. The site search for these parcels has taken much of the initial 6 months of the early stages of the work.
Part of it is looking at the interconnection and where they're located in proximity to our
Okay, well, there you go. A massive solar project coming to Canada. Could really help boost energy availability as well as lower energy prices. Cut down the use of fossil fuels. All three. All right, let's go here. I think this is at Prince Edward Island. Here's PBS Terra 5 days ago. Fascinating story about a bay in Canada which moves 100 billion tons of water every single day.
The Bay of Fundy has the most extreme tides in the world, and it's just a magical place.
A visual equivalent would be movement of water up a 4-story building. We can consider the tides to be the heartbeat of the planet's oceans. And it's most notable here when we actually see that rise and fall in extreme ways. The impact of that is so visible. This creates a very unique environment.
If we were able to safely harness our energy resource here, the Bay of Fundy can power about 500 to 800,000 homes.
Every day, 160 billion tons of water rush in and out of Canada's Bay of Fundy. Where typical ocean tides average around 3 feet, the tides here rise to over 50. Its power inspires awe, but also begs a question. Could we ever harness this natural energy for ourselves?
There is nothing like the Bay of Fundy and its tides. It is dangerous, exciting. It produces incredible ecosystems, and I think that people have come to respect water bodies like this.
When you live here, you get in tune with the tides. Your world revolves around what the tide is doing. I tell people when they come, go out when the water's low and kind of float up with the tide. Actually, I don't tell people that. I tell them to be very careful because it's horribly dangerous and you will die if you mess with the tides in the wrong way.
Tides are largely generated by the gravitational pull of both the moon and the sun on the earth, in addition to the effects of the perpetual spinning rotation of the earth itself. So why are the tides the highest here? The Bay of Fundy itself is very large, and it's deep and narrows from its mouth, moving up to the head of the Bay of Fundy. This creates a sort of a natural oscillation, or what's called a seiche.
Seiching is that sort of natural wave action. Every body of water has a bit of this natural flow of water, a bit of back and forth like in a bathtub.
That natural movement and this particular body of water happens to be in perfect sync with the Atlantic Ocean tides when they...
Why are they using tons and not liters? I don't know. That's a strange choice, actually. And they're not, they really aren't interchangeable. Tons is a system of a measurement of weight, whereas liters is a measurement of volume. So no, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Into the Bay of Fundy.
You're getting 2 high tides and 2 low tides in the 24-hour cycle. So about 6.5 hours, you get that change in the tidal cycle. As the tide goes in and out every day, there's always something that comes along that you're just in awe of.
This environment is incredibly dynamic, and you get to watch this on a daily basis, how the water transforms the coastal areas.
So at low tide, depending where you are, you get the mud flats. Some beaches are very rocky. One of the other neat quirks of our area is that we are a magnet for geology and fossils. The Bay of Fundy in a tidal cycle has more water flowing in and out than all the rivers in the world combined. It's almost incomprehensible how much water flows through here.
We get very high flow rates in these channels. So the potential for harvesting tidal energy from the Bay of Fundy is huge. And interest in it have been coming and going like the tide, but this interest is here to stay now.
According to modeling done at Acadia University, the Bay of Fundy can power about 2,500 megawatts. So that would be about 500 to 800,000 homes. Now that is strictly sort of the modeling. At force, we're in the...
Wow. Bay of Fundy. Another potential source for renewable energy. Supposedly, 500,000 homes could be powered by the movement of water. Quite a thing. I mean, it certainly is. It's a lot of movement of mass and of volume. Two low tides and two high tides a day. Meaning that amount of water moves up and down over and over again, 4 times a day. It's just wild. Now, one man was hanging out in the Nova Scotia waters last week and just barely managed to escape with his life.
Kent Walsh says his recent encounter with a great white shark was a great big shock.
It happened really, really fast, but kind of initially assumed that I'd hit something, I guess. So it kicked the board out, and I was stroking on that side, and I fell into the water.
Walsh was paddleboarding Tuesday evening in the ocean off Cherry Hill Beach, but his serene paddle was rudely interrupted when a shark swam up from the depths, grabbing hold of his board.
I was like eye level with its eye because I was in the water. So definitely like its big, deep, like unblinking eye just kind of staring back. And then, like I said, because of the flotation of the board, like its whole back was out of the water. The whole dorsal fin and everything was just like all right there.
He sprung into action, hitting the shark on the head with his paddle. It eventually let go of the board, and Walsh was able to get back to shore unscathed.
The sea is not teeming with sharks that are dying to eat you. Most of these, I think, are accidents, and the surfboard is a classic accident, right? That's a come from below, look at a profile, oh, that looks good. You know, that looks sort of seal-like or dolphin-like.
After some bite mark analysis, marine veterinarian Harvey Clark confirmed the shark was a great white, around 3 meters long. The shark was likely a juvenile, which are becoming more and more common in There
you go. A great white shark all the way north by Nova Scotia, Canada. One man managing to escape with his life. All right, let's go here. Reuters from 4 days ago. Let's talk about a new method researchers are now using to tag and track whales in the wild.
This whale is being tagged by a drone so it can be tracked and studied. The team behind the drone's tap and go method says it is gentler, faster, and more cost-effective than conventional pole tagging, and can pave the way for marine mammal research.
Tap and go drone tagging approach is a new way of being able to put basically a small computer on the back of a whale.
That's David Gruber, the founder and president of Project SETI, the Cetacean Translation Initiative. The research team developed the drone tagging method alongside researchers from Harvard University. Tested on sperm whales off the Caribbean island of Dominica, the approach uses modified first-person view racing drones to deploy suction-based tags on the whales.
And we use an expert drone pilot, and the tag is just gently tapped on the back of the whale, and then the drone goes.
The tags collect data on whale behavior, including bioacoustics and dive depth, with drone components costing around $1,300. Project SETI says it reduces potential disturbance to marine life, as it doesn't require a boat to approach whales closely, and it's faster than traditional methods. The drones adhere tags in an average of 1 minute and 15 seconds, whereas pole tagging typically takes up to 5 minutes, the team says.
It is a method in which we get in and get out as quickly as possible.
Drone pilot Zarek Gonzalez-Peltier says its success rate as of now is 55%.
The 55% success rate stems from, one, there being water along the animal's back, which makes an improper vacuum for our very gentle whale tags, and secondly,
Well, there you go. Researchers now using drones to improve speed and efficiency in the tagging of whales. God. All right. This is going to be, I would say, the least fun story of the night. It's not great. But there's a very troubling trend as it relates to Antarctic sea ice. Let's talk about it. Here's France 24 English from 3 days ago.
Rapid loss of Antarctic sea ice could be a tipping point for the global climate, causing sea level rises, changes to ocean currents and loss of marine life that are impossible to reverse. That's the stark warning from a new scientific study published in the journal Nature. The authors say the changes are having a knock-on effect across the ecosystem that in some cases amplify one another. Well, to discuss, we're joined now by glaciologist and ice sheet modeller Frank Patton. He's also chair of the Belgian National Committee on Arctic and Antarctic Research. Thanks so much for being with us. Firstly, explain, if you can, Frank, how exactly the authors of this report came to these conclusions and how big this decline in Antarctic sea ice is likely to actually be.
Yeah, good evening. So the authors, they brought together several lines of evidence that was recently collected across the Antarctic. And this goes from Antarctic sea ice over the ocean circulation, over the Antarctic ice sheet, so the one that is lying on top of lying on top of the continent, as well as marine biology. And so if you look at the last century, Antarctic sea ice extent was rather constant, even with a very small increase in extent. And then the last years, there was a sudden drop in the extent of the sea ice, a drop that is larger than anything that can be explained by natural variability over the last 100 years. And one of the consequences of such a drop in sea ice is that, of course, when sea ice forms, it expels salt, and that creates denser waters that flow to the bottom. So now there is less salt expelled, less denser waters, and that has direct impact on the overturning circulation around the Antarctic. And the overturning circulation is important for the global climate. And there is already evidence that there is a slowdown of that overturning circulation. And then a third line of evidence is that over the last decades, we saw an increase in ice loss of the Antarctic ice sheet. And this ice loss is especially due to melting, which is due again to the ocean, deep water that is pushed up on the continental shelf and that interacts with the ice sheet and melts it from there. That leads to quite important losses of the ice sheet, and they keep on increasing. And basically, when you have also less sea ice, you get another interaction with that ice sheet, because then winds and storms get a direct access to the ice sheet, and they can even help in fragilizing that ice and creating more ice loss. So you see that all these different systems, they are interrelated, and even more, they reinforce each other so that you get stronger losses because of the interaction of those different systems.
And Frank, you say the situation has been relatively stable for centuries, but you say we're now moving rapidly to a new...
It's been relatively stable for many, many, many centuries, hundreds of thousands of years, honestly. I mean, depending on what you want to call stable. But certainly, I mean, a very long time. Unfortunately, right now, this situation just continues to get more and more out of control. Like they said, these systems are now starting to reinforce one another. And when they use the word reinforce, they're of course saying that one system is contributing to another system's getting further out of balance, right? Like the hotter the atmosphere gets, the more rain that can be sucked up into the clouds, and the more you get it, they all just continue to domino on each other and get worse and worse. You know, we should just listen to the rest of this. I fuck it.
So how concerned should we be about all of this? And is what we're seeing reversible?
Yeah, so the authors, they talk about a regime shift, and a regime shift is quite important, because it means that the ice sheet or the whole system around the Antarctic moves into a different state. And it's like a bit like a contrast. We had different states. We used to have, in the past, we had ice ages, which was a different state, and then warmer periods like we have now, that's also a different state. So moving into a different state, makes us thinking about what this means for the rest of the world. And of course, what happens in the Antarctic doesn't stay in the Antarctic, even though it looks like all the changes are happening there, but it has directly an impact also for our areas. Now, you were mentioning about irreversible. Well, many of these changes are also considered to be irreversible, at least on timescales of human timescales, because an ice sheet reacts very slowly to changes in climate, and we haven't seen all the change yet that should be induced because of the warming that we are currently experiencing.
Yeah, and even though ice sheets are supposed to react slowly, they're not, right? In a short period of time, in decades, they have receded in just at a massive freaking scale. This is from yesterday, CBS News. Abrupt Antarctic climate shifts could lead to catastrophic consequences for years.
Turning gears now, rapid changes in the coldest place on Earth could have dangerous consequences for years to come and thousands of miles away. In a new study, experts warn abrupt and potentially irreversible environmental shifts in Antarctica could dramatically raise global ocean levels, resulting in catastrophic conditions for future generations. Climate change is driving these changes in Antarctica, hurting its ecosystems while accelerating the rate of global warming. Nerilee Abram joins us now. She is the chief scientist at the Australian Antarctic Division. She's also the lead author on this study. First and foremost, thanks for joining us. What do these abrupt environmental changes in that region mean for us humans in the long term and short term?
Yeah, it's really worrying what we are seeing in Antarctica, and we can often think that Antarctica is a long way away, so it doesn't really affect most of the planet, but that's not the case. If we trigger these potential for unstoppable loss of the Antarctic ice sheet, that will affect our coastlines right around the world and the millions of people who live there and the infrastructure. But Antarctica also has a really important role in regulating global climate, and the changes that we are seeing risk amplifying human-caused climate change.
So to know that that will have such an impact, and as we mentioned at the very top, thousands of miles away, hundreds of thousands of miles away, what actions can we take to prevent some of the negative effects that we're talking about?
The number one action is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and limit global warming within the targets that are set out in the Paris Agreement. The closer that we can stay to 1.5 degrees of warming, the less likely we are to set off these unstoppable changes.
All right, Nerilee Abram, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody caught it. And I had to double check myself because I was like, that's not right. But that CBS anchor just claimed that Antarctica is hundreds of thousands of miles away. It is not. It is not hundreds of thousands of miles away. It's 9,000. It's about 9,000 miles away from DC. I just looked it up. So, just thousands, certainly, but not even 10,000 miles away. Depends on where you're at, but. Anybody remember this movie? After Tomorrow with Jake Gyllenhaal and Dennis Quaid, right? As the dad. A bunch of people in that movie, I guess. And this is when the weather starts to turn across the planet. The premise of this movie is that a massive iceberg the size of Rhode Island broke off of Antarctica and had melted in the Atlantic Ocean. I'll always remember that scene. The hail turns to basketball-sized boulders and starts pummeling people on the ground. Truly terrifying. Now, I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen necessarily, but the iceberg, which that movie was based on, which had been stuck in the same spot for months, has, at least what I believe to be true, seems to have moved out into the greater Atlantic Ocean. If you're not familiar with this iceberg, let's go here.
Now, the world's largest iceberg has broken away from Antarctica and is approaching the British territory of South Georgia, home to large penguin and seal colonies. Fishermen and authorities are bracing for impact. Georgina Ranard reports.
This is the world's largest iceberg, and probably the laziest. For decades it loitered, stuck in Antarctica. But one day in December, A23A finally broke free. Now captured in satellite pictures, it is speeding into Iceberg Alley, a place where icebergs go to die. But here, right in its path, lies the British territory of South Georgia.
I will take you out the door.
Ice is a way of life for sailors and fishermen there, but they can't ignore something the size of A23A.
There's an iceberg over that way. You have to have a very healthy respect for the ice. because if you don't, it will get you. It can come out of nowhere and you get something the size of A23 when it comes along and it deposits these thousands of tons of ice. They just kind of hang around the island, and it does make things a lot more tricky.
The chunks could also block coves where these go to feed, putting half the world's king penguins and millions of seals at risk. But in danger.
So yeah, South Georgia, which is off the south tip of South America, this iceberg was stuck there for months, and it is massive. To just give you a sense of it, it's like 50 miles by 50 miles across. It's enormous. Like, it would probably take you, I don't know, I mean, it's moving, but it would probably take you like 4 hours to drive around the perimeter of this thing. All right, let's go here to this YouTube channel, where one man did what seems to be quite a lot of work tracking down this iceberg. He was one of the only people that had even mentioned this iceberg, and that I could find on YouTube, and used a satellite imagery and other data to show that that iceberg had broken free from South Georgia and is now heading into the Atlantic Ocean.
Greetings. Hey, remember iceberg A23A? We talked about it slamming into the shelf south of South Georgia a few videos ago. Well, it is time for an update. So let's ask ChatGPT if it's still stuck there. Yes, iceberg A23 remains stuck off the coast of South Georgia Island. Oh, really? What's that? You think South Georgia is part of Antarctica rather than South America? And you want an Antarctica transition? Fine. It actually seems that South Georgia is part of neither continent, but let's move on from these shenanigans. What we found out over the last few days, and this may be a U-Storm exclusive, because at some point in the long dark southern hemisphere Antarctic winter, the iceberg must have broken free, because a brief glimpse from this just sunlit Terra Modis imagery shows the massive berg is now east of South Georgia. But when did it break loose, and what forced its enormous mass off the seabed? In this video, we investigate these questions. You'll find some background on A23A's fascinating journey to get to South Georgia in our previous video. It's an interesting story, but the final stages involved many months spinning in place off the Antarctic peninsula as it got caught inside an ocean eddy. But after it finally escaped that eddy, it barreled towards South Georgia and slammed into the shallow seabed to the south of the island, where it stayed stuck for months. But we know it is now on the move again. So how are we going to find out when it got free? To find out when A23A broke free of the South Georgia seabed is a bit tricky, because South Georgia is so far south that it is mostly in darkness at this winter time of year. Because of this, the polar orbiting visible satellite views shown here have been cutting off in this area due to the darkness. But the days are getting longer now over South Georgia, and we can catch some nice glimpses of the berg spinning in the GO-16 geostationary imagery shown here. This shows that some large bergs have already broken off We have a trick to
Illegal.
This morning, a globe-trotting teenage activist is speaking out after his arrest during a fundraising trip around the world.
Attempting to become the first person ever to fly all 7 continents solo.
Ethan Guo is 1 year into his flight against cancer, flying from the U.S. to Europe to the Middle East and beyond in hopes of raising $1 million for St. Jude's.
We're officially in Singapore!
But his trip was derailed when his flight from Chile to Argentina took an unexpected turn. Guo telling our Danny New an in-flight emergency forced him to make an unexpected landing on King George Island, a remote area with strict regulations for incoming air traffic.
Everything was good for like an hour. Then they came up to me and then they just told me to follow them. They didn't say a single word. Then they told me I was under arrest. I asked them, what am I under arrest for?
On the ground, Chilean authorities accused him of falsifying flight plans, which could cost him his pilot's license.
It was an international flight plan. It was approved by the Chilean government. I had the official Chilean government stamps. I paid the international fees. I cleared international customs. This was all documented.
Guo was barred from leaving until a judge weighed in on the charges. After more than 40 days of waiting, he struck a deal this week with the Chilean government. Officials agreed to drop the charges if he donated $30,000 to Chile's childhood cancer research program. Guo says he's willing to pay the fine because donating to cancer research was his goal in the first place.
And he is still waiting for approval to leave Antarctica.
In Hawaii, Kilauea is putting on a spectacular show, spewing fresh lava 100 feet in the air.
My mic was off.
The eruption, the 31st since December, is contained to the summit crater.
Awful. I just did a bunch of stuff and I have no idea what happened. I have no idea when my mic got muted. That sucks. Well, let's go here and talk about how violent. I'm sorry, I'm just totally thrown off now. Jesus Christ. So earlier we were talking about how, some systems are sort of feeding back to one another. We are starting to see feedback loops, one domino hitting another domino in climate data, among other metrics here. We have a perfect example of this right here. This is from PBS NewsHour from what was this, last week? I'm totally thrown off now. Where was I? No, this was from yesterday. And this is discussing how volcanic activity may in fact increase due to glacial melt.
Come on! So no homes are threatened. Halfway around the world in Iceland, scientists are studying volcanoes to investigate an increasingly crucial question. Will melting glaciers accelerate and intensify eruptions? William Brangham explains.
Getting to the volcanic crater called Vita, which comes from the Icelandic word for hell, involves a bumpy ride, an icy trek, and a steep downward climb.
The gas emissions alone can be very dangerous. Here you're taking a greater risk because you're actually in an old phreatic explosive crater. And this is a site of active degassing.
Michelle Parks is a volcanologist with the Icelandic Meteorological Office. She and her colleagues regularly monitor this deep crater lake, which was created years ago by the volcano Askja. Askja last erupted in 1961, but it started stirring again 4 years ago. It's one of the most active and potentially dangerous volcanoes in Iceland. Scientists flock here for research, and they're asking an increasingly crucial question. As the glaciers that sit atop these volcanoes melt, which is driven in part by a warming planet, will that shrinking accelerate and intensify volcanic eruptions?
I think it's very likely that we will see future changes, but the question, of course, is when will this start happening, and by how much will it affect volcanic activity?
Parks takes acidity and temperature readings from the bubbling, steaming, sulfurous water of the crater lake. A rise in either figure would indicate that more gases are pushing up from below, suggesting the volcano is moving closer to an eruption.
Askja is my favorite volcano in Iceland, as I've been coming here every year since 1990 to follow what the volcano is doing.
Freystein Sigmundsson is a geophysicist at the University of Iceland. Every year, he and his colleagues take precise measurements of the landscape, and they're finding that the land is shifting considerably.
For my decades of studies here, the changes of the ground here have been on the centimeter scale. But then suddenly, when the unrest began, we have had over 70 centimeters of uplift. So that's a lot. That's a big pressure increase.
That building pressure indicates this volcano could erupt at any moment. Scientists can't rule out that one day Askja could erupt with the same ferocity that Mount St. Helens did in 1980 in Washington state. It was one of the most dramatic eruptions in recorded U.S. history. Earlier this summer, Askja had 129 small earthquakes. Only one was large enough for people to feel. But those small quakes, combined with changes in the terrain, as well as what's happening with the glaciers, have researchers concerned about the future.
So we're working on this large project.
What just happened?
Investigating the effects of climate change and the ice retreat on future volcanic and seismic activity in Iceland.
Iceland has long been known as a land of fire and ice. Eons of volcanic eruptions shaped this wild and dramatic landscape. But millions of tourists also come here to see the majestic beauty of its glaciers and ice formations up close, hopefully before they disappear. At his summer home overlooking the Vatnajökull ice cap, Ragnar Frank Christiansen has seen glaciers retreating with his own eyes.
Here and here. It was in the first 15 years, it was a little bit forward.
Honestly, if this winds up being true, that the retreating of glaciers winds up leading to more eruptions will lead to more retreating glaciers. Unfortunately, these two things will wind up being some sort of a cyclical situation, because, of course, every eruption adds some amount of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. It's not for sure. They are studying it, like we said, like they said, actively in Iceland right now. And some of the early results do seem to be pointing to this being a possibility. Now let's go here, talk about more about the melting of glaciers in a different spot.
These are images from Juneau, Alaska, where this past week flooding from an overflowing glacial lake prompted evacuations. Disappearing glaciers are, of course, a worrisome global trend. Ben Tracy with Climate Central introduces us to a man who's made glacier mapping a family affair.
But it is stunningly beautiful out here.
This 2 miles we've done so far today, I mean, that was fun.
I'm not complaining. I'm happy to take a walk on a glacier any day.
In the rugged North Cascade Mountains of Washington State,
my life has been shaped by this ice.
No one likely knows this glacier better than Maury Pelto.
We got 6,000 measurements on this glacier.
You have 6,000 measurements on this one glacier?
Yeah, at least.
Wow.
For more than 40 years, Pelto, a glaciologist, has returned to this remote wilderness. The crunch of footsteps in the snow now rivaled by the sounds of melting ice.
It's always melting off, the crevasses are changing. We can hear the water flowing under our feet.
Yeah, I mean, just standing here, you can hear it just running under our feet.
Pelto founded the North Cascades Glacier Climate Project in 1984 as a grad student. He vowed to measure these glaciers every summer for 50 years.
So how deep is that?
This is 9.5 feet. So now we just do this over and over again all day long.
This is year 42.
How old were you when you decided to do 50 years of this?
I was 22.
22. How old are you now?
63.
In that time, the glaciers have changed more than he has, shrinking by 40%. Some have disappeared. Pelto's work has been featured by NASA and fed into a worldwide glacier database.
So of the 47 that you have studied and returned to over and over again, how many are gone?
12 of them.
12?
Yeah, and 9 of them just in the last 5 years.
Wow.
Climate scientists say warmer summers and drier winters, driven by our burning of fossil fuels, are accelerating the loss. 7 of the 10 worst years for glacier melt worldwide have happened since 2010, according to Climate Central. Or just ask Maury Pelto where the ice used to be.
Almost 50 feet above my head just a decade ago.
A decade ago, this glacier would have been 50 feet above your head?
Yeah.
That much has been lost?
Yes.
Glaciers are Earth's water towers, storing 70% of the fresh water supply. Vital for drinking, farming, and the health of many ecosystems.
Just terrible. Glaciers all across the United States, all across the planet, I'm sorry. Not just the United States, but all across the planet, they are collapsing. Faster and faster, and we are not doing enough to stop it. Not doing enough to stop it. It's very frustrating. All right, let's go to another ice sheet. The Greenland ice sheet.
Winter is coming.
My name is Susanne Lilja Buchart. I work in Copenhagen, and we are about to enter the subsurface part of East Grip Camp, where the ice core drilling takes place. Come along! We are going down quite deep because this project has been running for a while, and since then a lot of snow has compiled on top of it. So every year we have to go deeper to get into our trenches. Welcome to the East Grip drill trench, where the deep ice core has been drilled. You can also see that the ceiling is very low. Over the years, the ceilings come down and the floor comes up due to the pressure of the surrounding ice. Yeah, at this place, the ice sheet is about 2,670 meters thick, and we've drilled from the top and all the way to the bottom here by taking up ice cores 3.5 meters of length at a time. The project started in 2016 and the bedrock was reached in 2023. Let's see the drill. So now the drill is up at the surface and it's tilted to a horizontal position. Over here at the end you can see a wheel. That's the top wheel. When the ice core drill is operating, the whole thing is turned to the vertical. You have the wheel at the top where the cable goes over. We have motor sections and electronics so that we can communicate with the drill while it's in the borehole. We can see the top of the borehole. It's closed with a round lid so that we don't get stuff into the borehole that we don't want. It's difficult to fish things up from 2,670 meters. Over on the side, the white cabin, it's a freezer, but here it's used the other way around. It's used to keep the drillers warm.
There you go, a peek underneath Greenland's ice sheet. In the laboratory that drilled a 2.5 kilometer ice core. Pretty incredible technology being used to do this stuff. How's everybody holding up in chat right now on this Sunday fun day? Doing good in there? You holding up? Holding up okay? Okay, let's take to the oceans. Let's go to the very deepest parts of the ocean.
Scientists on an expedition to the deep sea earlier this month filmed this footage of rare sea creatures in Argentina's Mar del Plata Canyon, the first to actually live stream what their cameras were seeing with a remotely operated underwater vehicle called the ROV Sebastian.
This is amazing for us. We are learning a lot about the organism, behavior, where they live, how they interact.
A few astonishing organisms that the researchers believe to be new to science include a sea cucumber dubbed batata or sweet potato, and
Hypnopodia, which is a sea spider. I had never seen anything like that.
But it isn't just the scientists who are excited. The ROV Sebastian's live stream attracted millions of viewers who watched for a combined 6.7 million hours.
The thing that I would probably say it might be the closest to is the moon landing and how it really captivated people's engagement, awareness, just learning, and being able to see the deep ocean.
One of the species that became a viral star was the Hippasteria phrygiana, or Trojan star, which found fame on social media for its formations that look like a butt. Some people on social media said it looked like Patrick Star, the starfish character in the animated TV show SpongeBob SquarePants. Before this technology, scientists were only able to study these species by using dead specimens. But now, cameras are giving scientists a new glimpse into what these animals look like in real life, including their bright colors.
The first step for conservation is to study and to know what.
Well, there you go. ROV submersibles at the bottom of the sea floor, bringing visions of wonder to millions of people on the internet. Okay, I need a quick break. I think maybe you should actually no, never mind. No, it's fine. Forget it. Now let's go to London. To the London Zoo, where a annual what do you want to call it? A ritual, I guess. The weigh-in. That's right, every single animal at the London Zoo had to be weighed. Nearly 10,000 of them.
We end tonight at the London Zoo at the annual weigh-in of about 10,000 creatures, large and small, furry and feathered, shelled and scaled. Behold the ring-tailed lemurs of Madagascar, 5.5 pounds each. Since zoos can't ask animals how they're feeling, weight is a health marker. A drop can mean illness, a gain, pregnancy, or poor diet. Humboldt penguins weigh about 10 pounds each. They are lured onto the scales with fishy treats. The hardest to wrangle, zookeepers say, obviously, are squirrel monkeys. Our broadcasting partners at the BBC report the scale wasn't working when Polly and the other Galapagos tortoises lumbered on. They generally carry about 275 pounds. Gizmo and Kiwi, brother and sister capybaras, had a combined weight of about 190 pounds. These measurements are shared with zoos and conservation groups around the world, which can reveal patterns that no single institution could see. And they also come in handy if you're building an ark.
Today's a big day. It's the annual weigh-in. Now, here at the zoo, we've got over 10,000 animals across more than 400 species. So keepers have been in since 6 o'clock this morning. They'll be here till gone 6 o'clock tonight when lights even starts fading.
Well, there we go. I mean, that guy right there must be quite the task. All right. Let's move on from the London weigh-in. Talk about another animal-related situation down in Spain, where goats... well, actually, this is from a couple of weeks ago, but this is a tradition in Spain that is an attempt to help mitigate wildfire danger. We know how now, unfortunately, this considering late, like I actually feel bad about playing this one. Now that I'm just realizing what's happening right now, this feels like it's in bad taste. You know what? We'll do this another day. I don't want to shame these goats into thinking they've done a terrible job at preventing fire danger, but Spain is still actively on fire. This seems, yeah, this is bad. This is a bad taste. I don't know how this got on my list. It was in my watch later list. Which I then switched over to my Sunday FUNDAY list. I've actively got like a bunch of different lists where I like draw from, like I'm adding to throughout the weeks. But like I never cleaned them out fully, and this must have been an old one or something before the fires ever started. Sorry, everybody. Just doesn't feel right. All right. Let's go to Dubai, where runners are beating the heat at the city's first mall-a-thon. can see you got runners running through a mall.
You know, oftentimes I want to go out for a run in the evenings and it's really bad. So I often stick to treadmills and stuff, and then, you know, an initiative like this inside the mall, it's wonderful.
There we go. If you don't want to be, you know, scorching hot outside, but you do want to be active in Dubai, here's an idea for you, Mallathon. And when you're done, I guess you could go and do some shopping, you know? Get yourself a new shirt and maybe a spatula or some new salt and pepper shakers or something. All right, let's go south to India, where one elephant has been bothering a village for food and other things like attention. He is our Lord Ganesh, and we all believe so. We feel bad that his elephant, this elephant has a broken leg. Whatever best we can provide to our ability, we feed him. We have been doing this for the past 5 or 6 months without any support from the forest officials. I don't know if you caught that in there, but this guy, probably amongst others, now believe that this elephant is a Hindu deity, Ganesh. So they have been feeding it whenever it comes around. And it does appear to have something wrong with its back left leg. Let's go to Hong Kong. See what these pandas have been doing over here. Hong Kong's first giant panda cubs, twins Jaja and Dede.
So at the age of 1, Jaja and Dada started to explore new things, including the bamboo leaves. We provide Ying Ying in her habitat. They do just like, follow her mom right next to her, imitate the behavior of like grabbing the bamboo or like, munching on the bamboo leaves. This is the first time we have panda cubs here in Hong Kong. So of course everyone is so happy and excited about it. And for me, I always wanted to share the joy and challenges with everyone here in Hong Kong as well as people around the world to learn about the pandas, the species, and of course our work as a caretaker and most important, the conservation messages of what we can do in our daily life.
There we go. A little panda action in Hong Kong for you folks on this Sunday Fun Day. They're incredibly cute, aren't they? Now, Hong Kong has been building artificial nests in the city to help save an endangered local bird species, the cockatoo. Let's go here to France 24 English from 5 days ago.
When we first noticed the parrots,
We genuinely just thought they were like an average parakeet or an average parrot that you see. We definitely did not know that the parrots or the cockatoos were endangered at all.
In Hong Kong, around 8% have disappeared.
In the
due to
last 5 or
typhoons.
6 years, I've noticed an 80% decline in the number of nest holes that I have been observing. So back in 2018, 2017, we were observing about 10 nest cavities every season that were active with chicks inside. But now I only know of a handful, 3 or 4, that are active this season.
There we go. To help with breeding of cockatoos, researchers are installing artificial nest boxes with cameras. Who knew that they were endangered or from Hong Kong? 2 interesting facts. First one, probably worse than the second. Sasha G gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships. Wow, thank you, Sasha. Who got the memberships? Blue Tomato, Snixabea, Atticus Among Us, Promethean Rebel, and Paul J. Wow, incredibly generous, Sasha. Much appreciated. We have one more avian news story before we take a break here. Let's go to New Zealand, where studies show that light pollution is causing serious problems for local bird populations.
A new global study has found birds are singing for nearly an hour longer at night due to increased artificial light. But it could be much more sinister than it sounds. Natalie Forstick is with us, Birds New Zealand President. Natalie, good morning.
Good morning, Ryan. Thanks for having me on.
Great to have you here. So an extra hour up, they must be knackered.
They must be. It's an extra lot of energy that they're putting in. They're busy. They must be doing their bird things, catching food, calling to each other, maybe looking after nests. So yeah, it seems like they'd be putting in a lot of extra energy during that extra hour.
What effect does that have? You know, if I don't get as much sleep, I can't concentrate as well, I might crash the car, you know, are they crashing?
Hopefully not, but they definitely might be using up some of those energy reserves and not feeling so well rested the next day. So that could have big impacts on, especially when they're looking after their chicks. So, you know, they've got a lot of work to do to find food for those chicks and go back to the nest all the time and feed them. So maybe it's going to have some impacts on them at that stage of their lives. But we also worry about how it might impact nocturnal birds as well. So the studies mostly looked at birds that are usually awake during the day, but we also have a lot of birds that are awake during the night. So seabirds, for example, are often nocturnal, and light at night can be a real impact for them. It can really distract them from where they're going because they rely on the light of the moon or the stars to guide them. And when they're young, especially, they might not have those good, have that good knowledge down just yet as to where to go. And so they can get really confused by the bright lights of our urban centres.
How much?
You know who this guy reminds me of? Like, they don't, it's not a one-to-one, but he reminds me of Jermaine from Flight of the Conchords. Like, they have similar, like affectations.
Where to go, and so they can get really confused by the bright lights of our urban centres.
How much worse has light pollution got?
It seems to be steadily increasing as populations increase, but we sort of are seeing an interesting combination of factors where we're aware of the fact that light pollution is an issue, and so there are efforts made to mitigate it. So we're seeing different kinds of lighting being used which have lower frequencies, lower wattages, and that can be really helpful, or even just the use of more directed light for specific purposes.
Okay, there we go. Birds in New Zealand being affected by human-caused light pollution. There are things you can do, of course, like she just said. You could use lower watt bulbs and other things of that nature, so it doesn't travel as far. But, you know, that's the thing about being humans. We do certainly leave our mark on the world. We just gotta do whatever we can to make it not detrimental to the planet and to the other species that rely on the reliability of the planet and its, what do you call it, systems. Okay, we are at 6 hours, people, which means the third half is officially over. We're going to take another quick galactic intermission, but don't worry. Still got plenty of content to get through. If we get through all of it, I'm honestly going to be pretty impressed. I am going to be pretty impressed. Because we, like I said at the beginning of all this, we had 140 videos to get through. So, 143 to be exact. But yeah, we will be back after these brief messages, so stick around. All right, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit the bell icon too so you get the latest from this spacecast. You wouldn't want to miss one of these shows. Now, while you're at it, if you are enjoying the show, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. And just a couple bucks from each subscriber that we have on YouTube would help secure our financial future. That's right. The lights would turn off if people like yourself turned off the donations. Thankfully, we have a myriad of ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers, and memberships, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream, rather than the profits of YouTube. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. For the low, low price of $3 a month, you can get access to benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, 10 cents a day. Get you an avatar, shout out, and much, much more. Anyway, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. to your seats, unless you'd prefer to miss the beginning of the fourth half.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's right, immediately, if not sooner. That's how soon the fourth half is about to begin. Okay, we're gonna pick back up with some space news, starting in Georgia, where a meteorite landed in someone's home. Here's CBS Evening News from last week.
We end with a spectacle from space. It appeared as a fireball seen in several states, including Georgia. Well, in tonight's Weekend Journal, CBS's Dave Malkoff shows us how the extraterrestrial visitor has an extraordinary past.
As if fire in the sky over Georgia crashing into a family's roof isn't spectacular enough.
We're going to take a look here.
Just wait until you see what a shooting star looks like up close.
This is the thing I love about these microscopes.
Wow, it just changed the color. What I'm seeing is an iridescent brightness shining back at my eyes.
The specific chemistry in those minerals does not occur here. You had to have been formed on somebody out in space.
Those little black specks in there are older than Earth. They formed as melted droplets in space when the sun was just getting its planets in line more than 4.5 billion years ago.
You can touch it? Larger ones. Oh yeah, you can.
University of Georgia researcher Scott Harris went to the house and collected the meteorite.
The pieces that, like the one you're holding there, those stayed within a few feet of the crater.
So that hole in the guy's floor is technically a crater, hit by a supersonic space rock while the mystery man was on a Zoom call. If that Zoom would have been recording.
Yes.
The homeowner let Harris take these photos, but doesn't want any meteorite hunters or nosy reporters poking around his house. So this thing is traveling through the solar system. It comes through the atmosphere, breaks up, and goes directly to this guy's house.
Could not have picked a calmer individual's house.
If this box is the man's house, this is how the rock came flying in.
These were clean shot holes through the roof, through the attic. There's still debris in their furniture, up on the refrigerator, on the mantle. Months later, they're still picking.
They still got meteorite just sprinkled throughout the house. My God. That's wild. How would you like to have a meteorite in your home? I mean, sure, it's inconvenient, but hey, at the same time, just kind of crazy. Who does that happen to? That is... It's an unlikely occurrence. And I don't know, maybe space dust is lucky or something. Maybe you'll win the lottery. I don't know. All right, speaking of meteors, a few days after that story came out, this video from Japan showed a meteor. Somebody's dash cam captured this moment. This is not the moment. I'm very sorry. This is...
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Nope, this is not Japan. That one moment, that flash is so freaking bright as it's entering the lower atmosphere. It is incredible how it just lights up the entire area. Like, it looks like the sun. All right, let's go. We got Earth news to cover as well today. Holy shit. We have actually blasted through, I don't even know how, but we've just gotten through like 115 videos. Holy shit. How did that happen? All right, not quite, but a lot. We've gotten through a lot, like 100 videos already in 6 hours. That's an incredible pace. That's like 33 videos per 2 hour, so it's like it's like 16 and a half videos per hour. It's a blistering speed. Yes, that was a meteor in Japan. That was the second video of a different meteor at nighttime in Japan that made that the flash of it, like, this is the nighttime, but it looks like daytime because of how bright it is. All right, let's go to the Earth news down to El Salvador. For those trying to have fun in El Salvador, sorry, especially if you're a kid.
At this school in El Salvador,
I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I'd be sorry for people trying to have a Sunday fun day in El Salvador. You know, some portion of people are in CCOT being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But Nayib Bukele announced a new authoritarian measure earlier this week. I believe this was Friday.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
Now, all schools in El Salvador will ban Mohawks under a strict new education measure.
Illegal.
That's right. Any Mohawks now illegal in schools.
At this school in El Salvador, first period is inspection check. Every morning, Principal Oscar Malara sits near the front gate, eyeing students' outfits. He's looking for missing monograms or name tags on shirts, scuffed shoes, or hair that's too long. If you think these strict grooming standards sound like the military, you're not far off. It's a directive in effect this week from new Salvadoran Education Minister Carla Trigueros, a military captain. Punishment can mean deducted grades or community service handed down by principals like Malara.
When they were reprimanded when their haircut was inappropriate, they would say that the teacher was pressuring them, that the teacher was psychologically mistreating them. So many teachers backed off from enforcing rules about student appearance.
But
now with the arrival of the minister, she tells us we must correct this because we need students to receive a complete education.
A complete one. It would be incomplete.
The directive is backed by Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele.
Think about that. Think about that for a second. And then your education would somehow be incomplete because you had the wrong hair.
Come on!
On Thursday, he reposted a post on X promoting new school rules that ban Mohawks and the Edgar cut, a bowl-like style popular among young Latinos, especially in the US. Meanwhile, Minister Trigueros has been appearing in schools with a clean haircut and military fatigues.
It's a fun time down there in El Salvador. You don't even have to join the military to get the military-style dictatorship. That's fun. All right, let's go down to South America, where Chilean and Argentinian football fans are trading blame over recent violence at the stadium. Here is France 24 English.
Outside a police station in Buenos Aires on Thursday, friends and family members sought information about the hundreds of Chilean and Argentine football fans in custody after fighting with knives, sticks, stun grenades, and bathroom fittings during the previous night's club knockout match.
Early in the morning, I heard the news from Universidad de Chile fans, and then I came and asked about my son. They told me yes, he was here and he was fine, but they won't let me talk to him.
According to Argentine police, the incident began when Universidad de Chile fans, located in the upper stands, tore up seats in the stadium's restrooms and threw blunt objects towards the lower section, where the Argentine Independiente fans were located. Fans jumped or fell from the upper deck of the stands to escape the attack. The match was canceled at the start of the second half, but the violence did not end, as Independiente supporters broke down doors to attack the Chilean fans with sticks and metal bars. Police did not intervene to control the violence, arguing that they hung back in order to prevent greater damage. The Chilean government said 19 of its citizens.
Oh, intervening would have created more damage. I see. That makes sense. All right. Yeah. I guess we'll never see Argentinian police be heavy-handed and people are protesting. It's fascinating, especially because Argentina, like Javier Milei, has been very heavy-handed actually when it comes to attacking protesters who are protesting the dismantlement of their government. But no, just a public battle. No reason to do anything about that. That makes sense. Okay. Let's go to the United Kingdom, where the application of justice is also in an unequal state. Mo Kara of the Kneecap rap group standing trial for supposed terrorism. This was what he had to say after his trial. This is all we're going to have from this because, well, here, I'll let him say it for you. For me. I mean.
Thank you, everybody, for coming up. We appreciate it. Obviously, it's great to see the support out here. We know this story is more than just about me. It's more than Kneecap. This is a story about Palestine and us as a distraction from the real story. We know, unfortunately, this story will end up in the media today while Israel commits genocide at the same time. So everybody, continue to speak about Palestine. Free Palestine. Thank you all for coming. Chucky Ireland.
Keep talking about Palestine, keep calling it a genocide, and that's the real story, and this is just another distraction.
Well, there we go. We're just going to take it directly from the Kneecap boys. This trial is a distraction by the UK government. So we won't allow ourselves to be distracted by this. We'll talk about Palestine. Before we do that, though, one or two Sunday Funday stories, amongst other things. Let's go here to a tragedy, a food-based tragedy befalling the United Kingdom. Let's talk about the apocalypse facing UK's fish and chip shops.
I think
the fishman. All right, Rob. Well, there we go. Changing demographics and higher prices, among other things. Fish being produced outside of Britain, leading to potential future fish and chips apocalypse. Honestly, I'm a pretty big fan of fish and chips myself. I wouldn't say I get to eat it very often, but it's certainly one of those meals. It's just so good. Well, I've never had it with peas. What's up with the peas, Britain? Why peas? And how does peas improve the situation? All right. Let's go to sporting. Let's go to some sporting stuff here, starting off with rugby, specifically women's rugby.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
Well, the Women's Rugby World Cup opens this evening in England. The first women's only tournament was actually 34 years ago, back in 1991, and things have certainly come a long way since, especially because that first competition, the women had to actually organize it themselves, to the displeasure of the International Rugby Board. Now, fast forward to 2025, organizers are hoping for record-breaking attendance. Hundreds of thousands of tickets have already been sold, with entrances to the final actually already sold out. For more on this, Ben Coles joins us on the program. He's a journalist, more specifically a sports writer for The Observer. Thank you for joining.
Mushy peas is the best thing about fish and chips. In America, nobody's going to even offer you mushy peas with your fish and chips. You get vinegar or tartar sauce. But those are really your condiments here in the United States.
Joining us today, Ben.
Oh my God.
And so, like I said, women's rugby has evolved quite a bit over the past 3 decades or so. And the beginning wasn't easy. Why do you think it was such a challenge to get mainstream recognition? And was that specific to rugby, or was it part of a more general mood, so to speak, for women's sports in the early 1990s?
You're right. Yeah, the first tournament was very much organised kind of by people having to go out on their own, doing it without the authorities showing much interest. And the rise that we've seen in popularity, I think, especially in the last decade, I think what's been really key to that is players' ability to use social media to sort of market themselves really well. That the women's game feels very different to the men's game in terms of how infectious the personalities are, the kind of how easily and approachable the athletes are as well. So I think this is going to be a fascinating tournament where the status of those players is going to go to another level. Like you've already said, the amount of tickets sold, we're looking at 375,000 already, which is going to be a record number. That's already triple what we saw at the 2021 World Cup in New Zealand a few years ago. So an enormous moment for the game in England and for the women's game. And I think we're in for a really special tournament.
There have been claims that in some ways women's rugby is surpassing men's. I mean, you kind of hinted at it there with some of the more kind of popular or perhaps approachable personalities of the athletes. Do you think that that's true?
I think it's been key to growing the women's game, and we've seen this a bit with the Lionesses, the England women's football team as well, and their recent success. Is just going out there to prove that the sports are different, and that actually that while they they share the same rules and they share the same approaches, actually they're trying to market and approach the game in a very different way. And I think the women's rugby team, especially in England, have been very successful at that in terms of how well they've connected with fans. We're hoping to see
There you have it. Women's Rugby World Cup kicking off in England, where apparently women's rugby is starting to overtake men's rugby.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, I don't know how this was news, but the fact that Reuters posted this meant that I had to watch this one. Let's go to Reuters. That's right. The serious business news Reuters people from 4 days ago. Effectively just doing a literal repost of Red Bull's last promo. I mean, it's fucking wild. I've never seen anything quite this ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
But here you go. This is news. You know how I know that? Reuters posted this to their channel.
So my goal in this project was to jump from one moving truck, crossing a highway sign, while doing a tsunami backflip and landing safely in another truck. And this is the best time jump of my life. So when I was about to hit the jump, I was kind of nervous because there was so much going on. I really wanted to do the jump because, I had a great feeling at the test jumps, and I really wanted to cross the highway sign for the first time, and I wanted to be the first person doing it. So, yeah.
There we go. This guy did a backflip over a sign, of a highway sign, from one truck to another while moving. Pretty sweet. And Reuters, yes, that is news. For those of you wondering, that is correct. That is news. All right, let's go to Africa. We're in the Ivory Coast region. An small economic boom is starting to be seen in this rebel hub.
This is Bouaké, the Ivory Coast's former rebel-held capital. While bullet-riddled buildings still line some streets, President Alassane Ouattara is keen to turn the city into a symbol of recovery. So much so that as part of the octogenarian's third re-election bid, he held a military parade in the city to celebrate 65 years of independence, marking the first time in over 60 years that Bouaké has held independence festivities. According to political analyst Geoffroy-Julien Couao, it sends the message that peace has returned after the civil war that preceded Ouattara's swearing in 2011.
Celebrating independence in Bouaké shows that the crisis is completely behind us and that today the country is truly unified. On the economic front, don't forget that Bouaké is the second economic capital of Ivory Coast. Obviously, the movement of the head of state, all institutions and all these populations to Bouaké for this event will create economic enthusiasm, tourism, dynamism, and all of this will help boost the economy of the Bouaké region.
But away from the pomp and ceremony, division still lingers. Here's Fousseni Tour, a member of a civil society group that advocates for former fighters.
When it comes to former fighters, generally when people know we are ex-combatants when we are applying for jobs, they refuse us because they know we took up arms. To this day, it still weighs on us. They are afraid of us.
An armed rebellion against the then-President Laurent Gbagbo effectively split the Ivory Coast in two in 2002 after the start of the civil war. Bouaké became the headquarters of the New Forces rebels, many of them from Ouattara's Dioula ethnic group.
Well, there you go. People in Côte d'Ivoire, otherwise known as the Ivory Coast. looking for ways to make this place that's been ravaged by colonial activity into an economic hub that works for everybody. A lot of different struggles involved here. I mean, they gained their independence from France in, I think, the 60s. And the Ivorian, whatever you call it, civil war, I think was over 15 years ago now. But people still, attempting to rectify a difficult history. Let's go to Sudan, where a difficult history is currently still underway in every way possible. Of course, millions and millions of people are starving in this country. We do not talk about it quite enough, probably just because of the countless atrocities that we have to talk about on most days. I know this isn't really fun, but on Sunday Fun Day, I still try to get in at least some news, some valuetainment, right? And we gotta talk about Sudan. You gotta do it.
The United Nations World Food Program reports that more than 24 million people in Sudan are suffering from acute hunger. The more than 2 years of civil war have also driven about 4 million refugees into neighboring countries. In tonight's In Depth, the BBC's Barbara Platt-Usher reports on the humanitarian crisis fueled by the lack of international aid.
A rare glimpse of people living under siege. Here, your best hope is simply to suppress the hunger. This meal, if you can call it that, is porridge made from animal feed. No aid is getting through. This footage sent to us from Al Fasher, a front line in Sudan's civil war, and a death trap for those inside.
We don't know what to do. We can't find food. Please have mercy on us. Our suffering is worse than you can imagine. Help us in any way possible, especially the children. They are innocent in all this, and they are dying before our eyes.
Hospitals can't cope with the widespread malnutrition. A doctor sent us this voice message.
The situation, it is so miserable, it's so catastrophic. The children of Al-Fashir are dying on a daily basis due to lack of food, lack of medicine.
The paramilitary rapid support forces surrounding the city launched a major attack. They published this video claiming to have advanced. In social media posts, the army and its allies insist they repelled the assault and inflicted heavy losses. But civilians caught in the middle are fighting for survival.
This one has been going on for way too long, too. And the civilian toll just continues to get worse and worse. It's honestly, it's overwhelming to have this many just like worsening and multi-year atrocities, wars. So many millions of people right now starving for only one reason. It's just totally fucked. And when I say only one reason, I just mean that because of humans, right? Whatever reason humans are choosing. But it's just terrible. All right. Let's move on from Africa to talk about the Middle East somewhat here. Oh, I just realized, I forgot. Well, these two things are probably going to take up a fair bit of time. Certainly going to add to the amount of content we have here, even though I said we have only a couple of dozen videos left. Oh, these ones are serious. Okay, Mehdi Hasan had on the Arab American League's leader to discuss his decision to back Donald Trump in 2024. Here's Zateo from 6 days ago.
You and I met in Arizona last year, and you were making the case that Donald Trump will be better. You were telling Muslim and Arab audiences Trump will be better on this, and he hasn't been better.
From the very beginning, Joe Biden allowed Israel to do whatever they want.
So has Donald Trump. He said Benjamin Netanyahu should finish the job in Gaza, and when he was asked about Netanyahu reoccupying all of Gaza, he said, quote, "It's pretty much up to Israel."
I don't believe that's the case.
That's what he said.
I know, but
so why did he say it?
I'm not in the president's mind.
Would you also call Donald Trump genocide Donald?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
There's a difference between disagreeing with the president and condemning the president.
If Biden has said this, you and I would have criticized him. But when Trump says it, I'm criticizing him, but you're not.
I believe that right now, this week, a lot of things are happening at the White House, which I believe are going to end this war. Everybody is tired of it.
Do you believe he is racist towards Palestinians?
No.
So why does he use Palestinian as a slur, as an insult?
That was during the campaign, and I came out...
No, it was the other day. How rude. It was in May. He called Chuck Schumer a Palestinian.
It's not acceptable.
Bashar Obama, nice guy, but very naive. What would you say to somebody watching who says that to you? During the 2024 election campaign, there were some in Muslim and Arab American circles who had high, some might say delusional hopes that candidate Donald Trump would take a different path to President Joe Biden when it came to Gaza. That Trump's America First policy would perhaps lead him to cut off funding for Israel or force Benjamin Netanyahu to end his bombardment of Gaza. Wouldn't that have been nice? And look, some of those folks felt pretty optimistic after Israel and Hamas came to a ceasefire agreement just days before President-elect Trump came into office, only for that ceasefire to fall apart less than 2 months later, with Israel imposing a complete blockade on all aid entering into Gaza. Fast forward to today, and Gaza is suffering a full-blown famine as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu begins his plan to reoccupy all of Gaza. Trump has, of course, greenlit that plan, which frankly shouldn't come as a surprise, considering his own open endorsement of ethnic cleansing in Gaza earlier this year. So, were Muslims and Arab Americans who voted for Trump this past election, were they conned by the president, who claimed to be the candidate of peace? Who better to ask than the founder of what was Arab Americans for Trump, Bishara Bahba, a Palestinian-American businessman and activist who was once an advisor to Yasser Arafat and who has most recently helped facilitate negotiations between the Trump administration and Hamas. Bishara Bahba, thank you so much for joining me on Mehdi Unfiltered. Appreciate you taking time out. You, until very recently, I'm trying to find the right phrase, were President Trump's unofficial back channel, facilitator with Hamas? What's the best description of what you were doing?
Mediator.
Mediator?
Yeah.
Back in April, I believe, Hamas reached out to you to try and pass a message to the Trump administration. And you've been in talks in Qatar and across the region for a lot of this year. So my opening question to you is a permanent ceasefire achievable, in your view, between Israel and Hamas?
I believe it is. We were working initially on a temporary ceasefire, which would involve the release of 10 Israeli hostages versus X number of prisoners, withdrawal from Israeli troops or redeployment from certain parts of Gaza to others. But it seems now that Hamas's original offer was they wanted to release all the hostages in return for a permanent ceasefire.
Yes.
But that was rejected. I'm presuming it was rejected by the Israelis. That's why we worked on the temporary ceasefire. But, I have to just say that I was not a negotiator as much as I was a mediator, meaning I was passing on messages from Hamas to primarily Steve Witkoff back and forth.
Who is the Donald Trump's chief negotiator.
Yes.
Hamas has been offering, a lot of Palestinians say, a hudna, a 10-year truce, for a while now. This goes back years, which Israel and the US have consistently ignored. Do you believe Hamas is genuinely interested in not just a ceasefire, but a long-term truce, one in which they no longer govern Gaza. Is that what they told you?
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe. And tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to exclusive content, then you have to head to zeteo.com and subscribe now.
It's nice to know that me and Mehdi agree on this one. I've been saying this same thing for a while now, that Donald Trump is somehow worse than Joe Biden. Shockingly, I mean, it really is. Takes a lot to actually be worse than Joe Biden on the topic of Israel and Gaza. I've been saying it basically since he started talking about ethnic cleansing, like it was some sort of a real estate opportunity.
Supporting fearless, independent journalism.
Well, there's a difference between truce and there is a hudna, or a permanent ceasefire. Now, what is being envisioned as a permanent ceasefire is the return of Israeli hostages. And in return, the Israelis would withdraw from Gaza entirely. An Arab/international force would go in and take over the administration of Gaza. But it also entails demands by Israel, which is the demilitarization of Hamas. Now, a hudna would imply that Hamas would stay there, they would refrain from using their weapons, while a permanent ceasefire would entail the possibility of demilitarizing completely Hamas.
So from your understanding, Hamas has agreed to step down from power, but not give up its arms.
Well, the issue of arms has not been on the table during the discussions.
But giving up power has, right? And they've agreed.
They've agreed to give up power to the International Independent Committee.
Yes, a technocratic
committee. They've agreed to that, and they said that they were willing to give it the powers from day one.
So what's the roadblock right now to there not being a ceasefire? As we speak, Palestinians are being killed, 89 people in the last 24 hours, according to Al Jazeera. What is the roadblock to a ceasefire not happening tomorrow morning?
Right now, there is thinking, I am told, and I have not confirmed that everyone is looking, including Israel, at a permanent ceasefire. That would take us months to achieve, because a temporary ceasefire, which was much easier, that did not talk about demilitarization of Hamas, took us months. Imagine how long So I am, even though a lot of people believe that let's get it done with once and for all, I am of the belief that let's go with a temporary ceasefire. At least there will be no killing, no starvation during that time. And there will be plenty of time to negotiate a permanent deal.
Just to be clear on the negotiations, were you part of the Steve Witkoff negotiating team? Are you still part of the Trump mediation or negotiation efforts in any shape or form?
There is a difference between being a part of Steve Witkoff's team. I am not a U.S. government employee. A U.S. government employee cannot have discussions with Hamas. My utility is the fact that I'm a U.S. citizen. I just happen to be in the middle of these negotiations. So I was never part of Steve Witkoff's team, but I am in continuous touch with Mr. Witkoff.
Currently, you haven't given that up. You haven't returned to private life. You're still involved in the facilitations, the mediations.
I'm involved in the media, and it is at his will. You know, he could say goodbye, and I would be gone.
I mean, there's talk of you guys not getting along. Israel's Channel 12 TV network, as you know, quotes you as saying that Witkoff was completely ignoring the mediation team's achievements with Hamas and adopting Netanyahu's approach. It quotes you as saying that he walked out of negotiations too soon. It quotes you as saying, I can achieve more from Hamas when I operate freely.
You know, that's really fake news. I've never used that term, but in this particular case...
So you didn't speak to Channel 12?
I did not speak with Channel 12.
So they just made up the quotes you're saying? Because they're standing by their story since you denied it.
Shocking. A quasi-Trump official declaring fake news.
I don't want reality.
I did not speak with Channel 12.
So they just made up the quotes you're saying? Because they're standing by their story since you denied it.
Well, I deny it. I continue to deny. I've never spoken with...
so where did they get the quotes from?
I have no idea.
So you don't believe that Steve Witkoff worked out too quickly?
No, well, listen, Steve Witkoff and I have a great relationship. I have tremendous respect for the man. And one of the first conversations we had is he told me, Bishara, what I want to achieve is at the end of the killing of Palestinians and Israelis. And he used Palestinians first. And to me, that touched a sensitive nerve.
He's also said Hamas clearly shows a lack of desire to reach a ceasefire in Gaza. Hamas does not appear to be coordinated or acting in good faith. It is a shame that Hamas has acted in this selfish way. Steve Witkoff, like every other Trump official, constantly blames only Hamas for everything and excuses Israel. Is that how you see the situation? That it's all the fault of Hamas?
No. I see it both Israel's and Hamas's fault. I see Hamas's fault because they have procrastinated in coming up with decisions. The decision-making process of Hamas is very elaborate. They have 30 people that have to vote on major decisions that they make. So there were times when I felt that
all the bureaucracy of the Hamas government's what's slowing it all down. Okay.
Give me a joke.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
Come up with a decision much quicker because there was no need to extend that while people were getting killed.
Understood. They're too slow, bureaucratic, procrastinating. Hamas, Witkoff says they're not acting in good faith. Do you believe Hamas is acting in good faith?
Well, listen, Hamas, at least from what I know, wants to have to reach a ceasefire agreement.
Okay.
They do.
So you disagree there. Just to be clear, given where we are now, we had this ceasefire when Trump came into office. It was a big achievement, one that you praised. But who broke the ceasefire back in March? It was Israel, wasn't it?
Well, it was Israel, but they used the fact that Hamas was staging the releases of hostages as a provocation. And they used that primarily to break the deal with...
But it was Israel that broke the ceasefire.
Israel was the one who fired the shots, yes.
Bishara, isn't the problem that for a lot of Arab Americans and Muslim Americans who backed Donald Trump in 2024, anywhere between 1 in 4 and 1 in 3, depending on which poll you look at, their belief that Trump would be anti-war or better on Gaza than the Democrats on the Middle East, your belief, because you were head of Arab Americans for Trump, that belief has turned out to be completely wrong, hasn't it?
You know, I don't want to judge the president. The relationship that I have with the administration is very valuable. All I want to say is that I believe that the president wants to end that war. I firmly believe that.
I gotta say,
Mr.
it's
Witkoff has reaffirmed that to
weird.
me.
Super weird that the guy
on Saturday.
Hey, sir, shut up. Shut your mouth. It is super weird to me that a guy during a presidential election who put his name and word behind a specific man, some might call it a judgment, now in post doesn't want to judge the man whom he judged to be worthy just 6-8 months ago. It's very strange how things change.
That I believe that the president wants to end that war. I firmly believe that. Mr. Witkoff has reaffirmed that to me just on Saturday. He said, we need to end that war. We needed to end it by hook or crook, essentially. So there is a strong determination that the war needs to end. And the president was very upset when he saw pictures of Palestinian starving children. He was very upset. And he said, I know that he told everyone in his administration.
This dude is doing a Bill Maher. This dude is pulling a Bill Maher in here with fucking with Mehdi. He's like, look, in private, I was with Donald Trump and I showed him some pictures and he was crying. You could see the tears welling in his eyes. He whimpered to me and he said, I am upset. You don't know him like I do.
Come on!
Make sure that food gets in.
But isn't the problem here that Axios has reported, and many Israeli newspapers have reported, that when Netanyahu brought in that blockade of food in March, that was with Trump's permission. Netanyahu said at the time it was done in full coordination with President Trump and his people. So those starving children, that's the responsibility of the US government, which is Donald Trump. You said before the election that you had been persuaded that a second Trump presidency would, quote, and I'm quoting you, put an immediate end to the war in Gaza. That did not happen, has not happened. In fact, the war is expanding. As you say, we're seeing starving children on our TV screens, being starved in a way we've not seen before in this war. We've seen people killed, continue to be killed in record numbers. I said 89 in the last 24 hours on the day we're speaking. What happened?
Well,
immediate end to the war didn't happen, did it?
You know, you recall that on January 19th, one day before the elections, a ceasefire was declared. Now, later on, I was told that that ceasefire agreement was full of holes, and that was the work of the Biden administration. It was not the work of the Trump administration.
Well, he took credit for it. I mean, he took credit for the ceasefire. Now you're saying it was the Biden administration ceasefire when it didn't work.
It did not work, okay?
Because Israel broke the ceasefire, as we just discussed.
Israel broke the ceasefire, but at the same time, you know, I believe that.
That's a fascinating development, if that's true, that Donald Trump had nothing to do with the ceasefire that we saw earlier this year. A lot of people were taking victory laps, including Donald Trump, over that.
President wants to end this war. Now, in the meantime, a lot of elements, geopolitical elements, such as the Iran-Israel war, took place that changed the considerations of the U.S. government. But, you know, maybe it's out of faith more than anything else, but I am...
We'll talk about your faith in Trump. No, because it's interesting, because you were very, just for viewers who don't know you were very passionate last year in opposing the genocide in Gaza, but also opposing the Biden administration. You were very critical. And Joe Biden supporters would also say, well, he wants to end the war. And people like you and me would have said, well, he can end the war and he hasn't done it, right? I think that's a fair view. You called Joe Biden Genocide Joe multiple times. And there was clearly an argument for saying that. In my view, Joe Biden was complicit in a genocide.
Illegal.
But in my view, Donald Trump is also complicit in a genocide. He has helped Benjamin Netanyahu bomb, besiege, starve the people of Gaza for more than 6 months. So would you also call Donald Trump Genocide Donald?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
Because
not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
That war could have been stopped at a much easier manner than it would be right now. Things are getting significantly more complicated from my perspective. I mean, listen, I am, my grandmother was from Gaza.
Yeah.
I relate to the people of Gaza.
But it is a genocide in Gaza.
My goal, it is an Israeli imposed genocide, yes.
But Joe Biden was complicit in that genocide.
You know, I know where you're getting at, but the thing is...
you know what I'm getting at, because I don't understand why is one president genocide, but not another.
What is that shit? I know what you're getting at. You're suggesting that Trump is somehow also funding the war. It's like, yeah, dude, that's absolutely what's happening right now.
Because
I didn't make you call him genocide Jew. You called him genocide Jew. You said this is you last year. Arab and Muslim Americans are sick and tired of genocide Joe. He is arming Israel to the teeth, killing and wounding almost 2% of Gaza's population. Why does that not apply to Donald Trump? Everything in there applies to Donald Trump.
You know,
he gave billions of dollars of weapons to Israel as soon as he came in. He lifted Joe Biden's hold on 2,000-pound bombs.
Donald Trump wants to end that war.
So why did he lift the hold on 2,000-pound bombs? Literally 5 days into office.
Listen, I cannot be responsible for the decision.
I'm not asking you to be responsible. I'm asking you, do you agree with me that he, therefore, is the same as Biden?
He's not the same as Biden.
Why? I'm asking you to explain to our viewers why.
Because President Trump wants to end this war. And
Biden said the same thing. Whether you want something is irrelevant. Is he ending the war? No, he's giving them more and more weapons. Billions of dollars of weapons. Bypassed Congress to do it.
Time will only tell that the president is going to end this war.
Oh.
Even if he ends the war, the point is...
We just have to wait and see, that's all. We just got to watch. It's the Chuck Schumer, actually. That's the Chuck Schumer playbook right there. Hakeem Jeffries. We just need to sit here and watch. We will, as long as we just sit here quietly and watch without questioning the president's strategy, he will bring peace to Gaza at some point.
7 months in right now, 8 months in, a lot of people have died. Thousands of thousands.
A lot of people have died,
on Donald
of course.
Trump's watch.
A lot of people have died.
But you said last year that he would end the war. You told Arab Americans to vote for Trump. But he hasn't ended it.
Listen, I believe whatever I said, I stand by.
No regrets.
About
what you said last year.
No, absolutely
so
not.
when you said last year that you take Donald Trump at his word, those were your phrase. He is a man of his word, you said, when Donald Trump promised to end the war. I mean, he's broken that word. He hasn't ended the war. In fact, he's made the war much worse. Surely you regret saying that.
Well, I know that he's working very hard to end that war.
That's exactly what people said about Joe Biden.
Exactly.
And you and I mocked them.
You know what? Joe Biden,
so did
from
I.
my perspective.
I just don't know why some people just lost their freaking minds. They're like, actually, Donald Trump's going to be great for the Middle East. And he's going to end the genocide day one. And now it's gone from that to being, he's going to get to it at some point. Don't worry about it. Next, he's going to start calling everybody Hamas supporters for suggesting that Donald Trump is as bad or worse than Biden. Now, the first... last year marked a terrible point in human history. 383 aid workers were killed in 2024, according to the latest UN reports. Here's Al Jazeera.
United Nations staff members gathered near the famous Statue of Nonviolence at UN headquarters to pay tribute to more than 300 colleagues killed in Gaza since October 2023. A UN staff member read a letter on behalf of Andrew Gilmore, a former Assistant Secretary General for Human Rights, who is now chair of a new association calling itself UN Staff for Gaza.
Your voices carry across barriers. They serve to remind our colleagues in Gaza that they are seen, they are heard, their work and courage is applauded, and they are not alone.
But the solidarity action was also to pay tribute to the 162 other humanitarians killed in Gaza, as well as to honor murdered journalists. And then, a moment of silence. UN Staff for Gaza was created just a few weeks ago. It's a private association, not formally associated with the United Nations in any way, but it's made up of UN staff members who feel strongly about the cause.
Okay. A horrifying statistic. One of many horrifying statistics from last year. And humanity seems to be headed down some terrible precipice. With no breaks at all. All right. Well, here we go. This is the final Hasan video. That's right, we get 3 Hasan vids today. We did Hasan with the wine moms over at I've Had It podcast. His Ben Cohen on stream appearance, and now finally the double Hasan discussion. Hasan Piker, Hasan Minhaj. And this was on Hasan Minhaj's new channel, or I don't know if it's new, but no, yeah, it's not that new, but channel.
As soon as I'm done with this, I'm gonna go back down there and start my stream. So wait, you want to come down to 9 Drew with me? You have time?
I gotta. Let me try to figure it, because I gotta go to the location scout.
All right. Well, I already promoted it as you're coming out.
Oh, you told him. What do I gotta do for? Like,
how rude! All you gotta do is just like show up and be like, "What's up?" I had an idea of just like starting the stream and just having you there.
What is up, everybody? Hasan Piker here. Shout out to all the Hasanabis. Today is Friday. It's 85 degrees. We're in New York City. It's a beautiful day. Hope you're having a great Friday over there. It's 1:18 p.m. Eastern Time.
That was amazing. Get out of here. All right, what's up? Let me get back in my seat.
As of this recording, Hasan Piker has the 4th most subscribed channel on Twitch, a platform that I don't use and that kind of scares me. But even if Twitch was built for gamers, Piker has used Twitch as a home for news analysis, political debate, and even fundraising for causes that he supports. He's a new person doing a new format on a new platform, which drives legacy media insane trying to label him. He's like, is he part of the manosphere? Is he a Nazi, a bully, a progressive? I mean, he's buff, but he believes in human rights, and he wants universal health care. What is it? Who is he?
This is ridiculous!
He's spent years in progressive media and is pretty well read on politics and history, which he uses to present the news cycle to his streaming audience every day for 10 hours at a time, which is bonkers.
When I look at the chat, I feel like I'm gonna have a seizure.
Yeah, it's normal.
You can see the Matrix.
Yeah.
So I sat down with one of the other Hasans to give me a 101 on progressive politics, chat about Noam Chomsky, and to get his take on a completely unhinged Eric Adams video that everybody needs to see.
In addition to a book, something simple as a crack pipe.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, Hasan Piker. Hey. Thanks for doing this, bro.
This is amazing.
So listen, man, you are one of the kings of reacting. You're a reaction king.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do something with you. This is gonna be pretty meta here. This is going to be my reaction. Hasan Minhaj reacts to Hasan Piker reacting to Hasan Minhaj.
That makes so much sense. Okay, let's see.
Let's do it.
You've been saying put your shoes on for the past 40 years. Senator Sanders, do you ever feel like blowing your brains out?
Occasionally. That was kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. It was a good, strong start. He just straight up asked Bernie if he wants to kill himself, dude. That's insane.
It's a great reaction.
Illegal.
It's one of the nicest reactions I've gotten, bro. The internet's a wild place.
Bro,
I've gotten some mean reactions.
Oh, I've definitely given you some mean reactions myself, probably.
Oh, yeah. Do not go. But let's not go through this.
Yeah, let's not go through the bad ones.
Yeah, let's not go through the bad ones. I've gotten some, the ones that the personal ad hominem ones are the ones that I can't. That cut deep. Why does he move his hands so much? He's got eyebrows like fuzzy caterpillars.
Hey, you're so handsome. It's not.
Thank you.
It's not. That's like
you.
it's. You're fine on that front. No, I have a lot of animosity. We're here right now. But like, as soon as I saw a Muslim dude named Hasan on the Daily Show, I was like, oh, it's over. There's no way white people are going to be like 2 Muslim Hassans doing political satire or political anything. It's not happening. Now there's 3. I don't know what happened.
No, there's a lot happening in the world, man.
It's like, if your name is John and my name is John, we could have 10 of us.
Hey, can I tell you what I really wanted to chat with you about? Bro, I was going to text you this. The New York Times profile on you was bonkers.
I know.
I was like, all right, I'm just going to have him on the pod. We're going to talk about it. All right, let's take a look at let's look at the title, okay?
That's the good headline.
A progressive mind in a body made for the manosphere. That's what they changed it to? What was it before?
The bad one was MAGA body. They said like leftist with a MAGA body or something. They changed it after I yelled about it on stream.
A progressive mind and a MAGA body, article headline is not the best, okay? I think what they were saying is like MAGA packaging. I think that would have been probably a better title for this instead of a progressive mind and a MAGA body. If they said progressive mind and a MAGA package or something, or in a bro package, or a manosphere package, MAGA body, that's gonna piss off a lot of people.
Classic New York Times, the editor came up with a title that pisses everybody off, regardless of their political background.
Yeah.
Like the liberals were mad because they were like, MAGA body, excuse me. Like, have you ever been to a Walmart in Oklahoma? Like, that's not what MAGA body is. And then all the Republicans were mad because they were, I guess, like associating me with MAGA.
You pissed off every part of the Venn diagram.
Everybody got
Nobody
mad.
was happy. Even the photos made you look kind of like a zoo animal, where they're like, check this out. Let's look at this first photo. For an appearance at the 2024 TwitchCon, Mr. Piker wore a tank top that showed off his arms. Well, first of all,
I didn't even read that description.
this is the description. This is one of the main descriptions. This is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Now, how does it feel to be treated like a female politician?
No, it's awesome because I grew up fat.
Okay.
So like when I
yeah, you've talked about this.
Yeah, so when I get objectified, I'm like, sweet.
Right.
People will be like, people in the comment section always will be like, no one would listen to you if you weren't hot. And I'm like, oh, you think I'm hot? Thank you. That's nice. But it's, I mean, obviously objectification doesn't work in the same way for men, but they're trying hard.
Right. Every part of it's insane. Why this obsession with your body?
I think it's a little bit like Zohran, which again, another 33-year-old Muslim guy. What's going on? Are we doing taqiyya? Is that? I never knew what that was, by the way, until I came to America and I heard it from an Islamophobe. Is that what's going on? There's like a Muslim infiltration happening, I think. But after his victory in New York,
yeah,
everybody was like, "Oh, it's because he's handsome. Oh, he won because he's doing good social media." It's like, it's never about like what his message is, even though that was what penetrated to the consciousness of so many people. Like a guy who was young and dynamic and just went out and was like, what's your problem? I'll solve it, right? Like that's what we're supposed to do. It's pretty basic stuff.
Yeah.
But everybody focuses on the optics and the aesthetics. And the same goes for myself as well. I'm really happy to be profiled by the New York.
You remember Hasan Piker saying that he would never meet Hasan Minhaj because he blew up before he blew up on Twitch, because he wouldn't be big. Who wouldn't be big enough, Hasan or Hasan? Which one?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was at 8%. I'm just saying, he was like, nobody was.
What did you guys do? You guys like pulled up to like just a restaurant, right? And you just had some food.
Yeah, we went to a restaurant that he chose, that one of his homies was running.
Yeah.
And we just started there, had a conversation there, and then we just walked Astoria. And he took me to, I think it was a Bangladeshi restaurant, if I'm not mistaken. We went there, we saw the Unks. And then afterwards, he took me to like a bunch of these like different coffee shops, like Yemeni coffee shops in the area, and it was an amazing experience. Yeah. I mean, he's really, really charismatic. He's got that 33 years of being a visible Muslim guy, defense mechanism always. So he can just like eat it. When someone just like says something crazy to him, he can just go, he can do jujitsu and just like immediately bring it back to affordability is a real crisis.
Right.
Yeah.
He Tai Chi's it and he's just like, but we have to freeze the rent.
Yeah.
You know
it's
that, right?
crazy. Like, cause
I don't know if have you seen the New York Post covers? Pull this up. Nuts.
Yeah. Candid hate for mayor. Dangerous ma'am.
Dangerous Ma'am is wild. Now, because what you're not noticing about this one, it says Dangerous Ma'am, and then right there it says actor Val Kilmer dies at 65. So when I saw that one, I was like, did he kill Val Kilmer? Are they saying he killed Val Kilmer?
Yeah, that's what he did.
When you see all this stuff, what's it like for you?
I mean, they write about me quite extensively.
Oh, the New York Post.
Oh, yeah. When I see this stuff, I said this before, like, I'd never have felt so, like, I never understood, like, representative politics until someone who was also a 33-year-old socialist Muslim is running for office. He gets the exact same attacks that I get. He is much better at dealing with them because I think after like the 700th time that I have to respond to like, you're a terrorist, why do you want to throw gay people off roofs, from a guy whose name is like, you know, Hitler's 1488. I'm like, me?
Right.
You just
and now you're engaging in discourse with this.
Yeah. Now I'm like, I'm talking to a guy who like, I look at your older statements in the chat. You're calling me the F slur for defending gay people. Now you're saying I want to throw gay people off the roof. Like, it doesn't make sense. I do have a tendency to lose it a little bit. I never can do the same jujitsu that he engages in. And stay on message.
This second one is wild. College group co-founded by Mamdani hosted speaker who blamed U.S. for 9/11 attacks. The 6 degrees of 9/11 is kind of wild work on that New York Post cover.
You want to know something crazy? Cuomo tried to use me and him talking to me as a line of attack in the debates. He didn't say
Zohran,
he didn't reference me by
Mamdani.
name. But he was like, why did you dialogue with someone who said 9/11 was good, which I didn't say.
I'm not Mr. Mamdani. I don't give forums to extremists who blame America for 9/11.
Wait, that was he talking about me?
But yeah, they love doing the 9/11 thing. Like, they love being like, he is Muslim, and you know who did 9/11?
Sure.
Muslims.
Sure.
It's super racist.
Congressman Torres actually wrote a letter to the companies that host his podcast, and he said he's an apologist for October 7th, but also he's anti-American and an apologist for 9/11.
And was he cheering? Was
Yeah.
he cheering in New Jersey?
Yeah.
The way Donald Trump says Muslims
Yeah, I
were
was.
cheering.
Look,
rooftops in Jersey.
Look,
I mean, you were in Turkey at the time.
I was in a New Jersey rooftop. I was dancing, but to be fair, I didn't know that it was happening. I did not know that 9/11 was happening. It was a Zumba class. It was all the rage.
Got it.
Totally, just a total coincidence. Okay, let's keep going through this thing. We can't watch the whole thing. It's over an hour long.
That's too much, man!
Here's what I'm going to do. I've faced this before where no one asks you in a very clean, straightforward format, what are your political beliefs?
Okay.
We'll just get it clean. What is your political ideology?
I say I'm a leftist, and the reason why I say that, because it ranges all the way from, Maoist beliefs, I guess, to, in America, even social democracy. It's a big tent. And the reason why I don't particularly abide by one kind of Marxist orthodoxy is because I think that in America we have no broad coalition of the left. The DSA is trying to do that and have seen some success here in New York especially. But yeah, I say I'm a leftist. I'm a progressive. Empathy is what guides my politics. And yeah, that's it. I did a very bad job. You asked me a direct question.
It's a very...
And I gave you a very bad answer.
I've never been able to articulate it either. Here's kind of what my political disposition is. My basic POV is that all human beings have inalienable rights. Every human being has divine goodness within them. Human beings are more than a P&L sheet or things that can generate profit for corporations or provide shareholder value. And I don't think you should kill people for money. That's pretty much it. And apparently that makes me either like a terrorist or a Cuban spy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
People try to put that into like a two-party political box, but that's really what it is.
Yeah, well, it's neither party in the two-party that really represents that, because I think that is antithetical to capitalism in general. I would say broadly I am anti-capitalist. Like, that's not... I don't correct people when they say I'm any variant of leftist. I guess unless they say I'm an anarchist. I'm not an anarchist. That's it. But you're right. My politics are people first. And I think that we can genuinely improve society broadly if we were to, and I'll use like a liberal term here that people like, we would be able to maximize the potential of people that are in developing nations that have been subject to untold amounts of cruelty at the behest of super profits that we extract from the global south. I feel like a better future is possible. We live in...
By the way, this is the first time I'm hearing this, like all of this stuff. Like, I didn't actually listen to this whole thing. I just didn't have time to listen to this whole podcast before starting this today. There's so many videos. Some of these longer ones, I just was like, I'll have to do it in the moment.
Era where we have an abundance. Not that shouts out to Derek Thompson and that's fine, but we have a surplus of food. Like solving that problem is a matter of profit, because if food production was no longer profitable, if we were just giving it for free to people that need it, then all of a sudden that breaks the entire system. There are so many things that we could solve if we were just be like, all right, well, let's just drop profit on this one. Let's not worry about making money on this one. How about we just have a little handshake deal here? Healthcare, housing. Like, I think these are solvable issues, and the only hurdle is that we have just simply not evolved away from this current organization of the economy.
Man, I've always felt this, being a comedian and an artist. It's a very like woo-woo, human first disposition. So a lot of what you're saying resonates with me. I've been put under the progressive umbrella before, but I'd love to chat with you about what these ideas mean to you. So I'm gonna ask you about like 6 or 7 questions. Like,
let's do it.
Let's break it down. Okay. Hasan Piker, to you, what is social?
Okay, hold on. Is this what this would be? We don't need progressive politics 101. Let's move on. Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah. What is the left-wing / leftist perspective on immigration?
I guess there's diversity of thought in every movement, including on the left as well. But mine is, I am pro-immigration. I don't think that there's any issue with immigration at all. But the way that immigration works, I think it was Aviva Chomsky, one of Noam Chomsky's daughters, who wrote a book on this. I think it was called Immigration, Illegal? I'm butchering the name of the book, but she wrote a great book about this where she details the history of how migration actually became a crime, and the reasons as to why it became a crime was to create a permanent second-class citizen in the United States, a permanent underclass, basically, that you can use and abuse and discard through this legal system, which was initially implemented under the second Bracero program during World War II, when we actually brought in Mexican migrant workers. And then Eisenhower turned around and engaged in a horrifying mass deportation operation, which was named after a slur. I'm not going to say the slur, but it was literally on the New York Times. Like, they wrote, Operation WB is the slur.
Okay.
And actually, Trump was promoting that when he was running this last election cycle. He was like, he did great things. Eisenhower, he did so much good. And I couldn't believe that he was saying that. Anyway, I'm rambling on because this is what I do on Twitch all the time. The real inhumanity of immigration in this country is what we do to the migrants, and both what we do to their home countries initially, the destabilization. Right. And also even climate change and its impact on like agricultural production in those places, the instability that we cause in the global south that create migration patterns into the United States of America. And then the cruelty never really stops, because the difference between a documented and undocumented non-citizen is documentation. It's just paperwork.
Right. And also the luck of birth.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like
what piece of soil you were lucky enough to be born into.
And so my argument is there's no like only finite amount of labor available, because it's something that consistently expands. Yeah. I like to make an argument for socialist policies from the perspective of selfishness oftentimes, because I think that Americans like that. There are jobs for everyone. The notion that there's only a finite amount of jobs and then like immigrants are going to come in and take those jobs and then it's going to depress the wages. Yeah, that only happens if they are kept undocumented. Yeah. And the powerful forces in this country, capital owners, recognize that reality, which is why we play this weird game of dehumanizing undocumented immigrants. It's obviously racism that plays a big role here.
100%.
But that racism is actually just simply a weapon that is wielded by capitalist forces in this country so that they can continue keeping these people undocumented. Because if they were documented, they would be able to, alongside the already existing naturalized or American-born labor force, go side by side.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very good point. Immigrants, specifically undocumented ones, are used by capitalists and pitted against the worker. Oh, God. I honestly thought that Hasan would be talking Gaza. No Gaza talk yet.
You were talking about Noam Chomsky's daughter earlier. Was Chomsky a big political influence for you in his writing?
For sure, yeah.
Have you seen Manufacturing Consent?
Like, I read it.
I'm gonna play you a clip. But there's a documentary in the late 80s, early 90s.
Oh, I think I've seen a piece of it where they talk about.
Here's one question I have: is how do we get people to the place where they realize that the leaving of like keeping undocumented immigrants undocumented rather than granting them citizenship is actually making their lives worse? Like, what does it take? What's it going to take to get us there? For like the vast majority of Americans to realize that.
Well drawn. There's like drawings.
There's drawings. There's archival.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
great.
yeah.
Okay, so this is my favorite. So if shout out to Noam Chomsky, one of the goats.
Yeah.
He was super influential for me as well. I'm gonna play you a clip.
Okay.
This is one of my favorite clips from Manufacturing Consent, the documentary. So this is Noam Chomsky dunking on a very young David Frum.
We should be responsible for our own actions primarily.
Because your method is not only to ignore the corpses created by them, but also to ignore corpses that are created by neither side, but which are irrelevant to your ideological
That's
agenda.
totally untrue.
Well, let me give you an example. One of your own causes that you take very seriously is the cause of the Palestinians. And a Palestinian corpse weighs very heavily on your conscience. And yet a Kurdish corpse does not.
That's not true at all. I've been involved in Kurdish support groups for years. That's absolutely true. That's absolutely false. I mean, just ask the Kurdish, ask the people who are involved in, I mean, they come to me, I sign their petitions and so on and so forth. In fact, if you look at the things we've written, I mean, let's take a look. I mean, I'm not Amnesty International. I can't do everything. I'm a single person. But if you read, say, take a look, say, at the book that Edward Herman and I wrote on this topic. In it, we discuss 3 kinds of atrocities. What we called benign bloodbaths, which nobody cares about, constructive bloodbaths, which are the ones we like, and nefarious bloodbaths, which are the ones that the bad guys do. The principle that I think we ought to follow is not the one that you stated. It's a very simple ethical point. You're responsible for the predictable consequences of your actions. You're not responsible for the predictable consequences of somebody else's actions. The most important thing for me and for you is to think about the consequences of your actions. What can you affect?
It's a fire Chomsky clip.
Yeah. Dave, I can't believe David Frum is still working.
So for those of you watching, this is a young David Frum, who, fun fact, was one of the authors of George W. Bush's The Axis of Evil speech.
Yeah.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world. We will develop and deploy effective missile defenses to protect America and our allies from sudden attack.
It is funny for David Frum to hit you don't care about the Kurds because, one, Kurdish militia movements in the region have an honorable goal that I also agree with, Kurdish emancipation, even though I'm Turkish, okay? Don't come at me. They are also propped up by the
I just looked it up. David Frum is way younger than Noam Chomsky by 30 years. He's like he's in his early, he's like 65, whereas Noam Chomsky is 95.
American state. And ironically enough, Chomsky has written extensively on this, where he will routinely criticize America for arming the Kurdish militias and basically dangle emancipation or statehood in front of them. A 35 million ethnic group with no nation state in the region, bits and pieces in every country, including Turkey. America will just dangle statehood in front of them to basically use and abuse them, to just like wield them as a weapon in the region for destabilization, and then we'll let the Turks roll over them every single time. And Noam Chomsky has written extensively on it. But what's interesting to me about what David Frum is doing there is that it's the exact same thing that David Frum does right now, and everyone like David Frum that is like super pro-Israel or super pro-American imperialism in the region will always be like, well, what about the Kurds? Or what about Sudan? And it's like, okay, that's also bad. And we are also kind of in all of those things.
Yeah, it's just whataboutism, but on a geopolitical level. That's really, it's really a sad and overused political, rhetorical device.
But you're just simply pointing to that to deflect away from Palestine, which is something that, again, we are doing.
Well, what Chomsky also says at the end of that clip that I think is really interesting, he's saying, I'm responsible for my actions.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I've grappled with, too, as an American citizen, someone who pays taxes, is what are my tax dollars doing?
Yeah.
What are they funding? That's really shaped my political disposition. But also some of the great, civil rights activists. I mean, the book right there behind me, Muhammad Ali, his work in the 60s and 70s against the war in Vietnam also shaped my whole position on both individual violence and state-sanctioned violence.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel about it. For me, in regards to violence, I've just never been able to be pro-violence.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's a good spot for us to pause. We still got more content. I don't think it's a full 2-hour half, which is why I figured I would just pause now, and then we'll do like another hour and a half after this break. Rather than doing 2 full hours for this half and doing an hour after it, I'd rather not. Okay, so quick break, quick galactic intermission. Don't worry though, we'll be right back after these brief messages. Okay, hopefully you've already hit the like button and subscribed. Don't forget to hit the bell icon too so you get the latest notifications. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. Thankfully, we have a whole lot of great ways for you to show your support: YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than YouTube's bottom line. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron, where for the low price of 10 cents a day, you can get access to space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Space Fams. Time for the 5th and final half of the show, so prepare yourselves. Get back in those seats. Do whatever it is that you need to finish doing, because that time is coming very, very quickly.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, we ended the 4th half listening to Hasan and Hasan talk about Gaza, Israel, and a number of other things, violence across the world. Let's go back to talking about Gaza, where a protest was held. Shockingly, people in Gaza found enough time to stage a protest in between finding food. We want them to stop the war on Gaza. 22 months is enough. Enough death, enough destruction, enough. Look at us. We have lost more than 10% of our population, 85% of buildings and facilities, and many of our cultural and historical landmarks. Gaza today is threatened with total destruction. Our Palestinian people must be spared the consequences. Now, in Israel, another protest was happening the same day in Tel Aviv, asking for an end to the war in Gaza. So you can see there's a ton of people here all lined up outside of this, what appears to be some sort of an auditorium. Probably some kind of a government auditorium, I would assume. I just want to go, where is it? Right here. Boom. Big old free Gaza sign. There you go. Even people in Israel want Gaza to be free. Not everyone, of course, but some people do. When will this all come to an end? When will, the fact is, I feel like the majority of human beings on the planet don't want this violence to continue. But some small groups of people want it to. All right, let's go here now to Zateo. This was posted on Tuesday.
What do you make of DJ Khaled's silence on this? It's just what? Forget the conspiracy theories. Just what's your reaction?
I don't give a shit what DJ Khaled thinks.
Okay.
I don't. I really don't. I think people expected so much of someone.
I mean, they didn't expect so much. It's such a low bar.
Right.
They expect you to say.
No, you're right.
One
You're right.
word.
I'm wrong. They didn't expect so much. But I guess what I'm saying is, even though it was so little that they expected, I think people need to realize again, I could get in trouble for saying this. Sometimes these celebrities that seem like they're these big people are very small.
Yeah.
They're very small because the measure of a person isn't celebrity. The measure of a person is, what do you stand for? The measure of a person is like, what are you willing to do in the moments of crisis for your fellow human, right? Just because somebody has Grammys and awards and followers, that does not mean that they are a big human being. They could still be a very, very, very small human being.
I mean, we've seen that across Hollywood, the music industry, sports. Very few people have spoken out about a genocide in front of our eyes. We talk about people like Muhammad Ali and Vietnam. There's no one who comes close to him today.
Correct.
You know, there's been nothing. Maybe I missed it, but Steph Curry, LeBron James, not a word about the genocide unfolding in real time.
Not gonna do it.
Musicians,
Wouldn't be
they've been
prudent
very
at
few.
this
Back in
juncture.
the day, you had a Rage Against the Machine. You had, today, very few people are willing to take that risk or give a I wonder, as someone who is a Palestinian in these spaces, did you have to think twice about speaking on this issue?
No.
Because you didn't care or because you didn't think it would harm you?
I figured it might harm me. I always knew that. People have been telling me from the beginning of my career, keep going, keep going. And remember, don't say anything about Palestine because then they'll ruin your career, right?
People have said that to me, and I'm in a different industry.
Of course,
but similar things.
I mean, it's a known thing.
Yes.
Palestine was designed to be a taboo by people who wanted to remain a taboo, and it's no longer a taboo, right? Here's my thoughts, right? When it comes to Palestine, and it's not, like you said, not just October of 2023, but from the very beginning of my career, I speak about Palestine because it's the right thing to do. And if I profit from my silence, to me, I'll never be able to sleep on my pillow. And one thing I know for sure is you could take away everything I have going professionally, the career, the money, the ability to do shows, the platforms, social media. You could take that away and I would be sad. I would be sad.
Of course.
But my life would go on. If you took away my peace of mind, if you took away my self-respect, if you took away my conscience.
Yeah, well said.
You know what I'm saying? It's just...
Well, there you go. That was Palestinian-American singer Aeneas Anzateo talking about his feelings on Palestine, Gaza, people like DJ Khaled and their silence on the issue, among others. Amidst everything that's been going on, I gotta do this, unfortunately, but there's no fun stories in Gaza. If I had fun stories from Gaza for you, I would do them, okay? But there's a surge in violence. Hey, at least this one's not in Gaza. It's in West Bank. Changing scenery, huh? Silver lining. TRT World from 21 hours ago. Palestinians face surge in armed Israeli settler violence.
Illegal.
Illegal Israeli settlers stormed the village of 35-year-old Thamin Dawabshe on the 13th of August. He went to confront them and defend the community of Douma. The settlers opened fire and shot Dawabshe from point-blank range, killing him.
There were calls on the loudspeakers of the mosque warning that settlers were trying to kidnap a Palestinian boy from the village. My son went with a group of men to confront them. The settlers opened fire, and within minutes, Thamin was martyred.
This is not the first time that the village south of Nablus has experienced extreme settler violence. In 2015, they burned 18-month-old Ali Dawabshe and his parents alive.
They want to take all of the land. They raid our villages. Do you know how many homes they've burned? Of course, the man of the village will confront them when they attack. Even if the settlers reach us, the women will confront them. We are not going to just sit and wait.
Since 2022, Israeli settler attacks have grown deadlier and more organized, often backed by soldiers. Amid the war on Gaza, however, Palestinians in the occupied West Bank have faced an increase in attacks.
Okay, let's move on from Gaza for today. It's a difficult subject, no matter what day it is, but on Sunday, fun day. It's honestly just the worst, It's never, like I said, there's never any good news coming out of Gaza, and it just makes me just incredibly sad. while we try and have fun and we look at people having fun around the world, nobody in Gaza is enjoying themselves, starving, being afraid of being bombed or shot by a sniper or a drone. Nobody wants that. All right, we're not going to leave the too far, the area. Let's just go over here. Earlier this week, Egypt unveiled an underwater city, supposedly 2,000 years old. It's Monday. Okay. Everybody settle down. I know it's Monday. It's not officially a Galactic Monday until we finish the Sunday FUNDAY stream. Okay. We'll pretend. Can we pretend it's not Monday for a little bit? Because I get it. I get what you're saying. It'd be good for me if we could just pretend it's not Monday. Continue on as if the Sunday FUNDAY stream hasn't gone on so long that it is in fact Monday everywhere on the planet. Footage shows cranes slowly hoisting a statue. This is part of a sunken city submerged beneath waters off the coast of Alexandria. Divers also found artifacts in an ancient dock that date back more than 2,000 years. Egyptian authorities said this site may be an extension of the ancient city of Canopus, a prominent center during the Ptolemaic dynasty during the Roman Empire. Among the retrieved artifacts of the lower, oh my god, moving so fast. Among the retrieved artifacts is the lower half of a Roman nobleman's likeness, carved from marble. Of course, this confirms that this place was a complete residential city. The part we are in right now was a port. These artifacts confirm the study that says that Alexandria was submerged by water as a result of a major earthquake or tsunami. This is why all the statues are missing the head and feet, which are the weakest parts of the statues. But the core of the body is the largest part of the statue, so it falls directly into the water. We have many statue bodies that we've discovered here today. There we go, lost city of Alexandria. Underwater. And what I assume is the Mediterranean.
A statue is hoisted from the Mediterranean as Egyptian archaeologists and divers work together to recover relics from the seabed in Alexandria.
Unfortunately, we have incomplete pieces. The head is missing, or the leg, and we also found a statue of a sphinx and another statue that appears to be in a royal dress.
Archaeologists say the relics were found at the site of a sunken city in the waters of Abu Qir Bay, which may have been an extension of the ancient city of Canopus, a prominent center during the Ptolemaic dynasty and the Roman Empire. Their contract with UNESCO means they're only extracting some of the artifacts from the ruins. The rest will remain in the depths.
This find confirms that this place was a complete residential city. The part we are in was a port. These artifacts confirm the study that says that Alexandria was submerged by water as a result of a major earthquake or tsunami. This is why all the statues are missing the head and feet, which are the weakest parts of the statue.
Alexandria is home to countless historic treasures, but Egypt's second city is at risk of succumbing to the same waters that claimed Canopus. The city is especially vulnerable to climate change and rising sea levels, sinking by more than 3 millimeters every year.
That's a downer way to end that video. There we go. Egypt finding a sunken city thousands of years old in the Mediterranean. All right, let's go way north to Sweden, where something pretty sweet was happening here. Certainly a shock to watch this happening. But an entire church was lifted onto, I mean, I don't even know what to call these things. But here you go. An entire Swedish church on top of some sort of a transportation device here. Like the world's biggest trolley. I guess trolley's not the word. What do you call it? A dolly? It's 113 years old. And apparently after subsidence due to an iron mine in this area had to be moved. Trailer. Okay, we're calling it trailer. Sure. Whatever you want to call it. It looks ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
It's really
sad. This is one of the
beloved older buildings.
It's really sad. This is one of the landmarks now leaving the skyline, you know? It's all disappearing.
It is expected to reopen at its new location next year. Crazy that it has to move. I think the whole town has to move with it. From maybe I could be wrong, but I think that mine is not just causing this thing to move, but for everyone in the town to also move.
Now let's get an update on a story that we've been following closely since Tuesday. It's the story of the 133-year-old church in Sweden, built from wood, which has now been moved across town in its entirety. Well, the massive building in the town of Kiruna was at risk of sinking following years of iron ore mining in the area. So it was moved just 3 miles away at a speed of 500 metres an hour. I've been speaking to the vicar of the church, Lena Sharbe, who said that she was totally surprised by the international interest in the plight of her church.
I didn't know that it's going to be so big in people and media. So for us, it was like, I have never seen so many people here in Kiruna.
What was the biggest challenge when it came to moving this beautiful but obviously large wooden structure, even if it was a relatively short distance?
For us in the church, there was the altar piece of Prince Eugen. This painting, we couldn't take it down. So for us, it was like we have to get a solution to transport it. But they solved it, the people who worked with it.
And why is this church so special to people in the area? I've spoken to people this week who say they've got a real emotional connection to it. So there was no way they were going to let it be, demolished in any way. They had to be moved. Just tell us why it holds such a special place in people's hearts.
When we get the church from LKAB and Hjalmar Lundbom, the church was built to be a living room for the people in Kiruna. Everyone would feel welcome. So the church they have one cross in the whole church. It's very special. And for people, I think it's like this.
There you go. Clearly this church is very important to people in Sweden, which is why they're going to such efforts to move it. Pretty incredible. In a way, it's an environmental story since it's happening due to this mine. But I figured we don't do a lot of Swedish stories around here. I figured we would just leave it here in the Earth half. Let's go right next door to Finland, This is a crazy one. We're going to have to jump around this, otherwise I'm going to get, like, copyright struck a bunch. But prepare yourselves, Space Fams, for the 2025 Air Guitar World Championships. That's right. Hey, look at this, people. This is what I'm talking about. This is Sunday FUNDAY action. Come on. How is this not everything you dreamed of?
Are you not entertained?
About where are you from? Are you from?
I guess Jesus is emceeing the event, it would seem. Jesus liked that one. That was a good one. Okay. Okay, Jesus. I'm not sure what Jesus' affiliation with the 2025 Air Guitar World Championships is exactly. It's very serious.
5.3! 5.3!
Oh,
4.9!
that's not great. That's not great. That's bad. That was bad numbers.
Guitar needs inspiration.
This is such a strange situation. Who here feels like they could have done a better job than a lot of these people? There we go. Finland rocking out in the Air Guitar World Championships of 2025. My God. I wonder what the prize is. I wonder if you win, if you leave as the champion, I wonder what your prize winds up being. Anybody? Any ideas in chat? Okay. Now let's go to Ukraine. Talk about how a Ukrainian designer apparently helped Volodymyr Zelensky dress for his meeting with Donald Trump. Shock of shocks.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky sported a black suit during his meeting with U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington on Monday, drawing compliments from both Trump and a reporter. That same reporter in February criticized Zelensky's usual attire, a dark military-style outfit.
Yeah, problem.
The designer of Zelensky's suit, Viktor Anisimov from Chernihiv, Ukraine, says the February jabs were not only a hit to the president, but also to Ukrainian citizens.
I took it easy in February, thinking how stupid they are, these people who ask such questions. But I understand that bombs don't fall on their heads. For them, clothes are important things. But for us, clothes are clothes. A suit is a suit. A leader should look dignified, and that's it.
For Zelensky's Monday meeting, Anisimov says he included a subtle detail, a back vent that nudged it closer to civilian wear.
These are our hopes for peace.
Ми думаємо, якщо ми трошки в цьому образі.
We think that if we add a little something subtle to this image, something from civilian clothes to his uniform, then it will be our lucky charm.
Well, there you go. That was the man who dressed Volodymyr Zelensky, designing his outfit. An all-black suit, which apparently went over well in the White House. Now, speaking of that whole meeting, of course, there was another meeting, which happened in Alaska with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. On the day before Vladimir Putin arrived to Alaska, apparently his delegation gifted a man in Alaska a gift. That being a motorcycle worth $22,000.
This is a personal gift from the President of the Russian Federation.
I like my other machine as well, but this obviously is a lot better. It's newer, it's more precise, it's better handling, it's a nicer machine, you know?
Всегда помогает. Уникальная возможность продемонстрировать, насколько действительно близки наши культуры. Человек, который увлекается нашей техникой, по-настоящему любит ее. И тут же, с другой стороны, наше желание подчеркнуть этот интерес и близость наших двух народов, которые здесь на самом деле совсем далеко. Очень ему подчеркнуть этот интерес.
A person who's interested in our technology truly loves it, and on the other hand, we want to help him. To emphasize this and the closeness of our two people, we are actually located very nearby. Well, there we go. One man getting a free motorcycle. No way that was, I mean, come on, that was some pretty cheap propaganda, only 22 grand. Not bad. And now this guy's got a bike. Win-win. All right, let's see how things were going over at Fox News last week.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Here's Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters basically showing that when he went to college, he didn't do anything except for drink, I guess, which is fine. But you shouldn't be, analyzing geopolitics with this knowledge base.
These oligarchs want their yachts back. I always like to ask when Jessica's here, not you.
I like him saying that as Trump has gilded the Oval Office.
It just gets more and more gold every time somebody shows up there.
Like, you're gonna run out of things to gild at a certain point.
These oligarchs want their yachts back. I always like to ask when Jessica's here, not you, Harold, what is the Democrat plan? Because right now they're saying armchair quarterbacking, you can't reward Putin for his naked aggression. So he can't keep the land he won on the battlefield. Okay, how are you going to get Vladimir Putin to relinquish the land he won in battle? The United States won lands in battle. We didn't just give it back. No country gives back land they win in battle. That's what this is all about. You have to accept reality, and that's what these Democrats are doing. Borders change all the time. You can't go back to the borders that Ukraine had. Think about Germany. It used to be the Prussian Empire. Then it was the German Empire. It expanded, it contracted in the world wars, and then they divided it in two. And now it's reunited. And they can't do this to Ukraine? Come on, that's ridiculous.
Wait, what? Wait, what is he saying? You don't go back to border? Well, I think the idea is that you continue to arm Ukraine and hope that they take back territory.
I mean, Germany's borders, it was the belligerent in a world war.
But also Germany reunited after the USSR fell apart with not a bullet shot in that area.
I mean,
and I'm sorry. So they did reunite, despite the fact, and so the Soviet Union did cede territory. In fact,
yes, lots.
Ukraine also is in and of itself an example of getting territory back after it had been ostensibly conquered by the Soviet Union.
Jesse
along with a bunch of other countries.
Yeah.
I would also remind Jesse Waters that there was a military that defeated the Germans, was the largest contingent of the military that defeated the Germans in a country called France. And they still speak French there instead of English, because even though it was U.S. and British forces that were largely responsible for taking back France, they didn't keep it.
It's a matter of international law, the United Nations, that you cannot annex land that you take in conquest. Now, this is something that we don't, force about Israel, for instance. And that's kind of always been a sort of looming over this Russia-Ukraine stuff, is the hypocrisy there of the West. And you see that somebody like Waters just says, yeah, screw it all. Who cares?
Well, this is the might makes right argument. Our Ukrainian guest yesterday had a piece, or I think was interviewed, where he was talking about how like there's this axis of almost aggressors, I'm forgetting the terminology, but old school conquest forward imperialist leaders, Trump, Netanyahu, Putin. Like, I think that's a pretty good, it's not like it's a formal alliance.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
Yeah, it's weird how Fox has all that money, and yet they can't seem to take the time to consider the things they say ahead of time. It's very weird to me. No big deal. Let's go here. Boy, oh boy, we are getting through this stream faster than I thought we were going to today. How's that happening right now? I don't even understand it. It's like we're in some sort of a time vortex. We just got through 100 and, I mean, we're like less than 10 videos left. I got through 130 videos in 8 hours. That is wild. That's quite a pace. Truly shocking. All right, let's go to China. We were going to do this last weekend, but since last weekend we didn't stream it all, and due to the technological issues, we did not get to watch this one. And in China, there was quite a competition, I'll tell you that much. It's a competition that didn't include any humans at all. That's right. A strange robotic Olympic event. I don't know what to call it. I forget what they called it. The World Human... I think... Yeah. The World Humanoid Robot Games. Hold on. I see at least one human here. That looks like a human. There might be more than one human. I'm seeing some robots. We were lied to. This is the humanoid robots, not the humanoid human games. What is happening? It's definitely just a dude. I'm a little disappointed that the robot games are filled with humanoid humans. That's seems counterintuitive. Uh-oh, that dude is down. It was super awkward. I feel like he was trying to give that robot, like, flowers, and the robot was like, no, I'm good on your flowers. Go fuck yourself. Wow. I'm starting to think we should have renamed this to the humanoid human games with some humanoid robots also here. Maybe soccer will be better. All right, let's see how this goes. Okay. Oh, wow, that's a foul. Oh, wow. Tripping. What is... wow. These robots still suck pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of this stuff I'm seeing is not making me feel like they're about to take over the world quite yet, but, you know. Still interesting. Just seem to be lacking a great deal of coordination at this time. Alright, let's go to North Korea. Kim Jong-un decorated soldiers who fought for Russia. Apparently, a large number of North Korean soldiers have died fighting in Ukraine for Russia. Here's South China Morning Post from 3 days ago.
자기의 붉은 피로 새긴 우리 장병들의 특출한 군공이 가장 용의 높이 빛나는 격정의 순간들이 흘렀습니다. 저는 사랑하는 조국을 위하여, 승리를 위하여 명령으로 불멸할 강국의 위상, 강군의 영광으로 맞는 붉은의 맹세가 영예 높은 가슴마다에 더욱 가장 철저한 집행 정신으로 받들 하나의 힘없이 받쳐 싸운 참전 열사들의 고귀한 모습들과
I don't know what it is. I don't know what this says about me as a person, but these North Korean propaganda videos really are Sunday Funday videos for me. There's something about them. They're just so fun. They're so high energy.
동지애로 개척되고 전진하며 승리 떨쳐온 조선혁명의 상스러운 역사가 응축된 동지애의 노래. 떠나간 열사들에게 영생의 숨결을 부어주시듯 항상 군인의 의무감만으로는 지켜낼 수 없는 강군사의 전모 인민의 기억 속에 영원한 위운의 별로 무궁토록 빛나기를 기원하시며 치고 자자손손 이 역을 불같은 가슴에 새기며 그들의 염원 찬란히 굳은 마음들이 숭엄히 깃들었습니다.
trying to do the math. I can't quite tell how many there are. It must be close to 100.
반기며 다가설 것만 같은 정다운 모습과 이름들을 찾고 부르며 가슴에 고인 뜨거운 눈물을 쏟았습니다.
Have died if I'm to understand what's happening here. Terrible. They remind you of good anime. Well, might be talking anime in a second here, so hold off on that.
오르고 있었습니다.
North Korea's Kim Jong-un pays tribute to soldiers who were killed while fighting for Russia.
때이르게 쓰러진 아까운 젊음들을 다시 일으켜 사랑하는 부모 처자 앞에 세워주지 못하는 안타까움과 김정은 동지께서 관람 속에 나오시자
테러의 수말리 길에 용사들이 덮고 온 공화국기는
Wow, a lot of fanfare for this funeral. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, let's keep the anime energy going here to our second to last country, which we're going to stop by. You might be thinking Japan, but no, in fact, we are going to Indonesia, where a trend has taken over amongst Indonesian discontent with its government. People have been flying the One Piece flag. I'm just realizing what I forgot to do today. I was going to make a One Piece flag, and I was going to fly it right now. And I don't have it. Now I'm sad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Now I'm sad. Okay, let's go here.
No matter how hard or impossible it is, never lose sight of your goal. These famous words were said by a pirate leader, not in real life, but in the world-famous Japanese anime, One Piece. It is quite popular the world over, especially in Indonesia. So much so that Indonesians have taken these words to heart. This Southeast Asian country is celebrating its 80th Independence Day later this month. It is really a big deal. Their president, Prabowo Subianto, has asked people to fly the national flag. Instead, people are hoisting black flags, the black pirate flags with skulls from One Piece. They believe this is a silent protest, an act of defiance. But to the government, it's a major red flag. Our next report tells you why.
This is the world's third largest democracy, Indonesia, and it is all set to mark its 80th Independence Day on the 17th of August. This is the country's most important civic celebration. So, year after year, in the lead up to the national holiday, the red and white flag was seen everywhere, from public spaces to outside of homes, even on people's cars. But this year is different. For the past few weeks, instead of the traditional flag, another emblem is popping up across Indonesia. The Jolly Roger flag. This is a black flag bearing a skull with a straw hat. It is a fictional pirate flag. From the popular Japanese anime, One Piece. This is one of the most popular franchises in the world, and it has a large fan base in Indonesia. In the series, the Jolly Roger flag is carried by pirates who are determined to challenge the draconian regime. The flag is a symbol of resistance. So now, Indonesians are using it to express their discontent with the government. Because for many, the country's hard-won democracy is under threat. They fear a return to the dark days, when Indonesia was ruled by military dictator Suharto for 32 years. He blurred the lines between the civilian and military government. He was forced out of office in 1998, but in recent months, Suharto's former son-in-law the current President Prabowo Subianto has done something similar. He has pushed controversial legislative changes that allow the military to have a bigger role in the government, whereby military officers can take up government positions without first retiring or resigning.
Feel familiar to anybody around here? Leader of a country having the military take up bigger roles in the government?
This is the very definition.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
All right, one more on the One Piece flag uprising in Indonesia. This is from last week. 2 weeks ago now.
Japanese anime One
9 days
Piece has
ago.
become the source of a new symbol for resistance in Indonesia. The Jolly Roger flag, showing a skull wearing a straw hat, has started to pop up across the country as part of a social media trend. It comes as the country marks 80 years of independence this Sunday, with the president urging people to raise the Indonesian flag. Well, for more, reporter Natasha Salam joins us in the studio. Natasha, tell us, how did this come about? Why is this symbol being used?
So the trend actually started on social media, where people started posting images, videos, or even changing their profile pictures into the Jolly Roger flag. And to them, this is actually a symbol of resistance. This is their way of saying or expressing their disappointment towards the government, because there's actually instances in the series itself where the main characters, who are the pirates, are faced with the authorities, and that they have to find a way to get around them to get their goals. So people see this symbol as a perfect logo, as a perfect thing to represent their frustration towards the government in Indonesia.
What has the reaction from the government been?
So it's interesting to see the reaction from the government, because they've also been divided on this case. Some government officials have said that this is an attempt to divide the nation and to break the unity of the nation. But some hasn't really commented on this. Even the Indonesian President Prabowo Subianto said, like, according to his secretary, he said that this is just an expression of creativity. So yeah, huge reaction, but really divided.
And it is
I think we might need our own little One Piece crew in the United States. Some in Indonesia suggesting that this is somehow destabilizing the government, others saying it's just free expression. One thing I'm sure of is that it's frickin' sweet, and I'm big into it. Starting to think I might fly a Jolly Roger flag here at the Galactic Space Station at some point, once I get around to it. All right, we are almost out of stories. Penultimate clip. Last two are in New Zealand. Here is nzherald.co.nz from 3 days ago. Talk about a great New Zealand road trip one man is taking.
Herald Editor-at-Large Shane Curry has been on an ultimate journey travelling across the country and finding fascinating Kiwis and townships along the way. He's on day 4 of his 3-day roadie. He has now arrived in Christchurch and he's with us now. Hey, Shane.
It's 2 weeks, not 3 days.
Oh, there you go. We've sold you short. How's it going?
You're all good. How are you? How's Auckland?
Auckland is the same as always. There's a building being torn apart next door to us. I want to hear about your trip.
Wow, this guy
you've
is
been to
shitting on Auckland
Nightcaps, I understand.
Yeah, Nightcaps, for those who don't know where Nightcaps is, it's about 70 k's northwest of Invercargill. It's on the outer reaches of Southland. Fascinating town with a rich coal mining history, Ryan. And it's only got around 300 people now. It used to have hundreds and hundreds, thousands of people in Nightcaps. Unfortunately, next year the coal mine closes, the last remaining coal mine that's owned by Bathurst. And so I spoke to the locals there, and they're a resilient bunch actually. They live in one of the most beautiful parts of the world. Kneecaps, I think, has got the best name of any town in New Zealand. It's named after the snow-capped Takatimu Ranges, which are right next door. It's in the shadow of those ranges. And it's been through some tough times, but I tell you what, the locals, like most of the mainlanders, Ryan, are very optimistic and positive. They love their town, and they even accommodated an Aucklander coming down and haranguing them for half a day.
We're looking at your footage. It's absolutely beautiful. What other highlights have there been so far, Shane?
Well, certainly Kneecaps, but I think one of the highlights of my life actually was on Wednesday night when I went up Mount John at Lake Tekapo and enjoyed a 100% clear night for the stargazing. That's the Dark Sky Project, where, Ryan, you almost feel like you can literally touch the stars. It is an incredible place. And we watched Mars descend, go below the horizon, and then we watched Saturn come up. And I know you're seeing some footage at the moment, but they give you access to those large telescopes. And so I was able to look through and see Saturn close up with its rings.
He's the one who took this? Oh my God, look at this.
Thousands and thousands of stars, including one.
Really, really incredible stuff.
They give you access to those large telescopes. And so I was able to look through and see Saturn close up with its rings, along with thousands and thousands of stars, including one that was actually dying. You could actually witness that. That's going to take a few more thousand years, but you could actually watch that as well through the telescope. It's an incredible place.
It's absolutely beautiful. You noticed North Islanders walking south and...
All right. Well, one man on a great New Zealand road trip documenting some very cool things with the stars. Final video of the night. Great job, everyone. Great job to all of you for having made it this far. Make up some stories. Come on. You've gone like 8.5 hours. You make up stories? That's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Ridiculous. All right. Now, let's talk about one New Zealand man who's been doing some very dangerous things.
Illegal.
A man from Tauranga has set the New Zealand record for death diving. Flynn Chisholm recently dove from the height of 40 metres, that is, roughly as tall as a 12-storey building, which is just under 9 metres shy of the world record. Flynn Chisholm, competitive speed climber and death diver, is with us at the desk this morning. Flynn, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on.
Great to have you here. What is it like doing that?
It's pretty intense, I'd say. Like the transition from being with so much fear, like climbing up the cliff and then looking down, throwing your rocks and then finally jumping, like all that fear goes away, and as soon as you've hit the water, you just complete peace, I feel like. Yeah.
Peace?
Yeah, I'd say so. Like the joy and just realization of what you've just done is just amazing.
So you climb, is part of the thing climbing the rocks first?
Usually just like walking to the top. There's not much climbing involved, I'd say.
And then you throw a rock off the top, do you?
Yeah, that's all for visualization, like not to break the water or anything. It's just like I'll fall at the same speed as the rock, so it'll show me how long I'll be in the air for.
How long are you in the air for?
So for 40 meters, it's like 2.9 seconds, roughly. So not as long as you would think.
Do you, well, when you first started doing it, does time slow down, like in a car crash? Or, and do you get used to that and it goes in an instant? What's it feel like?
Yeah, from the start, being in the air, it felt like a long time. But as I progressed through the heights, it all goes way quicker, you know, like now, I'd say.
Your arms, is it hard to control the arms? Because I see a little, like there's a little bit of flailing, and I know when I've tried to dive off a diving board, that's my reaction. Is it hard to control your body when you're doing this?
Yeah, it depends on tricks, and like for the records that I set, I just do a classic. So no tricks, but just in the air, belly first, and then from big heights, if you don't control yourself, you're just going to lean further forward and expose your back. So.
This kid is insane. Doesn't even tuck. He doesn't even tuck his arms and legs. I've done some cliff diving in the past. I would never belly flop it. That just, I mean, it seems like he's going for a belly flop every time from like 150 feet up or however high all these are. It said 40 meters. Well, I mean, so it's at least 120 feet. Seems okay though, I guess. It seems like he's alive.
A project that I'm planning in December where I'm trying to find a big brand to pay me to go potentially higher. And yeah, I'd love to jump for a living. That's the big goal.
What else do you do? Jumping.
I would love to jump for a living, he said. I would love to jump for a living. Hell yeah. Okay. All right. That's the dream right there. That's what that is. Jump. This kid's going to jump for a living right here. Okay. Okay. That's a plan. That's a life. That's his kid's life trajectory right here. Write that down. Life goal. Jump for a living. Check. Oh, yeah. A breaking news story. This just in a small town, we'll call it Squirrelton, a squirrel by the name of Sir Nibbles declared himself mayor after stealing a ceremonial key. He promised free acorns for all, and the townsfolk embraced the chaos, holding daily squirrel parliaments. By year's end, Nibbles had a fan club and a TikTok, and squirrel communism took over the entire planet.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, it would seem that we've gotten through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, All by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robotcat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, and Free Palestine. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show with your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
People, are we ready? Let's make some noise for OMA. Whoop, 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 whoop.